Sinatra. 16, 12, that's close to my heart. I go 1, 6, 1, 2, ooh, star. 16, 12, that's close to my heart. I go 1, 6, 1, 2, star. Oh. Peace of mind, a friend of mine. Whoa, 16, 12. That's go to my heart. I go 1, 6, 1, 2, oh, star. I go 16, 16, 12. It goes to my heart. 1, 6, 1, 2, ooh, star. I go 16, 12. It's a goes to my heart. I go 1, 6, 1, 6, 1, 6, 1, 6, 1, 2, oh, 16, 12. It's a goes to my heart. I go 1, 6, 1, 6, 1, 6, 1, 6, 1, 6, 1, 6. I go 16, 12. It's goes to my heart. I go 1, 6, 1, 2. Hey, hey, hey. I go 12 is the key, is the key, is the key, is the key, yeah. 16, 12 is close to my heart. You better never ever forget it. You better never ever forget it. Never ever forget it. Never, 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 never,
Do what you want, do what you want, do what you want, do what you want. When I look at you, the drums will start beating, and I just don't know if I'm ready or not to do it all again. See, I got a wild heart and I can't control it. It keeps on letting me down. I know with you tonight could be amazing, be amazing. I'm scared to death, still I'm stood here waiting, here waiting. Do what you want, do what you want. Take a hold of me.
Yeah. Start with a little video. Good morning. Welcome to the first Rail Data Forum here in Verona. I'm Josef Doppelbauer, the Executive Director of the European Union Agency for Railways, and it is my pleasure to welcome all of you here for this first gathering of the community of rail digitalization. We have called this event a forum. And the forum is meant to be a place where we meet, a place where we exchange ideas, and we have also tried to cover many subjects that have to do with the relatively new but extremely important topic of digitalization in rail. And just to give you some introduction, we are seeing now a massive transformation of the railway system. We are seeing a transformation from the analog world to digital. We are seeing more and more digital elements in the railway system. We are, of course, going from manual operation to automatic operation. In the area of hardware and software, we see more and more the move from proprietary solution to common off-the-shelf. And that is the core topic of our agency, we move more and more, unfortunately not quickly enough, from national systems to a European system. And last but not least, of course, the digital technology allows us to integrate the modes of transport. So we are moving from the silos, each transport mode being their own silo, to an interconnected transport system. Of course, in this interconnection of system into this digitalization, we are also acquiring new threats. We have the issue of cyber criminality, and we also see that by connecting the systems, we create a more, would say, difficult situation to defend. Now, the purpose of this Rail Data Forum is community building as well. It's the first in a series of conferences that we plan to hold regularly. We have already 2 quite successful streams of conferences in the agency. The first one was our biannual IATMS conference, which we recently held in Valenciennes by the end of April with 720 participants. Today, in this room, we should be around 115, so we are starting small. But I'm convinced that before long, we will also be as important as the IATMS conference. Now, coming a bit closer to the subject of the 2 days conference, and just showing how the railway system evolves into the digital domain. Of course, in the railway system, we follow the European approach, which is separation of the infrastructure from train operation. And we should not forget that the primary purpose of a transport system is to transport people and goods. We are not yet in the domain where we can beam or digitally transmit goods and persons, so it's still the physical transport, and we still have physical infrastructure, specifically in a one-dimensional system like the railway system, where we have to live with the limitation of this physical system. But above the railway system, the physical railway system, we have a data layer. And of course, the railway system creates an enormous amount of data. And these data can be used for various purposes. They can be used for planning. If we look at the interface between the infrastructure managers and the train operators, it's all about planning of the train paths because the product of the IMs essentially is the train path, but it is also about the optimization of operation, about diagnostic, about the rapid resolution of problems. Sensors can create important information which will help us in the future to make the railway system more resilient. We also will hopefully soon introduce enablers into the railway system, enablers such as the digital automatic coupler, which will provide further digital capabilities to the railway system. Another aspect, and we will hear a bit more later from the system pillar within Europe's rails, we need a standardized architecture for the railway system with digital interfaces. Digital interfaces means that we will have a digital format and an addressing scheme. So, simple example, we will no longer have an electrical signal that moves a point from left to the right. We will send a message to the controller of the point saying, move right. I'm not sure whether this is the correct semantics, but we will come there. Now, we can indeed compare this digitalization of railway to another disruptive transformation of the railway system, the electrification. The electrification, which happened, I would say, 100 to 50 years ago, and it's still not complete in most of the countries of the European Union, brought higher power, longer and heavier trains, higher speed, faster acceleration, one-man operation, well, except for Italy, one-man operation, and of course, a longer range. Steam locomotive after, let's say, 500 kilometers, you needed to bunker coal, you needed to refill the water, and of course the availability. An electrical locomotive is available instantaneously. A steam locomotive you need to heat up for 4 hours before you can use it. And a similar transformation will happen with the digital. Now, coming closer to the subjects of this conference, the first topic, which we will cover in the 2 days, is the era ontology. A couple of years back, we launched a digital agenda sponsored by the management board of the agency, and one of the sponsors is Gilles Betterhans, who is here with us today. And we created an approach that is based on semantic technology and on ontology. And this was, again, mainly about building interfaces. We have also built a vocabulary which is now even legal since the new RINF regulation. And I should have said it already at the first slide when I introduced the digital transformation of the railway system. We have created in 2023 a separate digital unit in the agency, the operational data unit, headed by Chris Carr. Now, we are also implementing extensions to the semantic technology, which should allow a more responsive system that should enable to adapt more quickly to emerging needs and also allow reusing data between systems without the need for application interfaces. You will certainly hear more about these technologies in the various sessions over the conference. Now, just by way of example, the proof of the pudding is always in the eating, and we have applied the semantic technologies for the railway infrastructure database, RINF. RINF is one of the 14 registers that we as European Union Agency for Railways are legally obliged to manage. And we have introduced in 2022 the new RINF, which contains more than 30 million data statements. It's accessible by the link that you see on the slides, and it is all clickable, which is, of course, the basis for a number of other applications. We have, as a first pilot, created the route compatibility check, where we have, by means of a knowledge graph, linked the RINF database to another database, the Register of Vehicle Types, RTV. Now, another topic which we have currently in the making is the telematics TSI, because we also need to communicate between the various elements of the digital railway system. And of course, the objective behind the currently ongoing revision of the telematics TSI is to create common standards that would enable to communicate already in a multimodal system. We are convinced that with this new revision of the telematics TSI, we will boost the actual application of digital technologies and the efficiency of data exchange. The current plan, and we will also hear more about this later today, is of course to present progress on the TSI next week in RISC, and possibly the final version to be adopted in the November RISC 2024. I mentioned already at the beginning that no benefit comes without cost, and one of the costs from the digitalization is, of course, the necessity to implement measures to guarantee cybersecurity. And there, of course, we need to balance. We need to balance between the operational efficiency and the exposure to threats. We are fully aware of the situation that is always appearing when there is conflict. We currently have the Ukraine conflict, and we have some, let's call it state-sponsored actors who are attacking systems. Digital brings benefit, but we also need to properly protect the system. So with that warm-up, and I have just touched a number of topics, I would like to ask the first opening keynote speeches on stage. We will have 2 video messages, but I would like to introduce Gilles Beterhans from UIP. Please come to the stage. Ian Conlon and Veronica Heimsbach, who will give the keynote speeches in turn. But first, it is my pleasure to announce a video message from Christian Schmidt, the Director Land Transport in the Directorate General DG Move. So please start the video. Thank you very much.
Dear Joseph, dear participants in the ERA Rail Data Forum, I'd rather be with you in Verona, but I'm very pleased to add a few words at the beginning of this important conference. Ladies and gentlemen, the history of European railways has run over 2 centuries. In technological terms, it has seen several revolutions, from horsepower to steam engines, from steam to diesel, and of course, from diesel to full electrification, or from slow local trains to sleek high-speed trains, from regional and local lines to connected intercontinental networks through bridges and tunnels. The question for the conference and for you is, are we ready for the next revolution, the digital railway? And let me just give 5 examples of what I think that implies. For instance, first, ATO, automatic train operations, trains that operate safely under remote control based on reliable data flows. Are we ready? Second point, digital twins of infrastructure that would support automatic train operations, improve maintenance, and reduce cost in works. Or 3, artificial intelligence to manage capacity and traffic. Or 4th example, open data. Now, data is gold, but for data generated in public transport, no one should sit on this gold. It should be shared to use to foster innovation, whether it's in ticketing or in freight flows data. For that to easily share it, we need common data, common language, and agreed formats. Or 5thly, a revolution, a digital one, for a different environment for workers in rail, increasing the attractiveness as an employer, reducing the image of rail as a profession of people working in shunting yards in the heat and the cold, digital automatic couplings, where you increase the efficiency but also the attractiveness of the working environment. All these are elements of a digital revolution. And I'm proud of the agency, the European Agency for Railways, for having fully embraced a data-centric approach aligned with the EU's data strategy. We can trust the agency to provide a controlled and secure ways to access reference data for the Union, for its rail system, and enabling you and European businesses and citizens to innovate. ERA has committed to link up 12 databases and lay the groundwork for interoperable data sharing. Together, you will create an efficient ecosystem for vehicle authorization, for management of safety entities, and provide more accessible information. All these issues should be addressed during this first edition of the Rail Data Forum. A digital revolution in rail is not only possible, it is necessary, it is urgent, and it is very promising. Please use the forum to make progress together. Thank you very much.
So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Our moderator disappeared, so I take the stage without introduction. Hope it's okay for you. My name is Gilles Pieterens. I'm the Secretary General of UIP. But I'm also, as Joseph mentioned, the sponsor for the data strategy of the agency, together with Ine Groot from the Ministry of the Netherlands, not with us today, but you have his greetings, of course. And my short speech will be as a representative of the management board. I will not speak about UIP and the way we deal with data that is coming in one of the panel with Harald. But I will come back to what Christian just said. There was a time we were very good. That's the first industrial revolution. We are now at the fourth industrial revolution, and we stand on the brink of incredible technological change. This revolution will change the way we live, we work, we relate to another, and in its scale and scope and complexity, this is probably something humankind never experienced before. We don't know yet exactly how this will unfold. But one thing is clear, it must be integrated and comprehensive. For rail, the digital transformation mentioned by Christian requires leadership, strategy, resources, and action, starting now. As rail, as a transport sector, we will be the one with the greatest impact, because a lot of our workers are very well suited, our tasks are suited to automation and to digitalization. For rail freight, the challenge is even bigger, because I'm not sure we manage the step from the third to the fourth revolution. Not sure we are at the third revolution, to be honest. So in rail freight, I think it's also about investing in innovation and investing in the deployment of innovation. And we have someone who will speak about some innovation and the way we want to deal with that after me. But for all of us, it's about change. It's about change management, all the things we will discuss in the coming 48 hours. It's about new structures, new strategy, new processes, but above all, about changing behaviors. And that's a challenge. We have always, that's something I say in all the conferences, we have always millions of problems for every solution. I don't know if you realize that. Normally the saying is there is a solution to every problem. In rail, there is a million of problems for every solution you bring. If we want to be successful in a digital transformation, we need to change the way we think. Otherwise, we will fail. For the fourth industrial revolution to happen, we need to recognize that we can become what we want by staying who we are. By chance, there is also a lot of literature about digital transformation. The one which, for me, fits the best is Creative Destruction, invented by Schumpeter in 1942. And linked to digital transformation, you have this model from Alain Veuve. And without going into the detail, he's saying us one thing: change or die. As simple as that. Now we have the change that, from a political perspective, we already have the support. We have the support for Green Deal, for more transport on rail, but we have the support also to focus on the data, and Christian has been clear. And we see also in the action of the Commission that the digital transformation of rail is one of the priorities. We have, of course, data, deployment, all the things develop, and we could think we can build on the past, 20 years of experience. Unfortunately, when I look at the past, I'm not sure this is what we want to build on. So we need to find a way to address the challenges. In rail, we fear data, as we fear competition, as we fear the unknown. Venturing into new territories has never been something we were good at. We need to change that. Railway, if you look at the economic aspect of data and railways, this is a powerful tool for e-mobility, because we always look at the data from the economic aspects. We fear them, we go into the unknown, we stop, or we make it complex. So please keep in mind, in the next 48 hours, that it's about commitment, training, yeah, we need the people, budget, yes, Joseph has said, we need the money, but it's also about a general strategy, automation and flexibility, and existing solutions are perhaps obsolete. Perhaps we need to change them all. This can't be our digital future. It can't be. There are many positive initiatives to support rail entering into the new digital decade. But we need to recognize that value will be created from what we can derive from data, not the data themselves. So to keep it simple, let's try to be pragmatic, as we are at UIP most of the time. First, collaboration. Yes, we all know, collaboration and openness are vital. We probably also underestimate the amount of data which will become commodities. I can give you an example. I have a discussion, long discussion, about GPS location data. Today, oh, very dangerous, very secret, confidential. Tomorrow, a commodity, I'm convinced. We need to have an open by default approach. And open data doesn't mean free for all without uncontrolled access. No, it just means open. The availability, third point, availability of good quality data, people who understand how to utilize them, and companies that enable the use of data and digital technologies. And you see, system come at last, not at first. In the last 20 years, we developed system, and then we were thinking about the data behind. We need to change the approach. At UIP, the third and fourth industrial revolution are at the heart of our vision. I will not go into the detail. It's a vision which is automated, digital, connected. DAC, yes. Customer-focused. We should never forget them, because all the data we have are for them in rail freight, like in passenger transport. And in fact, all we want is enabled data-informed decision. So when you enable the data, the digital transformation, you can take better decision. Ladies and gentlemen, if rail is to convince more modal shift to rail freight, it needs to listen to the customers. They want decarbonized transport, like the Commission, net zero continent, yes. They need service which meet their expectations, yes, passenger and freight. And for all this, we just need new realities, which we will discuss in the coming 2 days. I'm sure we can all agree on the general topic which I present. But I'd like to move the focus for the next 2 days from what we usually do. Because when we usually speak about data in the agency or in other forum, we speak about data heterogeneity, incompleteness, inconsistency, privacy, protection, ownership. Let's try another approach. Why don't we speak about data acquisition? So, what can we produce? Which data can we produce? An inventory, if you want. Production. Data ontology, modeling the use of what we have. I make it simple. The complicated part is coming afterwards. So it's about transform. And then data semantics, give meaning to the data. Exchange. Produce, transform, exchange. That could be an approach, and not speak about the problem we all have with the data. Finally, all of us must realize one thing. Even the biggest company with the newest technology, the best tool, and immense resources will not scale up the fourth industrial revolution. Not because they are alone, not because they do not cooperate, but if the workforce is not engaged on building the capabilities and shifting mindset, we will fail. The secret, to focus our energy on building the new. And here, we are the world champion in acronyms. Be ready for new acronyms. RDF, ML, knowledge graph, and so forth. We need to be ready for that. And if we are ready, we need policymakers to help us protect the future from the past, which doesn't mean destroy the past. And for that, I'm sure we will have also the next speaker explaining us how let's say, Europe is helping us. I thank you for your time, your engagement, and for being part of the journey towards change. Thanks a lot. Jan, I imagine it's you now, from the slides.
That's me. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ian Conlon. I am the head of the system pillar within eRail. I'm very happy to be here this morning, so thanks a lot for the agency for the invitation. There's two things I want to cover today, really. The first is to give a taster of some of the issues that are being developed in Europe's rail joint undertaking. And the second is, and building on a bit from Gilles' comment, the Schumpeter comment, change or die. I mean, I think in the rail context, it's change together or die. For the implementation of new solutions, even the third phase, the automation phase or digitalization in a European context, doing it now on a national or regional or company basis is not sustainable. There is a necessity and a value to doing approaches at a European level. So there is a need also in the data area to achieve a European approach for the solutions that we derive. So those two things, the need for a European approach, the value in a European approach, and a bit of a taster, not so much on the strategic element, but an example of some of the areas that eRail is working on. So first of all, I'm sure some of you have seen this slide many times before, but I think it's important to introduce the joint undertaking. So it is the second iteration of a joint undertaking approach at European level. A joint undertaking is a public-private partnership, so 50% funded by European budget, so the citizens of Europe, 50% by private partners. In Europe's rail case, around 30 partners, infrastructure managers, operators, suppliers. The budget is 1.3 billion, again 50-50, and there are two main pillars, so the innovation pillar and the system pillar. And on the innovation pillar side, this is the research and development work that is driven, and a number of the topics that you've heard about already, so automation up to ATO grade of automation 4, the introduction of digital automated coupling on the freight side, and the support for the digitalization of traffic management. We have research programs on all of these, and the aim in Europe's rail is to take the level of development up to the point where these solutions can be implemented. This is the case for DAC. This is the case, hopefully, for ATO GOA4. So by the end of the program, we have workable demonstrators that allow the industry and the sector to deploy. The system pillar is a new element within Europe's rail. This is the part that I'm responsible for. The aim here is twofold, I would say. The first is to try and bridge between the research and innovation world and the harmonization world. This is not necessarily an easy task, but I think a vital one in achieving a harmonized approach at European level. We need to accelerate the implementation of innovations. It is not easy to introduce at European level, and what we attempt to do in the system pillar is provide the bridge for that work. The other is with a focus on the control command signaling system to put in solutions and approaches for a harmonized approach for the operational rules, for the technical solution to support a broader and wider deployment of the European CCS system. As I said, two messages. I will give a brief taster of some of the work that we do, but I also want to emphasize the necessity and the value of a European approach. So first of all, I would like to cover a topic that will be addressed also in one of the talks later. This is about the so-called CCS-TMS data model. So the CCS-TMS data model is essentially the model underpinning the work of the work that we do in the system pillar. So this is for the harmonization of the approach to the control, command, and signaling system. What we talk about here is not just the introduction of ERTMS as it stands, what we've been working on for the last 25 years. It's actually much more ambitious than that. It is about the design and development of the whole CCS system from a European perspective, and from the perspective of ETCS only, level 2 operations. And the CCS TMS data model essentially is the digital underpinning of that work, and it provides the framework for the data configuration and the interface specification. What I want to highlight here in the context of this discussion and what will be discussed later is that the work of the past few months has essentially enabled a link and a derivation of this data model from the ERA ontology. So the point here is much of the topics of the next 2 days are around the extension of the implementation of the work on the RIMF, on the development of TAP-TAF. But what we demonstrate here is that we can extend the use cases of the ERA ontology into new and exciting areas. And the opportunity for harmonization in the CCS world is probably one of the biggest opportunities across the rail system to have a simplified, more cost-effective approach in the future. So the extension of the ERA ontology into this field is very important. Digital twins have been mentioned already. There's quite a lot of work within Europe's rail to develop multiple digital twins to support the R&I work. The point here is to enable an acceleration of the research efforts. So we don't need to do everything in the physical world. We can do much in the digital world, so this enables essentially a speeding up of the work. The third issue I would like to highlight, again, these are kind of tasters of what I hope will be in future Rail Data Fora main topics for discussion. The third element is the so-called federated data space. So the work here is essentially a relatively early stage. We're just at the end of kind of the first exploratory work on this. But essentially the point of this is to develop and put forward for the sector to use a rail federated data space. So this is drawing on analogies already in place, for example, in automated car and automated road freight use, where there is a federated data space in place at the moment, which enables the entire sector to essentially share data in a secure and open rail data marketplace. So the idea here is to essentially provide the framework and eventually the governance to enable rail to also fit into this new world of data space and data exchange, and also that fit into the overall broader transport and multimodal data space, and beyond that into the universe of data spaces, which will no doubt exist in the future. So this is, I think, exciting work. There should be outputs from this initial scoping phase in the coming months, and we look forward to discussing that with the sector overall. The last point I want to raise, and this will also be discussed later, is the work that has been done in Shift Rail and is continuing in Europe's rail on the conceptual data model and the semantic dictionary evolution. The work here is very linked to the work on the ERA ontology and essentially in the broader rail system context. But essentially, I mean, the work that's been done here has also been a progenitor, the start of much of the ontological work and semantic work that is done now and what will be discussed in the conference. So these four areas I wanted to highlight. I think there'll be a discussion on CCS TMS data model, there will be in the next session on the conceptual data model, also in a later session. But the issues of federated data spaces, the issues of the use of digital twins, and I hope in the future the extension of the work on the CCS TMS data model, where we have essentially shown the link and the derivation from the ERA ontology, will be, I hope, future topics in future Rail Data Fora. So thank you for the invitation again, and I hand over to the next speaker.
Morning. So I'm not Natalia Aristimonio Perez, but it's my pleasure to give the digital floor to her. So Natalia is the Director of Digital Services at the European Commission, Director General for Informatics, Digit, and she sent us a video message. So please, Natalia.
Hello, everybody. I'm sorry I cannot be with you there in Verona, but at least I'm joining you virtually, and I wanted to share some words with you. It's really impressive to see such an event talking about rail data and having it from many different angles, and I'm sure the main objective is how to make value out of all the data that we all together have. And I know there are some challenges in this sharing of data. We have to look at how we can understand this data one each other. And for that, I have the solution. That's interoperability. And interoperability, that's, I would say now, a more or easier word to learn, but I have to share with you an anecdote. In the past, when we had to explain interoperability, which was a concept not easy to grasp, we were using the rail example and how you have to make sure that the rails can connect together so that the trains can go from one rail to the other. So I think that you will be the best to understand what interoperability means. And interoperability is not something new. We already have, and I'm sure all of you know it, the Interoperable Europe Act, but we also have the framework. That was old, and there you have all the layers of interoperability. That was providing you with some recommendations and ideas about the challenges you will be discussing. But the good news is that, indeed, now we have the Interoperable Europe Act, which has been entered into force on the 11th of April of this year. And what is this about? Well, here we talk about interoperability. We will make sure that we can foster and make sure that we have really user-centric, citizen-centric public services throughout Europe, thanks to interoperability. For that, we will set up a structured governance to make sure that we all talk the same language and we go all in the same direction. But it brings also other elements, like sharing of solutions. And there you can say, so interoperability solutions can be not only tools, but also standards. And this is something that I'm sure you will be talking today. If we look at the semantic interoperability, there I have to invite you also to our great event, annual event taking place on the 27th of June. So you still have time to join us in Brussels, or online, will be also web streamed, where we will be talking about the regulation and the future. But I would like to come back a bit to this semantic interoperability. And if you could not join us last year, we were talking about AI and semantic. And in the agenda for this event, I haven't seen much of AI. So I wanted to invite you to also look at that and see how semantics and AI can reinforce each other. You need to have very well-structured and defined data so that the results of AI will be much better, and the other way around, where AI can help you to understand better the semantics behind the data. So if you haven't, you can look at all the recordings from last year, and I invite you to come to our conference this year. And I don't want to keep you longer, but I would like also to thank the agency, ERA, whom we have been working for the more or less 5 years, making value of the data and having this innovative approach on the usage of data. So I invite you to continue the discussions, come with great ideas, and don't hesitate to share with us, and so we can promote them at the European level. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now I call to the microphone Veronica. Veronica Hamsbach, sorry if I butcher your name, and your knowledge graph lead at Capgemini Norway. Yes. Please, floor yours.
Thank you. Okay, let's see if this thing works. Woo! Good morning, Verona, and thank you for having me. It was amazing to start the day with some real good coffee this morning, and the best coffee is here in Italy, right? Okay, so I'm going to talk to you about the role of knowledge graphs at the Norwegian Maritime Authorities. And we don't work with rails, but we work with water, but it's still commute. Okay, so my name is Veronica Heimsbakk, and I'm from Oslo, Norway, working at Capgemini as knowledge graph lead for our unit Insights and Data in the Nordic countries. And my client for the past 4 years-ish has been the Norwegian Maritime Authorities. And what we wanted to do there, of course, they have a social mission, and their mission is all about supervision, making sure that vessels comply to all regulations at that time. So in order to be data-driven in that supervision activity and inspections, we need to make the rules and regulations machine readable. So back in 2020, I got this task of creating a machine-readable regulation using RDF, using ontologies, using knowledge graphs, and semantic linked data. So the source data I had to work with was these regulations in Norwegian, approximately 200. In addition, we needed enrichment from old SQL databases, spreadsheets, and the domain knowledge in people's heads that aren't written down anywhere. We wanted to capture it all in a linked hub of information. So I started out, as I usually do, when I model stuff, I do it by hand. So I had a Norwegian regulation, as that was the source of information, and then I had this highlighter pen, highlighting all the concepts and context and relationships that I wanted to keep. But somebody at the NMA had decided that the working language of the graph was to be in English for some reason. So I had to sit with the English translated variant of the Norwegian regulation in order to make that translation on the fly. Because terminology in the maritime domain is quite weird. Okay, so one regulation by hand took me 80 hours, meaning that if I were to do this on every single regulation, it would have taken me 7 years without any vacation. And that's way too expensive, and it's a high risk for missing out of important information, as we humans get tired while we work. And it's a risk for misinterpretation of information, because I'm not an expert in the maritime domain. I know how to create ontologies and knowledge graphs, but I don't have a clue about the maritime domain. So we proposed a hypothesis with 2 equally valid outcomes. We were going to try to see if natural language processing were faster identifying concepts and context rather than manual interpretation. And the equally valid outcomes were it's faster or it's not. So that was nice. We're not using large language models in this process because we don't want that predictive madness in or on our regulations. We need to be in full control, so we're using traditional natural language processing. And after 2,200 hours-ish, divided among 3 FTEs or consultants, we had this thing in production. So actually, what happens before this text service thing is Word. So that's the lawmaker's tool of choice, Microsoft Office Word. So we created a plugin for the lawmakers that lets them annotate the regulation and apply metadata onto it. And then it's taken into this document base, the text service, that we, on the semantic side, were so lucky to have a fairly good backend team develop for us. So from that text service, we can extract the regulation in plain text. into our NLP module, which is implemented in Python using spacey and pattern matching. So we're looking for legal scopes in the text there, and concepts, the context in which it appears, and the metrics connected to it. Those findings are then sent over to RDF transformation, implemented in Java with RDF4j, before it's put into top-grade Edge, which were our, or the NMA's, graph database of choice, because of its user interface for maintaining the data and doing data governance. So how does a requirement look like, you say? Like this. So every single requirement has this global unique identifier, the URI, right? And every single requirement is also versioned, because vessels built in the 90s have completely different requirements than vessels built today. So we need to keep track of all the amendments over time for a requirement. So one requirement is down at part level. So you have the regulation right, and you have sections, or chapters, sections, and parts of that section paragraph. And you can also have subparts or different kinds of lists in the Norwegian regulations. But we stopped at part. So what it contains, it's typed as a requirement. It's also a node shape. So we model all the regulations using Shackle. And we have published a paper on why, so you could read that if you're interested. And they have a label, which is similar to the section's title. It has a pointer back to general scopes, because the first ever paragraph of every single regulation contains general scopes that applies for the whole regulation, and the paragraphs to follow in that regulation is just specifications or exceptions from that first paragraph. So we need to keep, whoa, sorry, I think these things are funny. So we need to keep those general scopes in mind. And since the requirement is a node shape, we can then attach property shapes, right? And those property shapes contains information about those legal scopes, characteristics about the requirement. So in this case, we're talking about a requirement that has a legal scope of build date after 1st of January 1992. So that's the characteristic of this requirement. We have the chapter title. We have something we call an ELI reference. So we try to follow the guidelines of European legislation identifier to create this static ID back to the text service in order to get the text of the requirement, because we're not storing the text in the graph database, we're storing the metadata and the connections between requirements and scopes and other requirements. And the scope, we use Shackle, as mentioned. So we have that build date after blah, blah, blah as a scope, but also as a property shape. The path is build date, because that's the category of the scope. Data type is date, and it's inclusive that date. So why Shackle? Well, I don't have much time left, but I could talk about this for hours. But anyways, why Shackle? The most important thing about Shackle is that it's close to all assumption, and it do not allow for incomplete knowledge, which should be applicable for legislation data, right? We do not allow for incomplete knowledge in the regulation. There is no room for misinterpretation, or it shouldn't be, at least. And Shackle handles negation quite well, as opposed to the web ontology language and ontologies, which has the open world assumption that admits for incomplete knowledge. But you can read more about it at the paper that we published together with the client on this topic. Okay, so the final knowledge graph has a lot of different domain ontologies, and it has some data graphs on the requirements, certificates, checkpoints, and activities for inspectors. We also use different kinds of external vocabularies, and the next one to grasp on is DCAT APNO, because we want to share this information on the Norwegian Common Data Catalog, which can be seen as our Norwegian data space. So, the road ahead is now to grasp onto the activity of inspection and everything that surrounds that, because that's the thing that the authorities does, right? That's their mission, to inspect things. But it still comes back to the requirement. So everything is rooted in that requirement. And having that machine readable and being able to drive data-driven decisions based on requirements in their supervision applications is very valuable. And being able to tie everything together is super important for reporting and archives. Okay, a few seconds over time. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Veronica. And I would like to thank you on behalf of the agency, all the keynote speakers from today. So maybe a round of applause for them today again. Thank you. So I will now introduce the moderator of the first session of this conference. So I will invite to the stage Mr. Fidel Santiago, who is policy officer at the European Commission's Rail Safety and Interoperability Unit. So please, Fidel, you're invited on the stage. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think there will be a short video just before you. Just
oh, there's a video? Oh, nice. Let's go with the video then, if so.
We can run. Transition.
Well, welcome again. Vediamo il benvenuto. I don't speak Italian, so that's going to be all. Thank you so much for having us here. I'm very happy to share with you this couple of days where we're going to talk about a lot of data and semantics and how to exchange information. I am very honored and glad to have been part of this journey for quite some time. I mean, you have seen our director in the Commission, Natalia Aristimuño. I was part of her team when we started the relationship with ERA, working on this, on the ontology, also with Marina, a big driver behind everything that has happened there. And yeah, I mean, I've been working in many places, but I cannot avoid that part of the semantics and very much understanding interoperability. I'm working now in rail, in the team dealing with interoperability and safety in rail. And I remember very much that during my interview for that job, I was claiming to have a certain knowledge of interoperability because I was dealing with interoperability in the public services, although I also understood and claimed that I can also understand that interoperability for rail is not only about that. I'm from Spain, and we have this very particular track gauge, so I very well know that there is physical interoperability in rail. But I also have the feeling that that is something that we should know better how to deal with by now. Most probably we know how to deal with that. Different thing is with if we deal with it or not. And now is the moment that we should do the same for data. We need to work on the interoperability of data. And there I would say that probably we have less good excuses to not do it. I mean, changing the whole rail network of, let's say, Spain probably is way more costly to adapt the way we exchange data. So let's get to work on that. This first section is going to be on semantics driving fair data in railways. I like very much the title of the session because we are going to talk about fair data. You will see that during one of the presentations. I also have my heart with the world of open, fair data, which is something that, as Jill said, we don't see so often in Rail. So maybe after today, it's something that by miracle is going to happen. Let's see. And without any need to make this longer, I would like to invite all the speakers of the session here on the floor with me. So Matthias, Cornelis, Bob, Christian, Marina, and Ralph, please come upstairs. And actually, Matthias, don't go very far because I'm going to introduce you right away. So
Okay, thank you.
don't bother to even take a chair. The first speaker is going to be Matthias van den Auwelle, team lead data centricity at Infrabel. Great job they are doing there. You will see during the presentation. He has quite some experience, 15 years of experience leading business data and digitalization projects at Infrabel. As young as he looks, that's quite some experience, I would say. Probably one of the pioneers on semantic data. He also was national representative and Senelec TSA9, very much related to everything in standardization in digital and rail. And I very much like from his bio that he is also inventor and gardener at home. I really recommend you to use the opportunity during the coffee break to talk to him about that inventor part, because I'm convinced there's some very good anecdotes behind. Thank you so much. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Fidel.
You have a pointer there?
Thank you for the introduction. I couldn't have written it better myself. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. I have a presentation.
Just click, just click.
Okay, yeah, this one. Yes, it is cool. So I'm here to tell you a little bit about how we at Infrabel are doing linked data. But first, I want to introduce the concept of linked data and why we at Infrabel think it is very important. We heard it a couple of times before, but I want to stress it again and say it in another way. And I've actually prepared this for two parts of the audience. The one part, which is more the manager type of person, I'm going to start with that because I'm going to start with the dull subject first, so the managers need to pay attention. And then I'm going to go into a couple of cool things about it. That's more for the hands-on people that really work with the data. Can I maybe see a show of hands about who really works with data? And not in a manager kind of way, but okay, then I didn't waste my time on preparing the slide. Thank you. Perfect. So I'm going to start with the dull part. So all those people that raised their hands, you can maybe check your email or something, and I'll get back to you later. What is linked data about? Well, if you look it up on Wikipedia, you will find some definition with, okay, you have a graph, you have nodes, you have edges, and so on. Things are linked together. But for me, it's actually a little bit more than that. It's actually also a lot more simpler than that. It is all about standardization. Standardization, dull concept, so it's for the managers. It's also about interoperability, because standardization enables interoperability, and standardization enables to go together towards a common goal. So the question is then, what exactly does it standardize? Well, sorry, that's my next slide. This slide, if you were to build a rail, a track, you would not go and build it in a gauge that is wider than the standard. You want to have your train that you already have to drive on that track as well. So we standardize those things in Sense, Senelec, Etsy, and so on. But it's actually the same thing for data. If it were something electrical, we would go and standardize it in Senelec, but it's not, it's something web-related. If you want to make sure that your current application, which is the train, can also drive on that data, well, then you use the standard. You use the linked data standard. And this is done in W3C. Now, what does it really standardize? Actually, 3 things. Maybe a little bit more. Veronica has already mentioned Jekyll and so on, but I'm going to keep it at 3. First of all, it standardized the way we define IDs, identities. It uses URIs. And I'll give you a very simple example. So, Verona Porto Nuova, I'm hoping I'm saying that right, because I practiced it 10 times yesterday to have it, be able to say it at least once. So that's a station in Italy. And you have 3 entities over there, 3 things that we can identify. The name of the station, the concept of station, and the country Italy. And since we already have identifiers defined elsewhere, we can just reuse them and make sure that whatever we are going to define over here is linked together with the other sources. This looks very much like URLs, which you can use to click on and then go find something. Well, you can actually use them like that. You can dereference the information. Secondly, you're going to use, in linked data, RDF. Now, what is it? It's nothing very fancy. It just means that you're not going to do it in the standard way, the normal way, but normally it's just because we do it every day that it's called normal, but it's actually not normal. We are not going to put it in a table, lock it up in a table, structure it in a table. We're not going to do this. We're going to do it much simpler in statements, in triples, in very simple sentences, actually. And that is what builds the graph thing behind it. And thirdly, let's also use something simple to define the meaning of the data. We're going to use ontologies, vocabularies, and in the case of the example, well, let's just agree to use, for example, the ERA ontology. And then we have a common meaning behind it. Now, I'm going to switch around. The data people, they can pay attention now. The managers can go scroll their emails. I have a couple of very interesting, cool things. At least I think they are cool things. But I don't have a lot of time, else Fiedel will be mad at me. So what I did, I put another presentation inside this one. So when you're at home, you can open it and see the lengthy version of it. But I'm just going to pick out a couple of points. So the first one, Wikidata. It is an open data space that is already linked. It's already linked data. You can use it. You can use their identifiers to link your data and then find out a whole lot more about your subject using Wikidata. Secondly, a Sparkle endpoint. Sparkle, Jekyll, Sparkle, and so on, strange subjects. Sparkle is just a query language, nothing fancy. It helps you to ask questions and get a response. So just remember that it's a way to ask questions, but it's vastly superior to a JSON API. Everybody knows the JSON API. I'm not talking to the managers, I'm talking to the data engineers here. A JSON API is structured. You need to have the documentation to use it. A Sparkle endpoint, it's open. You can, when you know Sparkle, you can query it, you can get data back, you can get to know what's in there. So it's vastly superior to JSON. Thirdly, merging 2 data sets together, that's actually my favorite one. So if you have 2 RDF files and you want to have data or query the data and have it together, join it together, well, you just copy the content of one file into the other and it works. Try doing that with a JSON file or an XML file. It's hideous. It's not to be underestimated. And real federated query, that's another cool thing. So when you have that Sparkle endpoint and you have data in that database, but you want data from another database,
Well, you can just say to the first database, okay, give me that information that you have, but also go find some other information in another database and combine it together. I want to have one view on the data. Well, it's in the standard, it's possible. So this is an example, it's homework for you. Remember slide 53? Okay, slide 53, homework. Now, what's happening at InfraWell? Managers, you need to pay, everybody's paying attention, so that's good. What's happening at InfraWell? First, we're starting to build an enterprise ontology. We call it an enterprise data model, because the word ontology is a bit scary. It's like a rose by any other name would smell as sweet. Well, this is not the case with ontology. If it had another name, it would smell a little bit sweeter. We're in Verona, so it's a location joke. And we're going to use the standard ontologies that are available. So the ERA vocabulary, RSM, ULinks, RailML, but this is a call for action. Please, people, try to make this compatible. I don't want to have two concepts that are different in two ontologies, but they actually mean the same thing. Try to get them together so I don't need to do fancy stuff to make it happen in our company. Secondly, we had 3 courses on linked data for about 60 employees. A general course, a Sparkle course, and then a Shekel course. And they were very well received. Everybody liked it very much. So I can recommend it to you to organize for your data engineers, but even for your managers. A lot of managers followed the first course, the general one, to get more insight about how this thing works. Thirdly, we are building a data-centric architecture based on linked data. So we're building software that resolves around a data repository. It handles data functions, and which are going to be used by other applications as well. And lastly, what fits on the slide actually, we are doing data analysis between IT systems in linked data, and we are starting to build a first really dedicated linked data application. The end goal should look like this. We want to be data-centric, which means that we have our data-centric in the center, and all our applications resolve around that. They use the data, and the data is integrated, and, well, if it were up to me, it would be a knowledge graph that is in the center of that. The vision cannot be realized without a strategy. And the strategy at InfraWell revolves around 4 pillars, 4 important subjects. And those 4 are what you would find when you go on the internet and type in, give me a data strategy. Well, you need to focus on the data itself. And we are doing that with an enterprise data model. Secondly, you need to focus on the processes, the business processes. I heard it before. You need to build new ones. Well, actually, you need to make sure that the person that creates the data also publishes it in a structured way. At InfraWell, if you want to avoid duplicate entities, well, you're not going to publish a design in a PDF and then have 5 different persons take it and put it into their inventory. No, you need to make it sure that the one that publishes the plan, the design, is also the one that gives the data to everybody to use. Thirdly, what I mentioned before, the data-centric architecture, the platform, the technology. And lastly, you also need to invest in the people. And in this case, the people have questions. So our plan is to set up an enterprise data help desk. It's like a service desk where you would go to for IT problems. Help, my Windows logon is expired. Well, in this case, help, where can I find this data, or how do I need to interpret that one, and so on. So this is what we are going to do at InfraWell. Invest in 4 points. it's flashing red now, so I think Fidel is getting stressed. But thank you very much for your attention, and I give the floor back to Fidel.
Thank you so much. Yes, indeed. This is working massively. This is going to be for you. Our next speaker is going to be Cornelis Bouter. He's a scientist, as TNO, you may know, this wonderful organization in the Netherlands, developing so many new and interesting technologies. There, he's a scientist on semantic interoperability, so appropriate, and he has worked on applying semantic technologies to very different sectors, definitely into logistics and transport, but also very importantly on energy. He's co-author of SAREF and SAREF for Energy, and that is what he's going to explain to us, what all this SAREF is about. Thank you, Cornelis.
So good morning, all. Indeed, thanks a lot for the invitation to talk here a bit more about what we're working on at SAREF, which is being standardized at ETSI, the European Telecommunication Standards Institute. And especially thanks for the invitation, because I actually won't be talking that much about rail, but talking about other domains where we're applying SAREF. And then at the end, looking a bit at, well, how can this be aligned with the ERA ontology, and what are the commonalities between the approaches I see in both of our worlds. So first of all, SAREF, well, what is it? About 10 years ago, already the European Commission, I have more time.
No, please go ahead.
The European Commission launched the first initiative to build a common ontology for the smart appliances industry. That was the origin of SAREF. So it is really focused on smart devices, on sensors, and all the measurements they make, all the states that those devices can be in, and all the functions they can use to operate on their environment. And that formed the way into the SAREF core specification. So SAREF initially, and I have to stress here, initially stood for the Smart Appliances Reference Framework. But very quickly we broadened the scope. We broadened the scope beyond appliances to all Internet of Things devices in general, to be able to apply it in more diverse domains than just appliances and their energy usage. So that's also why we quickly changed the name, and now SAREF is the Smart Application Reference Ontology. And in a moment there are already 12 extensions in a variety of domains. And here you can see those, where it extended to. And you can particularly see that there is a SAREF core, which is a horizontal, generic, domain-independent model, and that all the vertical parts of SAREF extend on that. So for example, there's SAREF for energy, SAREF for grid, both in the energy domain, several in the building domain, about SAREF for building, SAREF for city, even a SAREF for lift by now. It's also about wearables, because of wearables and also make a lot of devices about you, about the environment. But SAREF for rail, well, it's not here, or maybe not yet, between the brackets. And all of these standards and these extensions, you can view those, they're openly available on the SAREF portal on the ETSI website, together with their technical specification that has been standardized by ETSI and verified by the ETSI Smart M2M committee, as well as documentation, ontological design guidance, version control source code, various examples, and also an issue tracker where you can and we can discuss ontological design questions regarding SAREF. So why did we start this endeavor?
Sorry, Cornelis. I think your mic.
Oh, I'm sorry. So why did we start this SAREF endeavor? And I think here, I will go over this slide briefly because several speakers have already identified these issues, is that we see semantic interoperability as a key element of the digital transformation. And especially the cross-sector semantic interoperability is an important element. And we think that especially that the horizontal generic domain-independent core model and its various extensions for the specific vertical domains can facilitate that cross-sector semantic interoperability. So that's the more high overview of SAREF. So when we're delving into that, how does it look like? So how does the core model look like? And that's what you can see here. And the ontologists among us, they will probably immediately recognize how it relates to the semantic sensor network and its subpart, the SOSA ontology, as well as the standard on observations and measurements published by the Open Geospatial Consortium, because we took a lot of inspiration from their work on conceptual modeling of measurements. And some of the important concepts you can see here. The first concept with the circle is really the device. What's the thing that's actually making a measurement? And then we go with an arrow to the right. Oh, I should be able to show that. There you go. The device, and the device makes a, oh, that's more difficult than I thought, makes a measurement. And what does that measurement consist of? Well, first of all, it consists of a unit of measure and the value. What is actually the value being measured? As well as a property, like it may be the temperature, maybe CO2, it may be energy. And then finally, we have the feature of interest, if that were, yeah, there we go. Which could be this room where we're in, it could be your body, it could be a train, taken from the ERA ontology, for example, to already highlight a bit about the potential connection between the two ontologies. And then all the extensions of SAREF, they put domain-specific taxonomies basically on top of these generic concepts. So where did we apply it? I want to highlight a specific success story that particularly TNO has been involved in together with a lot of other parties. Namely the H2020 Interconnect project, because there we applied SAREF, and specifically we worked on a new version for SAREF for energy within this project. And within this new version of SAREF for energy, we explicitly combined two existing standards that were not yet semantically interoperable with each other. You may be familiar with those. We incorporated into one RDF model the EN50631-1, also known as EBA spine, and also in the same semantic model, another standard, the EN50491-1-12, also commonly known as S2, because those were only available as PDF documents or as JSON implementations, but were not yet semantically interoperable with each other. And we have tested that in various large-scale pilots, among others one pilot in the Netherlands, in Eindhoven, where people in the home can now actually program their devices to save the total energy consumption they have in their homes. But another key exploitable result from Interconnect is how we collaborated from academia, like TNO, from the government, the JRC, and also from the manufacturers. Because there's also a code of conduct now being published by the JRC for energy-related management of energy-smart appliances. And there are actually 10 manufacturers signed this code of conduct voluntarily, that they will be publishing energy-related data about their appliances according to the SAREF ontology, in order to make also this information about the energy usage semantically interoperable and reusable for a lot of home automation systems. So I see this as a success story for the collaboration between academia, government, and industry. So what can we, when looking, going back to the ERA vocabulary and going back to our rail domain, what can we learn from this? So first of all, Joseph already highlighted some of the paradigms that are behind RDF. And in SARF, we completely subscribe to the same benefits of RDF. It's really extensible and reusable. We have global identification. And there should also, of course, be a standardization or governance body for it. But I also see that there's a really different scope of SARF and ERA. SARF really considers devices and the measurements, whereas the ERA vocabulary is really about the rail infrastructure and the railway vehicles. So there I see a really nice opportunity for ontology alignment, and I see also an interesting opportunity for, might I say, easy ontology alignment, because the previous speaker already highlighted the difficulty of all those various terminologies. But I think in this case, we have two mature models that have really kept to their scope. So I expect there to be little overlap, but I expect there to be more an easier integration where the two models only narrowly touch each other, and at that point they will be aligned instead of a very complicated, extensive alignment. So I hope to, on that topic, to have some further discussions during the various coffee breaks. And then concluding my talk, what is SARF? We see it as the standardization of all kinds of Internet of Things devices, their measurements, their functions, their states. And it's governed by ETSI, the core, as well as all the extensions of SARF are standardized by ETSI. And I also see it as very complementary to ERA, as I mentioned, because the scopes of both are clear, and because both are really mature models that have, during the various years, really kept to their scopes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Hey, I just want to play with this. Yeah, okay, no, not so good. So, next speaker is going to be Bob Hansen. I could use that to point it, but again, not so good for me. So right now he's an independent consultant, trained in air science, so which is at the same time surprising, but I would say also extremely relevant to the work that he has done. And being trained as a science, I think is very important for what we are doing here. Being trained as an air science, he worked for signaling and automation in railways for 25 years. So he has plenty of experience on that, but also on everything about modeling and ontologies about data. Working, for example, behind, or being one of the persons behind EU-Links. He has worked in many different companies like Alcatel, Matra or Siemens, and also in several countries, Germany, France, and Netherlands, which I think is a very nice way to also interiorize this problem of interoperability. When you work in different places and you need to come from different cultures and different ways of working, and maybe even different sectors. And he's going to do a very nice presentation on why the way we are approaching to data today can be really a problem. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It does? No,
Well,
it doesn't.
get away from there so that we will see if your microphone is working.
Does it now?
No, not yet.
Use this one. Okay. Right. It's going to be a bit more static than I'd bargained for, but anyway, let's get cracking. Yes. I would like to draw your attention to the subtitle of this presentation, which is a mystery of El Ariwi. Now, you may be forgiven to think that El Ariwi is an Arab poet from 14th century, from Al-Andalus or something, but I'm going to have to disappoint you, it's not.
It's not a person, but it's actually a symptom of things that are very odd today. I'm going to be a bit more precise. It's short for Element Anfangsrichtungswinkel. Now, even for those of you who speak German, this is probably going to remain a mystery. But it's daily practice. This is a symptom of things that are wrong today, or that we think are normal, but if you think about it, it's not really. It's the name of a variable that occurs in a field in a database. It goes back a long time. And when you find out we need to find out what it means, you have to go and find a PDF where it's defined. It takes a hell of a lot of time. And this is typical for this, what you have today, that people designed applications and then designed data, wrong way around. So this is where this comes from. This data, this field was designed about 30 years ago when people worked with Pascal and old databases, and they were forced to do that because that was the state of the art of the 1980s, 1990s maybe. Strange thing is, we're still stuck with it today, so there's something wrong there. And that's only one field, one piece of information that we need. Do we need to know more? Well, probably. There are about, in that single database, 150 variables spread over 27 tables, and that's only for a small area of railway geometry in one single country. Now, imagine you have to do that for the whole of Europe. I want to build, say, an application that works with geographical data for the whole of Europe. It's going to cost you millions to do that, and a lot of time. Probably won't be possible at all. So, I'm going to rant a bit more and complain a bit more. Here you can see it. LRUI, it really does exist. And it sits there in a database, definition in another PDF. It's got a value, so you need to find out what it means. And then there's a unit, really got me, because the geodesists, they use 400 degrees instead of 360. So there I went wrong. That was what is it? Like a satellite in orbit, then things go wrong. Yes, so you need context to turn actual data into information. And that is hard work, because both man, a designer, an application developer, they don't speak the same language, but they need context, and they need to understand what they're talking about, isn't it? Finding that out is really hard work. And if you have an application first, then you squeeze back into the application, and then things go awry. You mangle concepts so that they fit into the application. That's where you lose time. So in other words, information is revolving around tools instead of the other way around. And, oh yeah, very important, information is really hiding today, isn't it? It was mentioned before, I believe. It's hiding in databases and in documents, plans, preferably on paper. And last, very important, I think, as well, it's hiding in the heads of experts, the ones, yes, that are going to retire, so we're going to lose all the knowledge. Let me stop complaining now and look at the bright side of things. We can do better. We've known how to do it better for a very, very long time. Can't read this. Oh, yes. So you know how to record knowledge, for instance, by drawing a sketch. Now, you see here in the middle, here it is, LRUI, and you see instantly that it is probably the same thing as a bearing or as an azimuth. Hey, here's an Arab word for you. So you get context out of a simple sketch. And then how to proceed. You start by painting in words, I like to call it. So what am I looking at? What is the meaning? What are the relations? So draw me a sketch and tell me what you see. Jargon is actually good. Because it's a domain language, isn't it? So it's good if you write down the jargon, how things, words in jargon relate, and that's how you get going. And then you publish what you have as a fair story. So you make it findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. Okay, and we've known that for a very, very long time. One thing, I'm not talking about applications yet, because we first need to find out what we're talking about, isn't it? And as I said, we've known this for a very long time, goes back to Plato, 2,500 years or so. So if someone says, this is newfangled technology, I don't want to hear about it. It's about the oldest technology on Earth. Now this is for the Belgians. This is not a pipe, but it's a signal, a railway signal, as you can obviously see. And that's a great thing about when you work with ontologies. All you have to do is connect the dots. It's a bit like a mind map, isn't it? You just say, read along the dots. He says a signal shows a message, and a route has an entry, has an exit. Everyone understands it. And then the green shape is the subset of information that you may be interested in. So what you get here is a web of concepts, and you may focus on a particular shape, a subshade, to explain to people what a concept is. I love the follow your nose principle. You just go into information, follow your nose. How does that compare to having to go through a database and PDFs? Yes, gentle learning curve. It's very close to mind map, so anyone can do it. Still, no application in sight, mind you. Yeah, but we know what we're talking about now. Give your data a home. I love this one. But we've heard it before. Home is where the URI takes you. So that's one great thing. If you can click on something and go to see the definition, what are we talking about? Preferably with a sketch and everything. People often ask, oh, okay, this is a very theoretical model of yours. Where do you put the real kit? Now, here's an example of it. When you look at the bottom, you see here, I've got two signals painted in. It simply says that C81 there is a signal lumineux de SNCF, and on the right-hand side, you have a ProRail signal S14, which is, of course, Hoofdsein. So that's how you mix theory with the real stuff. Still, no application in sight, but we're getting there. One thing I was looking for, this is, of course, principle of linked data, but we know that by now. One thing people struggle with is that IT developers and ontologies don't mix well. So they're quite keen on UML. So one effort, I put some time into developing, into downloading the ontology, here's an example from ERA, into the Enterprise Architect tool, where you can actually display the UML. And that was great. It was great fun to do it. Yeah. You go in, grab the ontology, then you begin to understand what they're talking about, because you can make a diagram and focus on the things you're interested in. You can expand it by adding a few classes, adding attributes, methods, whatever you like. And then IT developers can easily take this and develop it into code, make it runnable, action it. Yes, so this is an example of the ERA ontology turned into UML. Here's an example of what I did to, you can add methods so that people who want to, for instance, develop a simulator, they can easily put action into the model. But you probably know what this is all about. Another very interesting bit of an example is low-code development. Here is an example of a Visio drawing off the shelf. That is coupled to the ERA database. And what I did here is simply you can drag a record, that's our external data, onto the sheet of paper and build yourself a train. Because on the right-hand side, you see a Sparkle query. That's where the data come from. And you can drop wagons onto a sheet of paper and build yourself a train. No code at all. It's only the Sparkle query. Compare this again to the database we saw before. It's, the development effort is next to nil, to be honest. And the great thing about it is that when you double-click a shape here, a shape is like an instance, an object, where a master is like a class. So it's very close, the concepts, between drawings, RDF, and here, trains. Here we go. When you double-click it, oops, I'm too early, you get to the data that come with the train. Concluding, in this universe, I put the data in the middle, and I'd like to push other formats, tools, what have you, to outer space, if it can be. And in conclusion, information really is a web of concepts. We saw that before. And you want to stay clear from code application and code smell as long as possible. The heritage of legacy applications is very heavy. It will take a long time to actually lift data out of the current databases and what have you. But then it's all downhill skiing, downhill cycling. Developing applications once you have the data, once you have the ontologies, is really very easy. And fair information. We're building it on the shoulders of giants, because once you've got the ontology, you're done, basically. I found that thrilling to see how easy it is to develop applications once you have access. Anyone in an attic can do it. And that concludes it for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, thank you so much, Bob. Our next speaker is Christian Ragnick, coordinator at RateML. Please come in and let's start playing with everything. He has an MSc in transport engineering and served as business development manager at the German Aerospace Center, linked also to rail, transport. Everything is pushed together, focusing on topics of data architecture, platforms, interfaces, you name it. Furthermore, for over a decade, you have been coordinated at the RateML organization in developing the infrastructure schema of the international standardized data stream format RateML for railway applications and businesses. So let's do some mic check.
Yes, hello microphone, can you hear me? The microphone hears me, you as well, that's good. Then I can start here. So thanks Fidel for the nice introduction and welcome to my speech. Also I would like to thank for the speakers that have already spoken, because they already spoke about a lot of topics. They spoke about how to implement ontologies, for which purpose, and so on. I'm going to talk now about the why. I need to make here the continue. So why do we need ontologies? For what exactly? And I will talk also about the European rail data space that we have already triggered in Ian's presentation earlier. Why do we need ontologies? Let's go back to, let's take the synchronym in the physical infrastructure. Why do we need ETCS and ERTMS? Well, we want to go cross-border, we want to go from A to B, and actually ETCS helps us to go with less difficulties from A to B. For the data, it's similar. We need some kind of approach in order to exchange data seamlessly and not be like today more in a silo where we follow like one model or one approach, which gives us, of course, a whole universe of opportunities, but only in this specific universe. And there are more universes, as you can see here. This figure on the very low right maybe is a little bit misinterpreting. What I want to mention here is actually what you can see here much better in the left part. If you talk about data and data models, you're talking about a schema, you're talking also about the content, the data itself. And to make it work, we have usually a custom piece of software. And as our world is very complex, this custom piece of software is complex as well in order to make interoperable happen. Ontologies, fortunately, can solve this challenge because they replace this custom piece of software by logic. And logic is something universal, fortunately. Yeah? So no matter about which data model we are talking, the logic behind is always the same. And sometimes it's even very simple to put it as a subject, predicate, object. Sometimes it's also more complex nodes, but logic is logic, and this makes it easier for us to deal with it. And why should we deal with it? Why is it important to use ontologies? This is a nice example of data quality. Yes, this railway vehicle has the same track gauge like the infrastructure. So they basically fit to each other. Nevertheless, this situation which you see here is not what we want to have. And so you see that data quality and checking against data quality is one issue where we need ontologies for. Because we need to check not only against some XSD, against some schema, some structure. What we actually need is to have a strong standard. And a strong standard, also a strong ontology, means we can check against the use case behind. For what do we need it? We can check against semantic constraints that existing there, also formulated as ontology logic. We can check cross-referencing. Are we referencing to the right elements? Are we referencing in a proper way? And other concepts that, like here, the positioning approach, for example. All these things are needed because what we saw here is not enough to evaluate whether our data is really of high quality. Result can be a report. I will not talk about how to generate reports and how to create ontologies. I want to talk about the why. And why do we need ontologies? Another aspect or another topic that was already mentioned today is about data interoperability. On the left side, you see the situation that is happening in many, many domains, not only railways, but in our real world currently. Everyone builds his own planet, is living very nice on this planet. Everything is there for a specific purpose, and the other planets are visible, but they are far away, and who knows if life is really good there. And what ontology can now help us is to align these planets, to create from these different planets a universe, to exchange data, to exchange models, to exchange ontologies, so-called here alignment ontology. You could also say it common domain ontology that we already saw on a slide today. Some people will remember. And this brings me then to the data space. Ian, you mentioned it already in your speech. I'm going now a little bit more in details, but not much, don't worry. I have only 6 minutes, 57 seconds left. What do we need the data space for? Actually, this is the answer what we are doing this for. We want to have a data market where we, as railway sector, can trade our data with. Imagine you have someone who has the data, a data provider, and you have someone who is interested in data, a data consumer. This is what you see on this slide, basically. Two parties can be n parties, yeah? Wherever they are situated. And normally, if you think many, many years back, they will argue with each other and find a proprietary format and a proprietary way how to exchange data with a lot of implementation stuff and so on. The data space, the European Rail data space, shall answer this. On the technical side, by building a connector. This connector is nothing proprietary. Also, there are standards for, and we want to learn here from the automotive domain. But there is more than just the technical part. It's also about standardized contracts, where these two parties do not have to sit together and over several nights to get then these contracts. No, there are patterns for it, and basically it's a click-buy contract that you can apply there. It's also about providing identities in a standardized way so that everyone who accesses this data space knows who's there and what they are offering. And what they are offering, this is what you can read in the metadata broker. It's like a catalog. You can see what is available, what I'm interested in. As data providers, we do not know which other companies have maybe an interest in our data. And I don't mean the terrorists. They have also interests, I know. But I mean about economy, a data economy that we need to establish also in the railway domain, as it is already ongoing and establishing in the automotive domain. And then there is an app store, there are data models, some of them have been mentioned here already, and some you have seen on the slides. And there is also a cleaning house for doing the regulations if there is not always the same opinion. And this is what we need to aim at. This is answering the why we need ontologies, if you remember what was my original statement. Also here, I would like to give you this as homework, as it's a lot of text. You can see the benefits. They have been already mentioned in Ian's presentation as well. In the end, where we want to end up is the federated data space, as was already mentioned, decentralized, secure and open at the same time, compliant with the European data strategy, driving rail innovations, and bringing the partners together. And you see here the scope. This scope refers to the FP1, to the Europe's Rail project, basically in the work package 31, where this rail data space is being developed. So we will develop the connectors, we will develop the service, the app store, as well as the metadata catalog, and also the governance model will be addressed. And we are looking very much forward to end up with a rail data space usable for the demonstrators that are in charge for the Europe's Rail project. So I would like to conclude then, bring all the pieces together, so to speak. Why do we need ontologies? We need ontologies to improve our data quality, to check against strong standards. Weak standards will not help us to make the railway interoperable. And I'm not talking about the infrastructure or the physical railway. We see it with the ETCS. It could be better, but we are also talking, and especially talking about the data in railway. Data interoperability, as mentioned already, we want to use ontologies for connecting the different data models, alignment ontology. Working on this alignment, of course, this means negotiating. Maybe we can use this very, very nice forum here to exchange our ideas, to bring this whole idea of aligning our ontologies together. And the aim is, of course, in the end, to have this European data space established, because I'm still waiting for this time for this moment in time when I can go to the counter, or I do not even need to go to the counter, but when I can get a ticket for a railway journey from, let's say, Sweden until Switzerland. It's still not possible today. Why is it not possible? I think technically it can be solved. And for many, many years, I'm asking always at such meetings, why is it not solved? Maybe we can discuss this in the break. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Now, this is going to take some slides. Voila, here we are. So, our next speaker, I think most of you will know her, is Marina Aguado.
Later.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Hello. Good.
She is project officer at ERA, has a PhD on telecommunication engineering, 8 years of experience in the control center of different railway companies, also with a stint in Brazil, working there for railway companies. He also has more than 10 years of experience dealing with railway research, and currently is officer on lean data, semantic data, and everything data in the agency.
Thank you, Fidel. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for being here. Okay, so next. No, this is
the big one in the middle.
The big one is, yeah, okay. My presentation, 10 minutes, yes, and 30 past a second, is going to be to explain the why the agency approach linked data and semantic interoperability, also what we have done and where we go. And yes, this picture I normally use. Everyone knows the railway challenging data ecosystem, where there is plenty of infrastructure assets, and those infrastructure assets are used by multiple actors. Every actor has a different information need, and what we have done, we have created specific data holders or data models to be answered the questions that every specific role or activity needs. But what's the challenge? The challenge is that the railway and the transport in general is a logistics supply chain. So you need to be able to ask questions transversally, interdomains, and we have missed the opportunity to have unique identifiers of those infrastructure or railway assets. And the problems we could say today is that, of course, railway operations need data exchange, meaning that I need to transfer information from actor to another. And the transformation, because I've been using different data models, the transformation of these pieces of information is costly. And some numbers there from ProRail, 70% of the ERTMS engineering hours in a deployment is due to data integration activities, meaning to transform the plans from the railway topology of the different IMs into the ERTMS supplier modules. So also in the ticket vendor domain, why, Christian, you cannot find the ticket from A to B? Because there is no business model for the ticket vendors, because they have to pay all the transformations from the different IMs to a common standard, and it's costly. So, of course, technology, my colleague here, Lofty, says, you can do everything with technology. Yes, you can build endless APIs and connect, but as Matthias explained, in an API you need to maintain, and you need to know what is behind. So at the end, you enter into the hell of API that is called, right? So, okay, we have some hope in the, and I will explain what we are doing. From the cooking the model shift, this is quite ambitious to say that we have the solution, but imagine that you are trying to come from Munich to Verona. Of course, I'm a kind of ecology green person. I want to come by train, but first you need, as our director said, the physical infrastructure needs to be solved, the physical interoperability needs to be solved, but then you need also to know, that there is a connection, a possibility to buy a ticket, and of course you need to find the best offers. You want to be able to find the best. And this is not happening today, but we can figure out that, and we say that the FAIR principles and semantic and the once-only principle will help us to get there. And what's happening today? Why is important? What does it mean, the FAIR principles, findability? When you have you need to go, again, Munich-Verona, what you are going to go is to a search engine. You are going to go, or to perhaps Rome to Rio, who knows. You will find an option. Probably you will not find the price. And today what we are doing, you can even ask ChatGPT. But you know what is happening? Who is below the ChatGPT? Is the statistics, is what has happened before, and we don't have any control. There are studies today demonstrated scientific that semantic play an important role in the accuracy of the outcome of the large language model engines. So yeah, that's the second letter in the FAIR principle is accessibility. Accessibility means browsability, and that's what we have been doing. When we transform our data using an ontology, a knowledge graph, a mapper, what we are identifying every single piece of information, we can browse. Joseph saw it, that we can click in the map and jump into the cheaper store. So by doing so, Google or any other search engine, we have demonstrated that we could be found using the gateway of Wikidata to the knowledge graph to OpenStreetMap. So it's feasible because we are, all of us, lift semantically our data models to the same layer. And the other word is reusability and interoperability. Well, in the governance to governance ecosystem, we are happy to let you know that we are able to connect the different pieces of legal instruments linked to railway. For example, our knowledge graph can construct queries automatically to fulfill INSPIRE. Also, we are working, thanks Jan, with the Trans-European Network to align, and the way it will work is that if the IM provides information to RIMF, automatically is captured, and it fulfills its legal obligation also in the other pieces of regulation. So we are kind of harmonizing this, the same with Eurostat, that they are consuming our infrastructure knowledge graph. In the business to governance ecosystem, we have in production the connectivity from XML and RDF to a common knowledge graph. So it's gradually, we are on track, I would say. And what is more challenging is to contribute, to motivate that in the business to business, they also use ontology, common ontology, and also our ERA ontology. But there, I'm happy that I will have next slot with Ralph. We will discuss on this. And another few words or concepts about semantics and the opportunity to to improve solutions with cost efficiency is that we are using open and well-maintained and use standards. So in the sense that this is, it opens the floor to more resources, to other actors that do not have the need to know that much about railway, but they are able to understand our domain, and opens also the floor to off-the-shelf solutions. But now the shelf is huge, it's internet. We are using internet protocols. And what about standards? Yes, I put a plug because we need standards for connections, connectivity in use, because it's a standard in use, is human and machine readable, is legally binding, and is the ERA ontology and the ERA knowledge graph. The ERA ontology is in our, as our director mentioned, is part of the new RIMF regulation, and also is in the mobility data space legal recommendations. So, yeah, what we have done so far, we have created a vision and principles. We have a use case tree of planned activities that are directly linked to the legal sectorial in place, the safety, the interoperability, the rail freight corridor, the TEN-T. And we have built a pipeline that is our semantic artifacts, not only the ontology, also the control vocabulary scores, plus the rules, the shackle rules that are the business rules that are readable, queryable. And we have also built an inventory of data assets. We have built internally and externally a data culture. I at least I think that we are in the process of. We are here, plenty of actors from different organizations. And internally, as previously mentioned, we have now a specific unit, a team that we were a small group at the beginning. Now we are becoming a big team, and even different actors in other units like Mars or safety. They are also taking our or engaging in our courses on semantic technology and linked data. And some numbers, yes, those are the numbers that appear in previous slides. We have lots of information about the railway infrastructure in Europe and also vehicles, and growing also to information linked to organization. My colleague Martin is also adding information specifically for vehicle authorizations. So we have added new data sets. And now what we are happy to say is that we have grown-up problems. That's good, because now we, in the process of becoming an industrial knowledge graph, we, for example, were challenged to build an international route compatibility check from Sweden to Italy. It was performance challenge, Julian, but at the end, you managed. And now also with some challenge for shackle rules and compliance. Thank you, Veronica, for putting us in contact with Magnus. So, and I'm out of the time.
You want to conclude?
Yeah, I want to conclude that what we have found is a link between what we are doing in the ontology and the impact that it has in the legal framework. So when we found different things to harmonize in data, automatically pings to the legal interoperability. And just to say that we were alone in the desert 5 years ago, and now railway ontologies are blooming. So thank you to everyone working on this and believing on this. And we have the ISS, RLA system, ULinks, RayML ontology, and who is using our data, where we have managed to make, as Bob said, gateways from Visio to RDF, Enterprise. Also, RayNet Europe is also working on S3 or QUIs to consume railway, our knowledge graph. And what's next? Finito. We are working on Rootebook. We have the Interoperable Europe Data Act to check, and we are building also our large language model pilots to answer queries in the knowledge graph. And with that, I conclude my presentation. Pass the floor to...
Thank you so much, Marina. And now we have with us Ralph Muller, and Marina again, indeed. But Marina, you know, I'm going to introduce you to Ralph, Program Manager, Standardization, CCS, at DB Infrago. He started as a civil engineer in DB in Deutsche Bahn already in 1992, so quite some time, Ralph. Congratulations. Between 1999 and 2004, he was the head of technology for electric locomotives, already interoperability issues there, I can imagine. Between 2005 and 2011, the head of standardization of rolling stock, so realizing that indeed they are maybe needing some interoperability and some standardization also for rolling stock. And head of technology management 2012, 2016. And now, since 2016, he's the head program manager for standardization in CCS. That indeed is not a small endeavor and is something that we really need very much. Thank you so much, Ralph. I will say the floor and the pointers are yours.
Okay, thanks a lot.
And your microphone is working?
Microphone is working, it seems, yeah. And we are, Marina and me, we are between you and the coffee break. So that's maybe you like us a lot. But we try to be efficient.
It's difficult, it's difficult.
Especially, yeah. So This is probably for you, Marina, because you can praise the power of ontology again.
Yes, I will say that probably, yes. The Gartner group does not have or has low interest in or no incentive to touch anything that is no proprietary. And even though in this 2024 radar, knowledge graphs are there, so it means, and semantics. So it means that we have to work on it. Okay, and I would like also to share that we have been working during the past 6 months with Ian and the team from Ralph to try to leverage and to semantically lift the CCS TMS data model, right? With the help of Fidel, we did a hackathon where, well, you can pass, yes.
Yeah. This slide you know already because Ian has shown it before in his keynote. And I would like to simply at this occasion also look back in a slightly critical way because it was several times mentioned ULinks. And we can say ULinks is a success story from start to end in many, many aspects about interface specifications performing very well, but in one thing it failed. ULinks failed in trying to set up a data model. The ULinks data model is a failure from start to the end, and therefore this activity was stopped. ULinks decided to stop it for very good reason, because it is when you try to model the past, model the legacy, then you get in a diversity that creates, the French colleagues always say, usine à gaz, and that doesn't lead to anything when it comes to practical application, to practical uptake. And therefore we are very grateful.
This was in the script? No.
Yeah, well,
we are going to talk about the dataton.
It's the reality. No? Therefore, I need to again praise the ERA approach about the ontology, because this, together with the scope of the system pillar, in clearly not looking back, not to try to manage the diversity of the past, to manage legacy, but to have a very clear starting point in saying we start from radio-based ETCS, it's our starting point, and this is an intentional restriction of scope. Yes, it is, but this is at the same time the enabler for success, because with this clear standardization remit, we can do something really useful. And now comes ERA ontology into place, because we do not have federation of each and everything. We have ERA ontology. This is the binding ontology for the railway system, and we are utmost happy to reuse it by creating our CCS TMS data model. Our software engineers are asking for, because they need a very flat, non-hierarchical, platform-specific model JSON scheme to do their software work they're aiming to do. And I show you apart from this process of digital engineering, from raw data up to digital asset engineering with configuration data for the safety system, what we do practically there. This process of deriving the CCS TMS data model out of the ERA ontology is briefly described here. I don't go into detail. I just can confirm to you, and Marina can also confirm, we can collectively confirm it works.
No, but I can go into the details, if you let me.
Well, I would say details later, maybe in the coffee break, but we can simply state, thanks to also the support from Fidel initiative we've taken together with Ian, Fidel, it was successfully
we have demonstrated in the hackathon that the methodology is feasible, that we can extend some classes, that there were different type of classes, and it's feasible to export to JSON.
Yep. Yeah. So you hear the confirmation also from Marina. We are on a successful.
Not all the model, only we are working on it.
About the model, I need to, time's running, but I need to sensitize you on one thing. I hear a lot of opportunities, data, oil, gold, whatever. We have also heard in the morning it's all about user-centricity, about customer centricity. It's about seeing is believing, about delivering. The proof of the pudding is in the eating. That means we have to serve projects, and our projects, not all, but quite a lot, are working in the safety-related domain. That means we have to deliver safe solutions. If you, with all your data model ambitions, mess up a dictionary, you lose some friends, you get some new enemies, bad luck for you, yeah, but you don't go to jail. If we mess things up, we go to jail. And I know this from colleagues. And I can confirm you, we go to jail and we stay there until the court decides when we get out there. So please bear in mind, this is the sensitivity for the data with us when it comes to control command signaling systems that are not all safety relevant, our data, but some are. And there we are very, very sensitive. And for good reason, because we all believe in your safety, in our safety together. Yeah, the use cases, I said it, delivery is key. That means we are doing real delivery to real colleagues, customers, our colleagues who say, solve it. We want to have the police program. This is the ETCS police. We need the data model. We need to program it. We have delivered it. We have done it. We have demonstrated it's working. The same with the ATO segment profiles. Yeah? They set up now in the course of Europe's Rail projects on ATO where they say we need segment profiles according to subset 126. Take the data model, deliver the segment profiles. We need it. They got it. We have demonstrated that. Yeah? Here also for the standardized user interfaces, I don't want to repeat that because you can easily, with this QR code, if you want to, I think you get the slides later then, you can see a movie, it's only about a few minutes, where a very nice colleague of mine is explaining how we did this standardization effort on user interfaces, because we do believe ETCS, there is a meaning with this E, yeah? Many colleagues are struggling whether it means Estonia. No, it's Europe. Indeed, it's Europe. Yeah? And when we have a European traffic control system, train control system, then in this situation, there is absolutely no justification now with the scope of the system pillar, with radio-based ETCS without line-side signal. There is no justification at all for any national rule. And that means also ETCS with a European style, as a European function, shall be perceived in a European standardized way. That means all the user interfaces, not only the driver, where ERA did a brilliant job already 20 years ago with specifying the ERA DMI, the control command signaling DMI for ETCS. It has to go further to the signaler, to maintenance staff, to the traffic controllers, to all the users that are interfacing with ETCS. They shall have a clear and strict standard for anything they do related with ETCS up to maintenance. Yeah, another use case is moving block. This is also something where the Europe's Rail innovation pillar is working on, a couple of projects with a digital register, digital map, data register, supplying this functionality of moving block, where again, the CCS TMS data model is in the center, and we are supplying, colleagues are taking it up and using and are very happy, because it's all about also the efficiency from their side to code the software that is really supported by this flat and comparably simple model with the dinosaur models we had seen in the past.
We have we have an agreement, no dinosaurs.
I know it's about models of the past. It's not, I didn't say about museum and not about that, yeah. But I want to have this use case, this root compatibility check also mentioned, because CCS TMS data model is supporting that for the scope of the system pillar, which means ETCS only. Yeah, for radio-based ETCS, we are there, we have the automation software coded, and everything is in place, but of course only for ETCS only. And here is the roadmap to come up, because we are already in June. We are very, let's say, excited to see the publication of the error ontology. We need it because we say error ontology is the single source of truth. It is the single source of truth where we want to get as our source all the related elements out to create the CCS TMS data model without any ambiguity, without any interpretation, without anything that requests creativity on our side. That means practically we have stopped modeling. We have been modeling up to a couple of weeks ago, but now we stopped and said all efforts are done in the ontology, and we just consume, we just derive. And therefore the ontology, and that is where we are very, very grateful about Marina's and Marina's team's efforts here to support in adding to the ontology what we need to provide what our projects are requesting in the system pillar and also innovation pillar. You see that this is a roadmap, very short term until the end of the year, but still ambitious. I would say we have another milestone that was on one of the earliest slides about the data validation tool, because this is crucial. And this is good news, Christian, for you, because the CCS TMS data model is going to replace RailML. No? It can replace RailML in full for the scope of the system pillar. And that means also that we need, of course, the data validation, because you can imagine, without the necessary tooling environment, you can preach here a lot, it will not be taken up. Not at all. You have to provide the tooling, the efforts there, the means to support projects, that they simply take it and use it. If that is not ensured, they just ignore. Yeah? They will not take it up. This is very clear. Therefore, this commitment is important, and we got it. And we will see by the end of the year, learn from it, further on, also feed it back in the projects. And that is also a very important, I would say wish, not a request, but a wish to you, on you. We are, of course, utmost, let's say, keen in getting the data model challenged, and that starts with digital engineering, with digital asset engineering. So when you have level 2 only projects, provide your sample data, give it to us, and collectively we do the engineering process as a test. Because this way we demonstrate that for the ETCS implementation, we start to arrive in Europe, because you know ETCS is nowhere implemented the same way. The implementation of ETCS is diverse all over Europe, following still national engineering implementation rules, and that has to stop. And therefore, your sample data can help to set up a starting point for a truly European standardized implementation of ETCS, something that does not exist up to now.
And with this, we conclude the presentation.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
You can leave it there. Okay. Yeah, I will be the one then calling the coffee break. But before the coffee break, we may still have some minutes if anybody in the room has, I would say, kind of a pressing question. Because I can also imagine that you would like to enjoy some time discussing directly with the speakers. But there can also be some very interesting questions in the floor that we can do to maybe some of them, all of them. So, just 1 second that you get the microphone. If you could introduce yourself, name and organization.
Hi, my name is Vladimir Alexiev from OnToText, which is a semantic technology company in Bulgaria. We've worked in this domain for 24 years. I want to raise maybe 2 questions, 2 concerns. One is this development of a data space is very exciting. But in my experience, there's no data space in existence that complies with linked data principles. So I would say do not give up on these very important principles. It seems that you guys understand the value of that very much. But the data spaces that I have seen, they just allow X to get the data of B. So they, to some extent, resolve the data access problem, but not the data integration problem. And also, the best way to share data is not necessarily by transferring it in big chunks. Linked data principles give you up-to-date information on demand. Whenever you want to see the latest version, you go to URL, you get it from there. And the other one is about multiple models and ontologies. Semantic technologies are a very good enabler of interoperability, but they cannot do it on their own. It always comes down to human agreement. Of course, you can cross-map between ontologies, but all of this comes at a cost. Semantic mapping using subclass, subproperty, equivalent class, equivalent property can bring some value to some extent, but of course, having a single model that everybody uses is much, much better.
Thank you. I think I'm going to ask Christian to react on the data space, and maybe Marina on the governance of diverse ontologies.
I fully agree with Vasilis in total. I would have loved that he was going to come and give him, but it's difficult. But I agree on that semantics in data spaces is like is a bit hidden. It's like you need how I'm going to establish a contract with someone if I don't know what I'm going to...
I was thinking more about the other part, but
okay.
if you want to go on data spaces, then let's allow Christian to go first.
And about data governance, I fully agree that we can align ontology, but if there is no need, why not to name the same concept, the same way, the same class, and not to create a similar class as... No, I fully agree with what he said.
Good.
Thank you very much for... Is it working? Yes. Okay. Thank you very much for your remark. Actually, your two questions belong to each other. But let's come from the first question. I agree that it's not necessarily that data spaces and linked data belong to each other. But I see it as a potential to bring these worlds together. Because as you said, the data space is more about that someone gets access to data of someone else, even if he does not yet know this person or this party. So it's about sharing data. On the other side, linking data, making them interoperable, is part of this whole Gaia-X process as well, of this Gaia-X model. So by defining structures, unified concepts, and also like these federated core data services, you at least go a step in this direction of establishing common rules and common architectures for bringing this data together. So I believe that we need both things. We need the data space on the one side, we need also the ontologies to connect the different models to each other on the other side in order to make it really work and to bring benefits to all. Because otherwise we again end up somewhere in a world where A speaks to B via C, and I know especially Deutsche Bahn has a fable for this. Thanks.
That could have seemed like an opportunity for Ralph to react. Sorry for that. It will be the coffee. But any last question? Please. Wait for the microphone. And then name and organization, please.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Gennaro Lanni from Rete Ferroviaria Italiana. I was wondering about the needs of different entities inside railway system. I have in mind infrastructure managers, my employer, rolling stock undertakers, ECM. Do you think, according to your experience, that all of them have the same needs to share data? Someone is more a provider, someone is more a user, someone has a sort of obligation to share data, to provide data, because the engine, the stimulus to share data, I can imagine that is mandatory in some ways, or made by convenience. So the first question, when you go inside your company and we have to share data, is what is our benefit, for instance? I understand that there is the hope to have a shared idea of sharing data, okay? But then we have to face the reality to make implementation, changement in systems that are very jeopardized of different development era. So it's hard to do. It's not cost effective sometimes.
I think we get the grasp of the idea. So if you don't mind, I would like to give the floor to Matthias and Bob to maybe react to what you were saying, because of, well, they may be in the same situation, or they may have seen the same situation in the previous work. Okay, thanks.
Yes, so I can I can comment on it. So most of the time, the infrastructure manager also needs the same data that an operator of a train would need. It's a different use case, and it can be modeled differently. It can be in a different database, and then you need to kind of merge everything together to serve the needs of the operator, which takes time, which is it's in the list of to-dos, but it might not be on a high level. I can give you one example, the example of the length of a platform. It's a very famous one. What is the length of a platform? It's the physical length from the one end to the other for the asset manager, because he needs to maintain this space. But for the operator, it's the length on which he can park his train to make sure that people can get in and out. Well, if you have this length one end to the other, you cannot give it to him as this is the length that you can use, because you also need to take into account the location of your singles. And that's a completely other department in the infrastructure manager company. And if you want to combine the data, well, the length of the platform needs to be located on the network. It's on this point that it starts and on that point that it starts. And the people from the signaling need to say, okay, my signal is over there. So when you come with your train from this direction, you need to stop before the signal. And to make things more complex, well, it also depends on in which direction that your train will exit the platform. Is going to go that way again or the other way. So you will need to know the location of the other signal. And that's creating sometimes a problem to also supply the data to operators.
And how do you see that, Bob? About all these different roles, user, producer?
I have to walk up here. This is kind of information that is modeled fairly detailed in the previous model that's now been shoved under the carpet, I'm afraid. But that sort of information is already there, so it won't go away. But the problem is actually what the gentleman alluded to is that you have to lift this information out of existing models. So it's a large, huge upfront investment. Yes, we know it, but after that, it's all downhill cycling, so it's worth the upfront investment, I believe.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to do the last question, if you allow me, because when you were mentioning SRF and you were talking so much about devices and measures, that somehow resounded with me, because now we are working on a new request to the European to the agency, and there's one part there where we want to reflect together on the train as an IT system. It's very much linked to IoT and to this fancy metaphor that a car is a computer with wheels. Now we want to put that computer with wheels on tracks. So could you please maybe brainstorm with us a little bit, how do you see SRF, for example, from this point of view of, I don't know, digital twins, and how SRF can help to say, okay, you can have wheels and we will have sensors, I don't know.
Yeah, very interesting point. And I think what's important here is the extensibility that is really inherent to RDF language, in which both ERA, ontology, as well as SARF has been modeled. And I think already also Joseph in the introduction said that that's one of the key points, the extensibility. That if you have one model in RDF that covers one domain, another model in RDF that covers another domain, when Windows touch, for example, in the case you mentioned, you can really reuse those models as is. It's not like you have them in a PDF and that you have to implement them in both instances, but you can really use them as is. So when mentioning one of those extensions that SARF have, like a SARF for energy, or a SARF for building, indeed something like a SARF for rail, well, it would be very feasible. And what we did for many of those other extensions, like I mentioned for SARF for Ender, we took the information really from existing standards, existing standards that were published really as PDF documents, and we produced an RDF implementation of that. But I think such a step would in this case maybe not be necessary, because you essentially did that work already. So maybe such a work could really be like an endorsement in both directions, like if you have the static data for rail, well, that's available in the ERA vocabulary, and if you want to extend it to Internet of Things device as well, SARF could be a good model to model that, because to solve the problem of all the heterogeneous data that is, well, inevitably coming from all the various sensors that you would have in such a train. I think the standardization does not necessarily need to go into that deep level of having all the devices really model their data in the same way. It's only at the moment then when those devices need to share the data among each other. I think only at that point the standardization becomes well worth the effort.
Thank you so much. Well, that is going to be the last intervention because we want to go for coffee. Sooner or later, you will have the information that coffee will last until 10 to 12. And, well, just thank you so much for your attention and your questions. And here you have a lot of speakers, very knowledgeable and experienced, and they are for you to grasp now during the coffee break. Thank you so much.
Good morning to all. Was an inspiring session actually this morning, so now we will look forward at how to continue this discussion, applying semantics, hopefully also in the world of telematics, so that we onboard the entire data community for rail into this journey. So we heard about the work on semantics undertaken by the agency, and we basically demonstrate also this morning that this would be also the mean to unleash the potential of having a European source of both infrastructure data and vehicle data based on a common ontology. This would allow to highlight and to make gains of efficiency, not only on associated processes of the agency based on automation and the use of artificial intelligence, what we called Sparkle queries, for example, earlier this morning, and this gain is huge. So, main message this morning I took away, I have to admit, was let's change, but not let's change alone, let's change together, rather than stay in the ditch and die. So let's not die, let's make sure the community survive, but let's do it together. So here's a challenge we would like to take, is to ensure that such semantics is well known at European scale, and that there is a strong and committed user community which is built behind it and around it. So I would like to welcome on the stage esteemed representative of this community in the field of telematic application. We have 4 speakers this morning that I will present to you with Ulf, Brede, Christian, and Adrien. So please join me on the stage, and we will continue this presentation. So before to enter into the presentation of our colleagues, let's give a few words on myself. I'm Jan Semandi. I'm working for the European Commission, DG Move, Mobility and Transport, in the unit in charge of interoperability and safety. And in particular there, I am dealing with my colleague Fidel Santiago, you saw earlier, with the wonderful word of railway digitalization. And in particular, I am in charge at the moment of the revision of the TSI on telematics application. But we are here to talk about this community, so a few words about it. Today, data exchange, which is what we talk about when we talk about telematics, stems from capacity and traffic management up to ticketing, so a quite wide range of processes supported by telematic application. It remains about bilateral exchange of messages based on XML, SOP, Edifact, and I hope this echoes also what you heard this morning. But it is also supported by an established user community. We have a few in the room, one on stage, Rail Data, and then later on RNE, only to name a few of them, and there is many of them. But also a robust change control management procedure which is managed by the agency. So this is where we are. However, modernization in the railway is going at low pace. We talk about steam engine and electrification as the last two revolution, and now we are in the revolution of automation and in the future of digitalization, as explained by Gilles this morning. And this modernization in rail, in the term of, in IT, remains stuck with an IT architecture inherited from the 90s, I have to admit. Whereas other industry and other transport mode continue to innovate at fast pace. So what we do now about this? We change together or we remain stuck in a ditch? I think we change together. So we don't only need to digitalize the Union rail system, we need to do it in a modern and smart way for rail to be more competitive, we said it this morning, but also for rail to flourish as a backbone of green mobility. Therefore, we need to move forward proactively and adopt a state-of-the-art IT technology. And this is not an option, but it is essential for rail not only to develop and support Europe meeting its climate target, but simply for rail to survive to this century. Therefore, it is a challenge we will look at for this session, and how to onboard the user community, which is represented by our panel today. And I will also ask, along the presentation of our 4 colleagues, to explain or to express their point of view on how to trigger the linking of current IT architecture of message exchange with the ontology and semantic data word we had this morning. Dear colleague, you may disagree, you may agree, you may think it's an excellent idea or very bad idea. I will simply ask you to be straightforward with your thinking and explain how you want, or how you see this evolution possible or not in the near future. I personally believe, actually, that there is no room for arguing about where to go, sorry to say. So I would like also to underline the need to build the how together, and here I would like to hear at you, our 4 guests, on this common question. So our first speaker is Ulf. I will simply ask you to pronounce your last name yourself. I'm very sorry for that. You are representing today the work of CENTI C278 work group 3, sorry, working on intelligent transport system. You are a recognized IT expert in Sweden. You have an EU-wide and long-standing experience in data modeling and public transport. You have been, and you are still, an active contributor to the work of CEN, which is the Committee of European Standardization that developed Transmodel, Transmodel being the European reference data model for public transportation information. And today Ulf, you will explain us why Transmodel and NetX are both suitable interfaces in multimodal environment, including rail. So let's not forget about rail as the backbone of multimodality. And this environment being suitable to exchange information for planned and real-time operation, but also for ticketing, and in particular, yielded fares. So Ulf, could you tell us more about Transmodel ecosystem and the community which is behind this ecosystem? The floor is yours, Ulf.
Thank you very much. I would be happy to do this. And my name is Ulf Bjärsing, hard to pronounce. Yes. Yes, I'm going to speak to you about multimodality and interoperability from a perspective of having been working with and experience of the Transmodel Sun standards and aligned standards. But first, we must remind ourselves about the traveler. The reason for all our combined efforts in this area is in the end to promote public transport and help the travelers to come from their origin to their destination in a smooth way. This means they may need to use different transport modes, and for each of these transport modes, there are different challenges which are reflected in them using different technical systems to accomplish what they need. At the same time, there should be seamless, correct, and relevant multimodal travel information that is consistent across all of these different modes and across all different information channels. And this includes both public and alternative transport. There is a strong need to clearly present the services available before, during, and after the traveling takes place, and also including any alterations, cancellations, delays, or incidents. And this could be a challenge, and it may need some human interaction or AI-based or other automatic systems to produce this. And here comes typically the challenge to get the data to be consistent in all channels. But there are, one could say, this is the public transport information-centric view, but also we need to cater for the production sense. These transports must be produced, and they may need data, and this data must be aligned with the public transport information data. I worked for 30 years, more than 30 years, helping regions to integrate public transport information across metro, buses, trams, boats, commuter trains, regional trains, private train lines, and finding solutions how to exchange the required information between these technical systems that could come from very different providers, from different decades, and that are used for different transport modes by different stakeholders. I experienced early that it's very hard to do this without having all parties having a shared understanding of the exact meaning of the elements and attributes in the exchange information. Oops, sorry. Yes. This led me to understand the importance of standardization, and I found that there was something called Transmodel. I decided to join this working group, and I've also worked in other standardization groups using Transmodel as a basis for exchange protocols. I've also been working with the IT4PT, which is a non-profit organization bringing different players from the industry together, heavy rail, buses, other sectors as well, both from the commercial side and from the authorities and the operators. So Transmodel has a working group that was mentioned before. It's existed for very many years, taking into experience of very many different people, and we've learned over the years. And the model is continually being maintained and extended. It covers, as you understand, many aspects shared between different public transport modes, such as bus, coach, trams, metro, but of course also heavy rail. However, it does not cover all aspects of heavy rail. For instance, it does not go into the intricate details of the infrastructure capacity management process for train paths. Still, it provides a certain level of integration with and mapping to such data, making it possible to use Transmodel to provide precise passenger information, also for heavy rail. Transmodel also takes into consideration the division of responsibility between different parties, like the infrastructure managers, the railway undertakings, and also the station managers. In some instances, you divide the responsibility in different ways in different countries, but the model should cover them all. And then Transmodel consists of many, many parts. There are 9 effective ones and 1/10 bringing them together. I won't go into the details. Transmodel also lays the foundation for a number of exchange protocols. I will mention here NetX, but there's also real-time, journey planners, and other specific ones. So NetX uses this common shared public transport conceptual data model using the common framework and the consistent data semantics. So having NetX, you can share timetables, you can share fares, you can share different sorts of planning data concerning the network, etc. But NetX is not just one standardization document. There are several, and one is, for instance, the EPIP, the European Passenger Information Profile, laying the grounds for the minimum common profile that should be available on all national access points concerning the data you have that must be shared. Recently, there was also a new standard for the accessibility information, making it possible to do the assessment of accessibility for impaired persons. This includes the accessibility to railway stations, of course, but also things like platform heights, etc. So the methodology we're using, sorry, that was a little bit fast, is the model-driven design, where we first have a conceptual data model in Transmodel. For each exchange protocol, we do extract and maybe a modification, a physical model, also using UML, And from that, we can then do the final implementation, which for NetX is an XML schema definition. And from that point, people can start building products. Just to give you an example of how our modeling work in UML looks like, you see here on the left side, we have 9 parts. This is just for the part 2, and then we expanded within it one of the fixed object models, and within that we have submodels. So lots and lots of concepts that define very fine aspects. Here I choose to show a diagram, an informative diagram with showing some central concepts relating to stop place. We try to use terms that are not, of course, application-centric. They're not even mode-centric. They are tried to go across all the areas. So stop place represents, for instance, railway stations, bus terminal, tram stops. And the idea here is to show how a stop place then relates, the railway station, how it relates to its platforms, the quays in this case, or the platform edges. And along such a platform, there may be different boarding positions, which give the exact position where you can get into your carriage if you're traveling. Now, we've heard a lot about ontologies, and this is UML, but don't be afraid. There are so many similarities with UML and OWL. So I think the important thing here is the domain knowledge that you can send through either ontologies or the UML models. There are some small differences. For instance, I'll do this first. You can denote in UML how different concepts relate. In this instance, you have the entrances of the railway station, the stop place entrance. It is a composition from stop place. It cannot exist on its own. This you can express in UML. Typically, you won't do this in ontologies, I believe. On the other hand, ontologies have other advantages. I think we should look on using both languages in a combination that is wise and maybe in different stages of the process. One general challenge I have noted concerning semantics, and it has been mentioned before, is how to handle when the same basic concept is named differently by different stakeholders coming from different backgrounds. And even worse is when you use the same term for 2 different concepts. This causes a lot of problems. This is addressed in Transmodel by relying heavily on precise definitions. So for instance, access space being like a security area or a booking hall or something like that, waiting area, it has a precise definition saying what it is. Access space, a passenger area within a stop place, such as a concourse, booking hall, immigration hall, or security area that is accessible by passengers, but without direct access to vehicles. So with these definitions, we can strongly decide what does each term mean. Finally, it's my hope that I've been able to give you a first overview of the SEN transmodel modeling approach, and also indicate that transmodel and NetX may be very useful also for heavy rail in certain areas. I hope I've also been able to promote the idea of thinking in terms of agreed models, agreed terms, and agreed usage across all aspects of multimodal travel. Thank you.
Many thanks, Ulf. Inspiring presentation, which definitely will allow us to look forward to the next step for Transmodel to bring forward ontology concept, as you mentioned, and combination with the Transmodel. So many thanks to you. We now are approaching to our second speaker, Brede. Brede, you are responsible for processes related to journey planning at Entour, if I understood well, and you are the business leader of the implementation of multimodal ticketing services in Norway. which implementation is worth underlining is fully based on NetX and transmodal. So on one hand, a nice transition from the speech of Ulf as, let's say, a ground implementation or ground demonstrator of how it works in practice for the customer, for the passenger, but also worth underlining that it is a real use case of the proposal of the European Commission in applying a telematic application for ticketing and our proposal for those specifications. Today, Brede, you will share with us your return of experience from the deployment of this system and in particular the Norwegian multimodal journey planner and ticketing system. And you will guide us through the challenges you have met in linking your journey planner to conventional rail data as timetable and fare. So Brede, could you tell us more about your experience and come on the stage and share it with us? Many thanks.
Yeah, sure. Thanks for inviting me here. As you see, the image here is a light of every stops in Norway, making a map. Entur is a state-owned company owned by the government Ministry of Transport. The part that I've talked about here today is mainly funded of the national budget. Some of it is funded by the railway operators in Norway. We build everything we do on the MMTIS regulation, so we want to fulfill that one. Together we can go further. We are not doing this alone, we collaborate. We try to collaborate with everyone that is interesting to doing. Working with SEN, working with different organizations around the world for trip planning. Entur is a tech company. Started almost 8 years ago to help the railway operators building a new national ticketing platform, and also the PTA, PTOs, and now the micro-mobility operators to enable growth. I can skip this. Ulf was part of this shortly. Transmodal is a conceptual model where the definition is, so we know what we are talking about. On top of that, we are using the NetX and Siri for exchange data. And the NetX is a huge specification. You can, one use case, you can model in different ways within the standard, and it's valid. So therefore, we need a profile. In Norway, we want to do more than the EU EPEP profile Ulf talked about. So we have made an extended profile. The EU profile is part of it, but we are doing a lot of more fun stuff. And we do that together with the Nordic countries. So we are not making our own profile. We try to make the same profile as Sweden, Finland, and Denmark. Denmark is only on the EU profile. The Sweden and the Finland is on the same Nordic profile. As a railway undertaker, a railway operator in Norway, you have 3 responsible for public information. You have to update the stops in the National Stop Place Registry. We have 1 central database for that. They have to send us the timetable data planned in NetX, and they will send us real-time updates in Siri. All this is fed into our Open Trip Planner, open source search engine. The API is free to use, and it's used by all the railway operators, all the biggest PTAs, some of the PTOs. The API has 1 billion requests per month. Pretty high number for a population of 5 million people. We also operate as a national access point regards MMTS regulation. So we share NetX, GTFS, Siri, and GTFS real-time data there. The data is also freely open to use. And we see that railway operators and PTAs start to use the data from the national access point into their internal systems to make them easier way of doing it. One important thing here is that we have a strong validation on the NetX data, so we will validate the data. If there's error in it, we stop the process, and the railway operator has to correct the data and do a new import. And to serve this, you can do that with the EPIP European profile. We want to do more, so we have added data that is closed, is not open, it's sensitive data, is part of our pipeline, part of our validation, but it's behind a closed authorization and includes blocks, dead runs, train compositions, and other things that we need. And if you see this for a ticketing purpose view, then we have the same engine here. We have accounts-based ticketing based on NetX. We have the offer engines based on NetX. The railway operators are updating our product database. Today, it's done manually, but it can be done by exchange NetX data as well. We have APIs for the railway operators yielding suppliers. 3 railway operators and 3 different providers there, automatically using NetX data to update our inventory for dynamic pricing. We have included in the NetX that this is the same NetX dataset that was in the previous slide, with train composition and other operational stuff that the rail operator needs for ticketing. And if they change a train with a new one, the planned one was have some damages, so I have to use a new train. That is automatically figured out of the system and added to the seating reservation system. And we are now pushing SMS or push message in the app to the customers that have a new seats on a different train. Or the train can be cancelled and replaced by a different train. They get messages as the railway industry has done for many years. We do this fully based on NetX today. This is going fast. So to summarize, we are thinking personal needs. Different travelers have different needs. Someone likes to walk, someone don't like to walk. Someone likes to take a train, someone likes to fly. Someone has a car in the beginning of the journey, someone has a bike. So we have a personalized trip search that we can adapt to each person's needs. And then we need a system that can give the best possible price for the best possible journey for each person. All rail products in Norway today are sold through this system, fully based on the transmodal infrastructure. We support fair collaboration between the rail operators and different PTAs. And we are now starting to work on also supporting mobility as shared cars, e-scooters, city bikes. We will look later, beginning next year, on other things like taxi, car sharing. I don't remember the English name. That was wrong. Dynamic pricing and yielding. So we want, through this API, to be able for our customers to get the same cheapest price on that time of purchase, depending on independent of what channel or app the user are using. So we want the customers to feel taken care of. And today, the situation in cross-border international sales today is that you get different prices in different channels. We will avoid that. It's multiple by design, so it's easy to add other operators, other means of transport, and so on. And it's aligned with the EU regulation. And I still have some time left. I don't think I have any more slides. Let them be there. What challenges do we see with rail? We have a team now working on cross-border international sales. So we have the mission from the ministry to sell tickets from any place in Norway to Copenhagen. You can do that pretty easy with bus, express bus. With rail, it's difficult. We have some obstacles. We need to go through Sweden. Sweden has built their own sales and distribution system now, which is not plug and play. So we need to solve something here. And the most important thing to solve is how we structure the data. We need to be agreed on what we are talking about. Is train actually a train? Or is it something different we are talking about? Often it is. The IDs for stops, how the stops are structured is a challenge. How the lines are structured. What happens when we see that we can't run the train, we have to replace it with buses? Then the complexity increases. So this is something that we will discuss, hopefully, more tomorrow, and also in the lunch breaks. Dinner. No, it's out.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you in particular for explaining us what you are suffering from when you want to ensure ticket interoperability between particular Norway and Sweden, but admittedly also with the rest of Europe. It's an area where indeed perhaps you need a bit of a push by the legislator to ensure we all speak the same language, and of course we are committed to do so. Now we have another look on passenger. You can join me, Christian, indeed. We had a look at passenger information and ticketing from the frontrunner, which are Sweden and Norway, I have to say it. And now we are moving to rail core operation, and I think I understood we will focus mainly on freight operation today, if I'm correct. So Christian works for SNCF and is representing here today the Telematic Joint Sector Group, a sector-wide organization representing almost all representative bodies of the rail sector in the field of telematic. The Telematic Joint Sector Group, I understand, is a community of telematic experts in the field of planning and operation for both freight and passenger services. So today, Christian, you will share with us your views on how to combine both a data-centric approach and a user-centric approach, some things which echoes quite directly what we discussed this morning. Applying this approach of this dual approach to telematic application with a particular focus on freight services, and also looking at how to include first and last mile information in a multimodal transport chain, therefore beyond rail. And you will also highlight the potential of RINF as a European source of infrastructure data in the context of telematic application. So Christian, looking forward to your presentation. The floor is yours.
Thanks, Jan. Rail Data Forum in Verona. Rail and data live a love story since decades. And Verona, obviously, the best place to hold this first Rail Data Forum. Verona, of course, is the place of the most famous love story in the world.
we only hope that the love story between rail and data will not finish than the story between Romeo and Julieta. But no doubt that it will be a successful love story. Love story is based on principles. Of course, respect between the partners, confidence between the partners, but also, in the case of the love story between rail and data, 3 pillars or 3 layers. First layer, the data. It's a basement. No data, you can build nothing. Then the digitalization. So in the past, we say ICT, IT, informatics. So now it's digitalization. It's a house that you build on the basement. And then it's the services. The services is why you build this house. And according to the services, perhaps the house is built by another manner. And perhaps also the basement could be a little bit changed. But mostly the data are there. They are fact. You cannot change the data. Perhaps only the modelization of the data can be perhaps modified, perhaps more precise if needed. But data, digitalization, and services are the 3 layers of this love story between rail and data. And of course, since decades, today more data, digitalization, and services than yesterday, and tomorrow more data, digitalization, and services than today. That said, what is a joint sector group? So, as Jan said, it's a group. So, we are not an association, we are not a legal existence. So, I am a shadow here, or a ghost. But only the joint sector group is a group of 14 associations, railway associations. You can see the list here. I will not go through the entire list, but most of them are representative bodies or associations of experts well known in Europe. In fact, we are 16 because we work since 2 or 3 years with ESPO, the European Seaports Organizations, and all rail, so the new passenger IUs, we could say, will join also joint sector group in some months. So we are in fact 16 associations, railway associations, with, in this case, legal existence, working together. Why will we work together? First, our scope is, if we speak as in the past, TAF TSI and TAP IUIM TSI. That means TAP Retail is out of scope of the joint sector group. There is another group inside the sector called Common Support Group in charge of the retail part. So we are focused on IUIM and freight part of the telematics subsystem. The aim is to find consensus. Of course, we are 14 or 16. We must find consensus. We have 3 main topics. Firstly is the strategic area. And the revision, of course, of telematics is one of the strategic area, but it's also focused on the development and the future of the telematics. And therefore, we had meetings with ERGU, Shift to Rail in the past, ERGU now. We have meetings also with CINEA to see how all this system could be founded. And we have also meetings with the Commission and with other direction of the Commission, in addition to DG Move, to see what is the evolution of the digitalization of the, with DG Connect and so on. So that's focused on strategy to have a consensus and information. Secondly, is focused on the implementation of TAF and TAP TSI, and mainly the reporting of the implementation and the change control management. Because of course the work was done so since decades, we say, not far of 2 decades, I'm sorry for that, but it was very well done by experts. They have dedicated a lot of time, but when we implement, we find mistakes, failures, perhaps things to improve, and we have to improve the system. And therefore, here also we have to trace all the evolution. And one of the aims of the joint sector group is to have a common view on the evolution of the data model in the implementation. So it's a living system. What has to be implemented? So I will show you the IUIM digital application. So it's an overview. That means I will only focus on 3 main parts: IM system, IO system, and the command system. Of course, you have other actors, for example, for the last miles, the terminals, the operators in the terminals, combined operators, but they are not directly indicated on the flip chart here. So firstly, we have a network description. Network description, of course, for railway, it's a basis. And you have to know the network. Then, in the IM production system, we have the infrastructure capacity and availability. Of course, infrastructure has only interest if you can run train on that. And the first step is to know the capacity. That means how many trains, freight trains, passenger trains, can you run on your network. Then you have the path design and allocation. When you know the number of trains that can run, you have to say when they will run. What is the composition? What is the precise journey? Where are the stops? And finally, you have the operation of the train, so the real life. I speak here of systems. That means, of course, it's an IT system, very complex. But it's all these 4 layers are responsibility of the IM. On the IU production system, you have also the network description used by the IU. You have the capacity needs, because, of course, IUs have some needs to run the train. After that, you have the path request process. And then the train operation also from the IU side. How is the communication between both? For the network description, you have mainly the network statement and the IM route book. For capacity allocation, you have the capacity needs, the capacity strategy, and the capacity model. For path request, we have the dialogue between IU and IM to request the path. And in operation also, we have a dialogue for preparation of the train and operation of the train. All this exchange of information are described in a TAF-TAP or in other applications like RINF, as we will see. What are the common tools? For the network layer, we have RINF and RIS. So RIS is a tool of RNE, Railway Infrastructure Information System. It is a description of the infrastructure, but now it's based on RINF. RINF is a basis, is an official basis, we could say, the reference basis, and it is uploaded in RINF. And in RINF, of course, it's completed by specific requirements of RNE on behalf of the IMs. For capacity needs, we have 2 main tools, TCR, for the temporary capacity restrictions, and ECMT, so for the capacity model. For the path request, you have 1 tool, PCS, and for operation, we have TIS. That are the common tools. Of course, it is in addition to the exchange of information between IM system and IO systems, because it's an IU production system or IM production system. And they have to receive the information in the system to operate by an efficient manner. But you have also common systems that are useful to support that. For the IU part, and here example of the combined part, you have exchange of information between IUs in the transport chain with the lead IU or the contractual carrier who links the different IUs during the journey. First mile and last mile are by ship or by trucks. And we have some tools. And here also these tools for some of the IUs are supported or produced by RaiData. So here you have 3 tools. ISR, Orpheus for the consignment node, and web data interface to exchange better the data between the applications. So here also we have common tools can be used by the IOs to facilitate the exchange of information. We have also in the frame of UIC DP Rail, that means Digital Platform for Rail. This application is a platform to exchange the data, especially for the small actors. They have not the budget to build an IT system. Perhaps the implementation of TAF requirements is quite expensive. So UIC, and of course supported by the Commission, and thanks to CINEA to fund this application, permits to small actors to have also access to the information. How does it work? To make it simple, here you have, for example, a view of Verona. That is a view of RIS. You have the small circles that are the operational points or the PLCs, primary locations. And of course, you have on the right, when you click on one of these location, you have the data, or the attributes of the location. And these data in RIS are shared with everybody. And now, of course, they come from, or they will come from RINF in a short future. Today, we have 61,000 primary locations in RIS, 55,000 subsidiary locations, that means locations attached to primary location in RIS, and 32 segments, that means section of a line in RIS. Train information system, now here it's an overview. TIS is an IT application, so now managed by RNE, but produced by USC in the past, where you can follow all the trains in Europe. That means the IMs, with the authorization of the IOs, send the running of the train in TIS. And then on this map, you can see all the trains. Of course, it's a big map, so you can make a screenshot. And for example, here in the area of Verona, you can see the trains that are running with color is freight or passenger, and with a delay of the train. Other example here, you have the progress of the train. You have a blue line. The dark blue line is the past run, and the light blue line is the next run. And you have data on these trains. For example, here, you have, of course, the running of the train, timing, delay, and goes information of the train on the top. And you have also an information here on the top right. It's a reference train ID. Today, as you know, we have train number. And here, as you can see, in the yellow part, in the green part, we have 3 train numbers, 3 OTN, operational train numbers. But in fact, it's not easy to trace these train numbers. And therefore, with the reference train number that is deployed now, we have one unique identifier for the train, for the complete journey, and also from the beginning, that means the planning phase, until the end of operation. And so that we solve one problem of the railway since decades also, there is no unique identifier. Now it is solved. TIS is a very amazing tool. As you can see, you have 10 million train runs in TIS per year. That means 30,000 per day. 30,000 trains are followed per day in TIS. And you can see here the share between national, international, freight, and passenger. And it's not only for international, it's also for national train. So it's an amazing tool, and it's useful to see it and to use it. Thank you, grazie mille. So I spoke of a love story, I have not finished. And here the result of this love story is when a passenger train joins freight trains, it can give that. So it's a transgender train, so rail is also woke. And hopefully it's in Switzerland, so out of EU. Oof. We are solved. More information for the joint sector group, you have the link here. It's also useful to see that all information is open, free of charge, and very useful, I think. Thank you for your attention.
Many thanks, Christian. Was also a passionate speech, also illustrating the dedication of the sector experts working in this area. You talk about many useful information for businesses, and of course, most of the people in that room are also aware about the ongoing work of the Commission to make all that, not all, but to make this data public, meaning useful for the public. So I'm sure we will have the time to discuss that later.
Open data. Sorry, it's open data. It's not public data. As you said this morning, it's not the same. So you have a directive or a regulation open data. So stick on open data, please. Thank you.
I understand there will be a debate, indeed.
It's no debate. It's a law. Open data. It's the right wording. Sorry.
I agree with the need for a debate. Then our fourth and last speaker is Adrien. Adrien, you will represent UIC today, and in particular rail data. A bit of a background in relation to you. You are an IT and technology executive in the transport and mobility sector. You have an EU-wide experience from Denmark to France. You are currently the CEO of Rail Data, and in that capacity, you promote and you improve rail traffic throughout Europe. At least this is the ambition of Rail Data. Rail Data is a digital service provider which supports the communication between freight railway undertaking among themselves, but also with other stakeholders involved in the transport chain when it comes to the movement of freight wagon and their loading. So today, Adrien, you will share with us your experience, the experience of Rail Data in digitalizing the freight business. And I understand you will highlight in particular the challenges, but also the opportunities you have met, notably when it comes to cooperation of freight railway undertaking with other stakeholders as infrastructure managers and intermodal transport operators. So, Adrien, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ian. All right. Good morning, everybody. Don't worry, I'm as hungry as you are, so I will try to be short. Well, as Ian said, the presentation of our Rail Data company in this Rail Data Forum. So, well, thank you for the forum organization to reuse your name and the good advertising that you are doing to us. So, where is the? No, not that one.
The middle one.
The what?
Middle button.
Yeah.
The big one.
Yeah.
It doesn't work.
Yeah, it is.
No.
No? Here it is. Okay. So I'll start by just introducing Rail Data with a few words. So as was said, our main purpose is to ensure data exchange between the European railway undertakings. And to do that, we develop, implement, and run centralized IT systems. Well, Rail Data will celebrate its 30th anniversary next year. So I guess our founders were quite inspired by calling it Rail Data because we still talk about it today. Christian talked about the main services we operate, and mainly ISR about exchanging wagon movements between RUs, and Orpheus about exchanging consignment note, and I will come back a bit later on this. And as you can see, we have a number of users across Europe, and we are aiming at having more. We have actually 11 members, fully part of Rail Data that is, well, both a group of UIC, but also an independent body with its own budget and governance by its members. What are the main benefits we bring? Well, sharing commercial information across our users, track and trace wagons to ease and therefore facilitating the operations on a daily basis of our RUs, and also facilitating customer information, the information for their customers. An important point, we see also ourselves as an enabler of TAF TSI compliance, as we allow our users to send us data in certain format and actually making sure we, when necessary, convert it in the latest version of interfaces, and therefore enabling TAF TSI compliance. So zooming a little bit into the scheme. Wait. Yeah, here it is. I will start with the RU communication. You can recognize what part of what Christian showed. So you have actually the journey here of a freight between different RUs between the first mile and the last mile. The first service we bring is the sharing of commercial information and consignment node data. So the way it works here is that the RU that is the contractual carrier, we at the beginning of the journey send to rail data a consignment node information. It can be done in different scenarios, fully paperless or combination of with paper and with digital data. I won't go too much into the detail. And what rail data will do is that it will actually take care of dispatching this information and this message to the appropriate RUs on the path and at the right time. The other part we are going to have is actually the share of the digital train composition that will go through RMS30 messages that will be sent by the RUs to rail data, and actually will use this information to dispatch in a more efficient way the wagon movement messages, which is our second services. So as you can see here, the purpose is that the different railway undertakings involved are aware of where are the wagons and their status. In order to do that, they will send us information when they're actually operating a wagon. Will take into account this information, process it, and redispatch it to the other RUs that are involved in the appropriate format. So, few highlights related to that. So, first of all, some figures. So, as you can see, we are processing a number of messages. If we talk about wagon movements, we are at 24 million a year, which is almost 1 per second. So, I mean, our platform is very much message intensive, and this is why we see as one of our key strengths as bringing performance and stability. And this is important because this service is obviously critical to the operations of our RUs, and therefore we need to make sure that it's always up and working well. The phone rings quite fast if this is not the case. As I highlighted in the beginning, it's an enabler for TAF TSI compliance. We develop, as far as the regulations evolves, compliant versions of interfaces for the messages I mentioned before. The RUs don't necessarily follow the latest version immediately because obviously they need time to update their systems. So what we do is that we give the capability to receive messages in an older version, convert it, and resend it to all other RU in the version that can actually understand and process. Well, obviously our challenges, it will not surprise you, with what we discussed before, are highly linked to data quality. For when we have references, IDs that don't match, for example, or when some data is missing and that we need to actually compensate for it. I mentioned it also quickly. We try to push our users, RUs, to go to the latest version of interfaces in order to minimize the maintenance that we have to do, converting previous formats to new formats, and making sure the full system can be interoperated. We have a few opportunities in front of us. Expanding electronic consignment node paperless for everybody. Obviously, expanding our number of users. This is a data platform, so the more data, the more value, as for any data platform. So we don't want to have holes on the journeys, and therefore have as many RUs in Europe as possible that are connected. We are trying to find ways also to densify the information, meaning that find ways to, when it comes, for example, to wagon movements, to have more status points, again to give more visibility for the operations of the RUs. I'd just like to show now, focused on RU communication, or the communication with between RUs and other parties. I will focus mainly on the part that Christian also mentioned about the link with RNE. So what we receive from RNE is train run information. What do we do with that? Well, when we can know where a train is, and if we link that with the train composition I mentioned earlier, that we got from H30 messages, then we can deduce from that that the wagons themselves are at a certain location with a certain status. So it allows, this is one of the ways to enrich information or to densify information, as I was saying before that. So this is an important point for that. The other thing we do is also we process the wagon movement to compute mileage information of wagons. And we provide this information to the wagon databases, to the wagon databases to update their status. So some figures as well here. You can see as well that we have a number of information. For example, for the mileage updates, we are also in average to almost 1 per second. So what are our trends on this point? As said before, the train run information allows to increase the number of information that we can give on wagon movements. And as part of that, our partnership with RNE is important. And Harald, I hope that this will continue in the same way we are working on it. We also provide the fact to combine different information that otherwise would be fragmented: wagon, movement, train, mileage information, and this is through the services we actually provide. This is also a way to provide indirectly to our use some kind of real-time train information. The data mapping is always a challenge for us. For example, for the train IDs or for the primary location code, we might have some conversion to do, and this is always a struggle we have. We have questions raised related to data governance when we are trying to, for example, include ports in the first to have the first mile information. Some RUs raise the question of which data are we allowed to do? Are we willing to provide it to who, and how do we regulate those things? Here also we have a few opportunities in front of us, developing digital train composition and maybe have a specific data messages to do that. We believe also by aggregating these different data that I mentioned before, we could actually develop new features and services for our use, and also by that expanding the use of our platforms, which is one of our goals, as I was saying in the beginning. So I'm pretty out of time now. So this is what I wanted to share about rail data and its services. Thank you.
Many thanks, Adrien. Here again, a nice proof of collaboration in the sector, both first off between railway undertakings themselves, but also we understood with infrastructure managers to deliver efficient services to freight customers. So many thanks for this. So now we are all looking forward to have lunch, right? Yes, but a few more minutes with us. And perhaps a short wrap-up, and then I will guide you through a series of questions. So in the meantime, I really invite you to scan this QR code, which will allow you to contribute directly to this exchange of views. You will see in a minute some questions that I will introduce one by one. You will vote, and the basis of this vote, we will ask our colleagues to their respective point of views on those answers. So first, a short wrap-up. So we heard today about a transmodal as being the basic layer to ensure that ticketing system can work on the same ground. We also saw that in Norway there is very promising, but most importantly, functioning ticketing system based on this implementation, and also taking advantage of the European scheme for national access point. And then moving to the RU-IM communications, we acknowledge the great collaboration established by the sector, presented us by Christian. We identified some challenges, admittedly, we need to discuss. And we also understood about the challenges and opportunity in the freight sector when it comes to digitalization. So for this first question that you have on the screen in a few seconds, even though the result of this question may result in showing who is in the room rather than who is the front runner into the digitalization, let's take this question as, let's say, a warm-up for the next one. So let's see who is, from your point of view, front runner in implementation of telematic application and, more generally speaking, digitalization. So do we have more infrastructure managers in the room than others? Okay. I guess everybody had the chance to vote. Many thanks. So beyond what it reflects, perhaps we can ask our colleagues what do they believe are the leading implementer, or on which basis information exchange are done, or what is the ground layer which is needed for all this. Perhaps Christian, as it echoed your presentation as well, when you presented us all those layers, do you recognize the validity of the answer provided here?
Yes and no. No, because IT exchange between actors is in place since a long, long time. But only yet, now we speak of interoperability exchange. That means according to TAFTAP. And for that, of course, you have to change the existing system that exchange information, but not in the format or according to TAFTAP to TAFTAP. And that takes time and money. And infrastructure managers, of course, are forerunners. Firstly, because they are less numerous than the IOs. Secondly, RNE, we must say that, is one key actors and very active actors. And also you receive a lot of fundings. That is the snake and the tail, of course. They are active and efficient, therefore they receive money. They receive the money, they are active. So therefore, it's a good circle. And therefore, due to this fact, IAMs are in advance. But now we have to see how the IU can align. The IU, firstly, are more numerous than the IAMs. They need money. You have, of course, small IUs and big IUs. Big IUs, it's not a problem. Often they have the money. Only you have to see the IT strategy. When is it the best to move from existing IT system to TAFTAP? And the small. And here also for the small, they have not a lot of money. So we have to see for small actors how we can work on a sector view. So of course, IAMs have some tools that can be open, not public, but open to small actors. IUs also, this digital platform for rail is one tool of the IUs, or IU links, to have open tools for the operators. So it takes time, step by step, but you have to find a target and the way to reach this target. But don't go too quick, neither too slow. We must find the good pace and focus on the main actors, main IOs, main terminals, and then expand to the small actors. And therefore, in the joint sector group, now we have ESPO, the seaport operators. We have UIRR since a long time for the CTO. And with these actors, we try to find the good way to reach interoperability, but be ambitious and modest at the same time. It's not easy, of course. It's yin and the yang, but we must combine both, and then that will be a success.
Well noted, Christian. Many thanks. Would you like to complement? Yes, Peter?
Yeah, maybe throwing stone in a glass house. I don't think anything in European rail is forerunner today. I think Entour is the definition of a forerunner. taking the opportunity that we see and see how can we accomplish that. When we talk to railway infrastructure managers, we do that often in Norway. They point to the TSI, they point to their legacy systems, they point to their processes. We can't do it. We can't do that. When we talk to the railway undertakings, they are in a different setup. Newly a railway reform in Norway, so they are competing to build the best customer experience. So they are kind of forerunner, rebuilding the trains to give a better experience for the customers. And then we have the owner of the trains. They want the train delivered back 10 years after they rented it out in the same setup that they gave it away. And I think we need, and one of the questions on the other screen I saw is we get high quality NetX data from the railway operators, but the railway operator has problems to exchange data with the infrastructure manager, which was in Rail ML, and they're using NetX to us. So we need to solve something there, and I think ontology can be some help on the way, but it's not a silver bullet. We need to change something. We need to agree on what the different elements in the data actually is. And to do that, we have to change some of them. It's not possible to map it one-to-one in all situations. So we have to change something in the infrastructure around how we exchange data.
Let me ask you an open question. With your experience in Norway, would you say that without a strong involvement of the Norwegian authorities, what you achieved could not be achieved because of the difficulty for actors in Norway to cooperate? This is what we should understand behind your speech as well.
Yeah, of course, it's helpful to have the government and the king's table on your side.
Okay.
Of course, they are not getting any extra funding for doing this. So they have to do it with the regular budgets. But of course, it's help to have a direction from the ministry. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Brede. So now, perhaps with the second question, let's look at the real issues. You have heard from our four speakers about the challenges which are respectively met in their community. So here I would like to ask you to reflect if it's rather from your perspective a life cycle issue, an issue about national network or even local framework, an issue related to the different processes at stake, or rather a format issue. The audience is quite split on this answer. This is quite interesting. And by life cycle and digital tools, of course, one can connect that to the financing, because one would not invest in renewing a tool which have a long life cycle and which would need to be renewed in a long time. Okay, it seemed quite stable and already a good basis for our colleague to debate whether it is the format as mainly suggested here, the issue of national or network framework, or the different business that we need to reconcile to ensure data sharing. Adrien, perhaps you mentioned a lot of challenges, you identified a few of them. Would you have a preference among those three already from a freight perspective?
Yeah, well, I kind of agree with the result. Clearly, the different data format is the main struggle, and that's what at least I hear the most. Probably it pairs quite a lot with the business processes. And clearly, this is the most important challenge we have to face. I kind of agree as well that the digital tools and their life cycle is not that much an issue. Well, actually, at Rail Data, we have legacy software that obviously needs to be maintained and renewed, but this is not the core of the issue that we have to deal with. Aligning format contents and business processes is really the matter. What we are looking at is that in terms of innovation, if new digital tools can actually help us with the previous issues when thinking about data format or inconsistency. For instance, we are willing to investigate if what comes out of artificial intelligence could help us to be more automatic in aligning the gaps that we may have in the day-to-day data that we receive.
Many thanks. Ulf, perhaps may I ask you about the link you see here with transmodel and the role that it could have in solving this challenge?
Yes, I think we have a lot to learn from the different sectors, and transmodel could be help here. Absolutely. And I think it's also interesting with the ontology tools we're talking about. Transmodel went through a model change many years ago, going from version 5 to 6. So we can take advantage of the different things. I think we just have to look out. The devil is in the details. So when doing these things, we must not just be focused on the technology. We must look on the domain information and use a combination of technology experts and domain experts to get the correct solution.
Many thanks. Looking at the future, if we would have some colleague from the agency on stage, I could have asked this person about the next step. So how do we bring together data formats stemming from TAF ecosystem, from ticketing ecosystem? We have transmodel, we have TAF XSD today, and how do we bring that together for a common, toward a common ontology? Of course, one of the answers could be the ontology being developed by the agency, but this is for the future. So now we have a very good basis we need to work on to ensure implementation EU-wide. And to guide us through the third question, even though we have only 30 seconds. Yes, sorry, Breda, you would like to complement shortly before we answer the third question?
Bring it back to the previous screen. I think the biggest obstacle today is the data format and the content that we put into it, the ID structure and all other things. And I think the other three elements there is excuses they tell by not changing the content of the data or the data. And it's something that I missed there. I'm not sure if it's relevant in rail, but we see it in other public mobility operators. There are software providers providing some tools. We know they have solved things in Norway. It works perfectly, but that is not for sale in a different country in Europe. That's also something we should.
Actually, Brede, I would like to keep the floor with you, because I know you have strong interest or strong views on this third question. You may not necessarily agree even with the answer, which is stemming from this. So we discussed about the various data model we are using. Today we are working with XML and SOAP messages, which I qualified as from the 90s earlier in my introduction speech. But who would be, from your point of view, the way to link the digital tools we have in an interoperable manner? And the audience seem to think that knowledge graph and link data are a mean to do that. I mean, that's great because we are all here to hear that, but what is your perspective as representing perhaps the Norwegian community being a forerunner in implementing ticketing systems which function and works for people?
We need high quality data all the time. We need, and we are strongly believers that if you convert data, you will destroy it, you will break it, you will misinterpret something, so we will use something data wrongly. A knowledge graph can be helpful, but it will not solve in all situations. So changing, using those concepts to map data We don't believe in it in a big scale. When we introduced NetX in Norway in 2016, all the data producers was starting to run to their software providers to build a converter from the bad data they had to NetX. We said, no, it's not allowed. You have to go to your data provider and order a native NetX export. You get 12 months to do it. No money. 12 months later, 50% of the Norwegian software providers fixed it. And within the 2 years, all of them did it. Now we have agreement of what everything in the data is. We are not using any data wrongly in Norway. It's a longer way, maybe. It's maybe some high costs for some parties in the beginning. Someone has the easier systems that can do it cheaper. But in the long run, we can have automatic data flows across Europe, across the world.
Many thanks, Peter. I know my technical colleagues would like we stop this discussion, but because we have in this room 67% of person thinking otherwise, or thinking it's not necessarily in the long run, I would like to ask my colleague to give a microphone to anyone in the room who would dare actually to express its point of view on those answers. And I would actually let it here after 1 or 2 comments to perhaps trigger the discussion around the lunch break. So please take the floor, introduce yourself as well as your organization, please. Welcome.
Hi. So I agree with the answers to some extent. I'm Arthur Steed, I'm CEO of Red Pencil.io, and we see a lot of value in knowledge graphs and linked data. And we also have seen that if it's converted, very often the data gets destroyed. And the conversions aren't always perfect. They might have enough value. You might reach a point that is further than if you wouldn't have had a shared model, but it's not an end goal. We try to build applications so that they're using the linked data directly, and that indeed circumvents a whole lot of issues that we have seen in the past if you do the conversions. So even if not in the implementation in the code in the database itself, at least in the data models that we use, there it has a lot of value. I agree with the user shared models. I think it is oftentimes easier to use semantic models and knowledge graphs as a way to start sharing information. So I agree with you, but I think the two can be combined.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Anyone else would like to complement this? Harald, please. And then we will conclude with the 4th question and perhaps a message of hope before we go to lunch. I know we need to close that, yes.
Yes, Harald Reisinger, RailNet Europe, some of our tools were mentioned. Thank you very much for that. Coming to these 3 questions, thank you very much for the first one. I would like to challenge the second one. I think I've seen you believing that we're having problems with the data format. That's why linked data is so prominent. But the major problem what we are facing is the different national interpretation, the different national rules, that we can code them anyhow. And that's, from my point of view, the second question, our major issue. I think you can live with SOAP, with XSD, with schema, we can live linked data, the technology will solve. But I think we have to find a way that every country, IM and IU, is doing it in the same way. And then we have to code it. And that's, from my point of view, the major trigger for the lunch break discussion.
Many thanks. Looking forward as well to this lunch break discussion. So we've identified challenges, of course, to get there, to the target picture we saw with the 3rd question. Now I would like to ask you, how do we get there? I mean, what is, from your point of view, the best way to get there? Should we simply sit here and trust we are going there, or should we take some action? Do we need a regulatory intervention with a binding deadline for such migration to happen? Would you believe that first there is a raising awareness issue about this technology? Should we understand after this first and also second session that there is need to train staff? I think it was one of the messages this morning. And then, of course, on the basis of this, we would reflect on next action to bring this topic forward, of course. Okay. Excellent. So, some votes still. Everyone is done. So indeed, the topic of this morning was, the first session was passionate. The second session also underlines that today we have, in terms of implementation, some challenges in getting there, in bringing forward ontology into the real business, a real and functioning business. Some of us came by train. I did from Brussels. And it's working on the basis of today message exchange, of today ticketing systems, even though I did not bought my ticket in the Norwegian system or the Swedish system, but it works. So how do we get there? First, training, and I am sure the agency will deliver on that in the years to come to accompany the stakeholder community in that direction. But also we will admittedly look at the need for regulatory intervention as suggested by the second trend. So with those words, I would like to close this session too. Thank you very much for your patience. Even you may be starving. Thanks our esteemed speaker, Ulf, Brede, Christian and Adrien for your intervention, and we are all looking forward to continue this discussion at lunch. So many thanks.
So, ladies and gentlemen, please have a seat. For those who have finished lunch, of course. In this first afternoon session, let me first introduce to you the 4 champions. Gerwensgoed is the first in Europe to have published, as a member of an infrastructure manager, ProRail, a railway infrastructure ontology, OTL Spoor. Dragos Patru is the first agency employee to present, not only, of course, not only him, but others too, to present the first attempt from the European Railway Agency to bring an ontology as a piece of future European legislation. David Fontaine deserves a black belt. He is maybe the only guy in Europe that has to summarize data from 17 different infrastructure managers and to funnel them into the register of infrastructure. And then, last but not least, Vasco Kolmorgen, who was the first to propose in 2002, 22 years ago, a railway infrastructure model that was not an in-house development for a particular infrastructure manager. It was supposed to be shared between several entities. By the way, I said, sorry, infrastructure. It was also about timetabling, etc., to be complete. So that was for the champions. Oh, and by the way, there is this other guy who is speaking now, sorry. I'm the champion for making the last presentation in a session, so having to wrap it up because everybody overspent his time. So this is about the guys. Sorry, no ladies today. And now about the topic. It's data about railway operations. Here, with permission, I would like to remind the recent history. About 15 years ago, sorry, there is no microphone anymore. Does it work? Acoustically, it's different. No, I see Torben shaking your head. Can you re-establish a microphone here? Yeah. Does it work again? Yes, apparently. Not so well. About 15 years ago, there were the first discussions about the European Register of Infrastructure. I happened to be working in economic evaluation at the agency at the time, together with a certain Martin Schröder. Martin, are you here? Yes, he is raising his hand. He is sitting in the back. He should come to front. No, there is nothing offensive in what I'm going to present. So that was the first attempt, Martin Schröder from the European Railway Agency. That was the first attempt, our first attempt to propose a register of infrastructure according to the directive, including an impact assessment. And we got requested by our statuses and by the Commission to name a figure for the cost of the first setup. Then Martin Schröder did his job as usual, and he came up with, well, 150 million euro-wide. There was an outcry on the side of the Commission, and then, Martin, do your job again. And 2 weeks later, Martin came back and said, sorry, yeah, I made a mistake. The real cost will be 200 million. So it was a bit difficult in the risk committee to get that accepted. Also, especially because at the time, the purpose of RINF was strictly limited to conformity assessment and route compatibility check. Now I see that the situation has evolved quite favorably. First, on the cost effectiveness, because I think we're all of us on the verge to adopt technologies, not because they are sexy, but because they are efficient and especially cost efficient. I name, of course, RDFO, Shackle, and many others, maybe to come. That's the first thing. And then, of course, there's a purpose, because there was already a drive at that period of time to make out of the RINF and other area initiatives some things that are more useful for operations directly. And this is exactly what is taking place, thanks to the efforts of the agency. Mr. Doppelbauer mentioned this morning also the efforts on the telematics, for instance, scheduled for the end of the year. And this is also thanks to the efforts of the industry sector, the railway undertakings, infrastructure managers, and organizations working on their behalf, like R&E we also mentioned this morning. So I think somehow the situation was a bit uncomfortable 15 years ago. The situation is now completely different. So thanks again, Martin, for the eye-opener. Nothing comes at no cost. At some point, you have to invest. But on the other hand, what we approved at the time was not catastrophic. Want to add a comment here?
Yes.
Thank you.
We did another impact assessment because in the beginning, yes, the costs were really high because in principle, first of all, yeah, we were 15 years ago, there were not so much digitalization of the infrastructure. It was really in a lot of different databases. The concern was the RINF was already specified, lots of parameters, and a number of parameters were not even tracked at that level at infrastructure manager sites. So to capture all this data which we specified in RINF was a difficult exercise, or it was in different databases. So that was a big impact. And on the other hand, we developed as well some benefits and the business cases. For example, root compatibility check much faster if there is a problem during the operation. But it was another concern, is it an operational register or not? Because in the beginning, all thought it's more or less a planning register. This is our infrastructure, but not for operational purposes. When you really start an operation, can I still trust RINF or not? And all these aspects were then developed afterwards, yes.
So, thanks again for your testimony. And now, because time is running, let's, without further ado, start with the first presentation by Herbert Skoot from ProRail, the infrastructure manager in Netherlands. As I said, he was instrumental to setting up the first published ontology, OTL Spoor. More about that, please.
Thank you very much, Harry. Well, in fact, I was asked to speak about operational data, and the first thing I thought was it should be usable. So I made a presentation about usable data and not about our OTL, as we call it, object type library. But if you have any questions, please ask them in a later moment. First, some small information about me. I have some experience in the railway sector, mostly in infrastructure data. And I think most important for this is the experience with the object type library and the exchange format that comes with it. We call it IMX, which stands for Information Model Exchange, or Information Model XML, just what you like. And one of my key mottos is people first. It's on the bottom. I think systems need to communicate, but the first step is to let the people communicate. Well, speaking about usable data, what is it? Google says, put simply, data usability refers to the ease with which data can be accessed, understood, and used to inform business decisions. So it's about accessibility, understanding, and supporting decisions. Well, I think that's right, but how to get there? How to make users want your data? Not only see the perspective of the provider as infrastructure manager, that's easy. For ERA, that's another point, that's about legislation, but see the perspective of the user. Well, first thing is, we need users. And if I saw the slide this morning with the infrastructure managers on top after the vote, well, I was wondering how many data users are in this room. So who's the data user in this room? There are some, but it's minority, I think. Well, it's sad. It's really sad. So please bring more users next year. We need users. Because the first thing is users, and the second thing is the users must be able to trust the data provider, the data format. Trust is essential. And trust is knowledge. And knowledge makes information out of data. One other important thing is use of common principles, but we have spoken about that this morning enough, I think. Users is the main point. And not only collecting them in a forum like this, but speak to them, cooperate, understand each other, know what the user wants. Without users, data is useless. Well, let's talk about some principles for making usable data. I will talk shortly about definitions, because that's what we do right here, about ontologies and definitions and vocabularies. But let's speak also about identification and the context that plays a role. I want to point out that the importance of locations and how to using the right reference makes the difference. And I've also some points about quality. And to close my presentation, I will show that it's not about the model, but that comes later. Speaking about definitions, the first thing what is here is about data. The second thing is, I think, the model. If you Google model, you can get two things. Perhaps it depends on the search history, or I don't know, but the main results are the long-legged model. And only if you add data to it, you get the right one, which we're talking about here. So context is important. Without context, definitions is nothing. You speak about the length of a platform. Thanks, Matthias, it was a good example. It's even more difficult for the length of a platform because it matters where the driver is seated for calculating the distance to the signal. So the RU defines the length of the platform. It's not the definition of the IM. It looks easy to make definitions and to publish them, and then, well, the issue is solved. We speak the same language. But that's not how it works. First, the user. Listen to the user. What's their definition? And then see if you can cooperate with their definition. If you combine it with another definition that's running for another user or another stakeholder. And sometimes a new definition can solve the problem, but sometimes not. And it's most of the time better to use the definition the user is already using, because otherwise it costs a lot of time and money to get the user to use a new definition. And it will really take a lot of time and money. As we already spoke about the platform length, the perspective of an IM and an RU can be different on the same wording. And so can be for different IMs. One IM can implement an operational point in RINF totally different than another IM. And Harold already spoke about it. Thanks, Harold, for the kickoff before lunch, because that's really an issue. And the biggest issue is that countries implement regulations differently. And ETCS is in every country differently. And operational points are in every country differently. The solution is to understand each other and agree. And that's why I want to propose more coffee breaks on forums like these and more time to speak with each other. Speaking with each other is also the base for creating an ontology or an object type library, as we did. Speaking about identification, perhaps you know these people. It's from a comic, for the people who don't know. And it's from the perspective of Calvin. So Calvin calls his dad Dad, of course. There's no other name in the whole comic. And he has an Uncle Max. But I think the colleagues of Dad don't call him Dad at his work. So it's about context. I think he has a social security number also. for doing his taxes and things like that. But his colleagues don't call him, his dad, with his social security number, do they? I think he has a name. So, and perhaps Uncle Max and Dad, which are brothers, will call each other brother. So it's all about context, and it's the same in railway, where one person can call a switch number 1. For the other, it's switch number 1 in a certain area. And for a system, it might be a URI or a UUID or a number or whatever. So context is important. And there's also the tiger. Who knows the tiger? Anybody? No one knows the comic? Ah, wrong example. The tiger is imaginary. So perhaps you know, as infrastructure managers have fictitious signals, do you give them the same identification as a normal signal? We've had issues with identification, and we chose to split up physical and functional identification to support the life cycle. We also accept namings next to identification for systems. So there can be more identifications for an object. It's one of the things I miss in the ontology. So we can grow with the ontology. Time is running fast, so we continue. Some words about location. Picking the right reference is key. If I ask the question, where is it? You will answer it with referencing to something, always. The answer to where is always referencing. Because you reference to a shop, or in a direction, or a distance, or a person, or a road, an address. But what if it changes? What if the road changes the name? Some references are more stable than others. So if you want stable data, usable data, pick a reference that is stable. For example, this is a RINF section of line. And imagine we renamed the city of Utrecht. Okay, it's not real, but some stations rename. It happens. It would rename the section of line because the section of line does not have an own identification. And what if I reference to it? I lose my reference. Some wording about quality. I'm getting to the end, no worries. Quality is confusing when it comes to usability. Because if I ask the user of the data for what is the quality, he will give another answer than as I am asked about the quality as a provider. I have different views on quality. Quality is about expectations. And you only know the expectations of the user if you ask them. And data is good enough if the user finds it good enough. At Prodel, we're working on an open validation framework where users can add their own validations to figure out if the data is good enough for their use case. So it's all about users and use cases. Last but not least, it's not about the model. Perhaps it's a little bold to say it over here between the model guys and a lot of data modeling people. Of course, you need a model. But as George Buck said, all models are wrong because a model is a representation of the reality and it has its limits. So pick your model, but don't spend too much time on it because you might forget the user. And the questions are for later. Thank you very much.
And in a perfect continuity, let me introduce the next speaker, Mr. Vasco Koolmorgen, who is very close to, well, he is the founder of RealML.org. You certainly know about RealML, but he's also his own user as a solution provider. And by the way, may I remind one of your favorite slogans, everything we do in RailML is based on use cases. So the user is never far. So the word is yours.
Thank you, Uri. So what I have the pleasure to present to you today is one of the projects what we fulfilled then at RailML, also at my company Bahnkonzept in the years 2018 to 2023. We want to build a database for small and regional railways. Then most of you are not aware, in Germany we have over 150 infrastructure managers. And we have two of these infrastructure managers in the project who have a network of 300 kilometers each then. So this network is larger than the network of Luxembourg then. Yeah? So this means we have in Germany a culture where we have a lot of railways, and these railways have to come together in different databases. Same you will have in Switzerland too then, since years then. So what did we do in the project? Let's very quick go over the aim of the project. We set, and for instance with the aim of the RINF data provision, that we need data for third parties then from these regional railways. And where is the data stored in these regional railways usually? We have three very good sources. The brain of the people who are working at the IM, some stickers on the screen, and some Excel tables. Yeah? This is the usual way how they are doing this. Then these small railways have not so much databases or anything, or some management systems like the big state-owned railways then. And we want to bring them from the paper culture or electronic paper, which is a PDF then, to a real database culture. And this is the aim what we did. The project was funded by the German Ministry of Transport with something around 3 million euros then. We built a database then for these railways, and this database should be also interoperable. We want to cater different other use cases then. One of the use cases is that we want to cater the RINF database. At the end of the day, to be honest, we didn't make it then because we were stuck during this project in the middle between the switch of the RINF project from their old interface to the new. But in the next stage of the project, we have to do this then. We have to give data for the statistics in Germany. We have to give data to other parties who want to do this, and also to the IMs, to the RUs then, who want to operate on this. And for this, we built such a database in the middle then. Database is very hard to explain in a presentation because it's just some bits and bytes then. But I think all of you know this then. But as always, it's all about data, but how do we get it? And this is ridiculous. We are in the year 2024, yeah? And what we and also others are doing always, if we need data for a database, we are running on the line to get the data again. Because all the data is siloed, all the data is in different databases, so that it's much quicker to take a train, take a measurement system, and get all the data about signals, tracks, and so on again. But this is ridiculous. Just imagine you will order something at the internet store, yeah, and then there's somebody is going on the phone and say, give me a moment, yeah, I will take my bike, go to the shelf and have a look if we have it to order for you. No one is doing this, yeah, you can see it today everywhere in real time then, yeah, you can track every parcel. But in railways, we start this with every project. Is it ETCS or what else? And this is what we also have to do here, because these small railways are starting from the scratch then. They have nearby nothing then. But at the end of the day, we want to build such a database what is reusable. Who was in the project then? This was a group of companies then, together with two railways. One is Regio Infra. They own something around 300 kilometers of tracks in north of Berlin up to the Baltic Sea. And the EVB, Eisenbahn- und Verkehrsbetriebe Elbe-Weser, who have Also something around 300 kilometers of network in the so-called wet triangle then. This is also in northern Germany then, between Hamburg, Bremen and the Northern Sea then. And together with some companies who are doing the programming and with the support of VDV as sector organization of all the IMs and RUs in Germany, Mr. Walter will be here tomorrow then, we made this database, and one of the use cases then, this is correct, was said, is it's all about use cases. One of the use cases what we had here is the so-called Trassenfinder. This is a tool of Deutsche Bahn Netz, or now Deutsche Bahn Infrago, who is the operator of the big German rail network then. And they have a tool where you can search for slots and for routes where everybody can do this. So if you go to this URL, trassenfinder.de, you can try to search a slot on a railway network from all over Germany then. Yeah, you can say which locomotive you want to have and so on. And then they are calculating the best available slot. But in the past, I hope this is a pointer here, yeah. In the past, there were here a lot of a blind spot here, because these are these regional railways, which are not in the network of Deutsche Bahn. Ah, yeah, okay. And also here then, everything was white. Yeah? There was a large network then, and this network was not in their database. And this should be also the credo for here. We're talking today a lot of ontologies of making databases understanding each other. But this is the same when you're doing projects. When you're doing projects, you have, and this is what Gerben said, to talk to each other and to do. And with these people at Deutsche Bahn, we found some people who are having a really startup character. They said, just let's do it. They say, let's integrate the data of the other IMs then. They are, to be honest then, competitors then, yeah, because it's their own network and every money what they get is going into their pockets then. But they say, our competitor is not the other railway, it's the road. And so they said, let's do it and let's integrate this. And this is something what I like very much then, that we here worked together, and this is something what we should do. How we did it then? For sure then, we worked together using RailML then, yeah? The core of all data exchange what we have is RailML, and I will not give then a full introduction into this then, but some lessons learned. First of all, what we need a clear roadmap. We have this at RailML. If you go to our website, you can see a planning. It's a planning like every railway timetable then, up to the end of the 2020 years. And this is also something what we want to have, and where I want to stress also my request to the ERA, we want to have a roadmap for RINF, so that we can follow up this roadmap and can make interfaces then which will fit to versions. Such a roadmap is necessary for everything, for every ontology, for every exchange scheme then. Next step, we need a wide international base on this then. And this is also something where we are happy then at RailML that we, 3 years ago, started a project together with Norway as convener, that we will see then also such an exchange format as international norm. And now RailML has become such a norm at ISO Raildex then. And also we will update this, because currently we have a lot of countries who are developing such interfaces then, following these ISO norms then, but they have to be updated then. The first one, what we are doing on this is the interface for RailNet Europe. It will be ready after the summer, and then you can give data to their infrastructure database at RailNet Europe via RailML. So as the time is running then, I will skip over some slides then, only some words who is inside RailML. We have a lot of railways, but not only from Europe. We have also, for instance, Saudi Arabia Railways then, who is working with RailML in different projects and also in different strengths of using this. We have a lot of companies who are producing interfaces and who are getting data and giving data by RailML then, which is, for instance, in Norway, Siemens and Thales. Even if they are competitors on the market, they are working together with us in RailML. As the time is running, I will switch over some slides, only two last things then. We have, and this is also something which is very important for every data model, we have a free viewer called RailVivid. It was produced in 2017 with the support of UIC. And now we are starting a new project to redraw it, and also this viewer and the code will be given to the public as open source so that everybody can reuse it then. And last but not least then, we have the model beyond then the RailML, which was also made together with UIC, the Rail Topo model, what we will say as a base and what we also give as a public model to all railway managers who want to use it. If they have an own model, it doesn't care for us then. If there's a different model, everybody should use what he wants. The only thing what we should do at the end is we have to work together and not to work against each other then, because our biggest problem in the railways is that we do not have enough data which is working together. And for this, we need this collaboration to bring it together at the end. And with this, I'm fine with my last slide then. Thank you very much, and I will hand over to Ari.
Yeah. So thank you, Vasco. Now, the other side of the scene with David Fontaine from the Swiss Trassenvergabestelle, which is a Swiss registration authority. But on the other hand, David has a very fresh view on his particular task, which is about gathering and passing to the agency the RINF data. So please share your fresh views and your best suggestions for the coming years. Thank you.
A few words of our Swiss rail network. We have a small but very complex network shared between 55 and not 70s, how you said, Harry. 55 is good enough, 55 IMs. The most are interoperable standard gauge routes. From the 55s, we have 70s interoperable infrastructure manager for a total for about 3,800 kilometers. The biggest one is the SBB with about 3,000 kilometers, and the smallest one is OEBB. It's not Österreichische Bahn with 4 kilometers. For non-interoperable, we have 38 infrastructure manager for a total for about 1,400 kilometers. Switzerland has a strategic position in the north-south freight traffic. We are member of the rail freight corridor Rhine-Alps and North Sea, Mediterranean Sea. Mediterranean, yes. RINF situation in Switzerland. In Switzerland, we have developed our own RINF for several reasons. The first one is to remain independent in the case of a breakdown in European-Swiss bilateral agreements. The second one is to collect data from both interoperable and not interoperable IAMs in according for the safety directive for all networks in Switzerland. The third reason is to have the possibility to reuse the data for order internal Swiss application. And the last one is to give the possibility to certain IAMs, the small IAMs, to modify and deliver the error parameters directly in the application. RINF Swiss was developed under the leadership for our transport ministry and transferred to an independent non-discriminatory entity, so at TVS. The data collection in Switzerland. Not all IAMs are equally important. Data management challenge differed from one IAM to another. The three largest IAMs provide monthly data according to the full delivery model. We still have several gaps in the geometry, and not all the parameters have yet been delivered. It's still a big effort for the three largest IAMs to deliver the data. Concerning other IAMs, it's different. Until the end of the last years, our focus was on the collecting of data from the three largest IAMs. Since beginning of this year, we have focused our effort on collecting geometry data from the other IAMs with the standard gauge network. We generate the data on the basis from plane picture and change to the accurate geometry in QGIS. The collection of the error parameter has now just begun for the older IAMs, for the small IAMs. These older IAMs mutate manually the data in our own RINF. It is then my responsibility to transmit the data from all the IAMs on the RINF era. We are aware that the quality is very insufficient and that we have seriously fallen back in the European ranking. We are currently working hard to catch up. We're focusing our data delivery on the parameter needed from the route compatibility check. There are several major reasons for this delay. RINF Switzerland management was handed over to TVS in 2021, when the TVS was founded. The first years was quite chaotic and led to various staff changes, which resulted in a loss of knowledge each time. RINF Switzerland was a ship without a captain. Another reason why RINF didn't start well is that the largest IAMs didn't believe in the project and didn't see any sense and added value on it. They didn't put in the effort needed to ensure that data collection went smoothly. As the priority was placed on them, the small IAMs were sidelined. For both large and small IAMs, the data collection task is difficult and arduous. Not all data existing or are digitalized. Another point is the border point management. It's also an obstacle to the management of our network. Collaboration is sometimes difficult between our authorities and those of certain neighboring country. For example, sorry guys, Italy. This latency inevitably has an impact of the continuity of the European network, creating malfunctions in the use of the RCC, route compatibility check, for example. Challenge for the coming months. The big challenge that awaits us over the next few months in the European Commission is the European Commission's news regulation for June last year. Specifications are not yet available and have now been further delayed. Currently, I've had a developer in my disposal for several years now. If we fell any further behind schedule, I risk losing the resource and therefore knowledge. This makes it very difficult to meet the deadlines set up in the regulation for adapting to the new legal requirements. The delivery deadlines for the new data will remain a difficult task for our Swiss IAMs, but I'm sure also for many other IAMs in European member states. It's sometimes currently difficult to stay focused on the ERA issues. Several topics have been advanced, but never really completed. For example, root compatibility check, a new RINF environment, accurate geometries, for example. To their credit, the new regulations are taking up and all their resources. We receive information on progress in a moderate, sometimes even surprising and contradictory way, but at the end, it works. I can only conclude by saying things are moving very quickly despite pronounced administrative slowness. Thank you very much.
Thanks, David. This is a perfect transition to Dragos Patru because Dragos, who is a project officer with the European Railway Agency, has been working on RIN for 9 years now, I think, 2015.
Almost.
And he is one of the artisans of the transition to the reshaped RINF. So part of the challenges mentioned by David are probably solved by your future or your current proposals. At least I hope so. So please make your point.
We all hope so. Thank you, Eri, for the introduction. So, as Eri said, I'm working for the agency. I'm a project officer, and today I will share with you some insights of one of the agency's activities, which is the development of railway ontology. This journey started in 2019 when in the agency there were siloed databases, registers. There were around 12 of them. Meanwhile, this number increased to 14. But all changed in 2021 when there was a decision from the ERA management board to move from the traditional application-centric into another data exchange. In the next year, 2022, was marked by achieving a successful proof of concept in linking two of the registers of the agency, namely the Register of Infrastructure and the Register of Type of Vehicles. This step was the first step into data interoperability within the railway ecosystem. As we are now in 2024, we look forward into integrating more data, like, for example, the organizational data of railway stakeholders, vehicle data, and also authorization. As I said in the previous slide, in 2022, the two registers have been selected as candidates for a proof of concept aimed to address a real-world use case, namely the route compatibility check between the infrastructure and vehicle types. This exercise has not been available over the agency's siloed registers before. The first step was to transform and to merge data into from the relational databases into a knowledge graph. Then the next step was to create a tool for a route compatibility check, which allows the analysis of the data, the calculation of the shortest route, and checking the technical compatibility between the infrastructure and the vehicles. This is the error ontology, the first version of the ontology. Here you have a blueprint of the data model that has been used and led to the knowledge graph data enrichment. As you can see, there are different layers. We have the topological layer and also an implementation layer, and it also integrating some railway vehicle data model. This version of the ontology is following the data structure of the legacy registers, RINF and ERA TV. It has more than 200 classes, almost 200 object properties, and more than 300 data properties. As a result of this exercise, we have some figures here. We were able to get more than 47 million triples as a result of more than 31,000 lines of mappings for the data transformation over the 100 shackle shapes. The materialization of these triples is more than 270 tracks, 50,000 stations, and more than 2,000 vehicle types. The coverage is on 25 member states, and then we include Norway and Switzerland as a bilateral agreement. In 2023, a new set of regulation has been voted, the famous TSI Megapack, which included also the RINF regulation, and new data modeling requirements emerged, and this requires a strategic response into meeting the evolving needs of the railway domain. In response to that, the agency set up several topical working groups to deal with different type of data granularity. Those topical working groups bring together experts with different backgrounds, from the data modeling, railway experts in different railway subsystems, geographical data transformation, and also experts in EU legal framework. The collaboration of these experts is instrumental in shaping the evolution of the ERA ontology. The existing ontology is not able to support all these data requirements, so we have started developing a new version, transforming the data model into a multi-level data structure with integrating some of the external ontologies and also organization and type of vehicles. When it comes to the use cases that are covered by the new data structures, rootbook data compilation is one of them. It ensures the track connectivity and navigability. It should ensure a better geographical representation of the infrastructure, but also the route compatibility check, schematic representation, and also the integration of telematics location. The importance of moving towards semantic technologies. It is very important to have this step forward because, as I said before, with the new set of rules, the ERA ontology received the legal framework, and it follows we need to follow the regulation. We can have an enhanced data interoperability, and also it can be scalable and flexible. Although the initial cost can be very high into moving towards semantic technologies, the benefits on the long term can have a positive impact. With the data structure, we are answering some competency questions. Maybe it's too small to see here, but with the new data model, many operational things can have the answers. There are benefits and challenges. Of course, the complexity of the data model and the data integration can be challenging. Also, data quality and consistency. But on the long term, the benefits are higher. We can have enhanced data representation, increased efficiency, scalability, and flexibility. This is a quote from Jim Hellner. If he started the semantic web movement in railway, he would have said that a little semantics goes along rail. Thank you. Thank you, Eric.
Thank you, Dragos. Now, last presentation of the session. I hope you're still fit. But I won't be long, as usual, because time is over. I see it's flashing red here. So I think my time allowance is negative, right? Okay. I will cope. Okay, 10 minutes and nothing more, I hope. So, Eri Magnin, I'm currently working with UIC on several European projects in the framework of the ERGU system pillar and innovation pillar. And also I've been invited to several topical working groups on RINF by the European Railway Agency, because in fact, there's lots of room for cooperation here, as said before by Vasco Kolmorgen. And sorry, I'll try to, apparently there will be the first, yes, on display. So it's still about conceptual data model supporting operations, because the title of the session is Data Supporting Operation, and I'm in particular in charge of the conceptual data model together with the whole work package 30 of the so-called FP1, flagship project 1, also called Motional, financed by the ERGU, mentioned this morning, by the way, by Jan Conlon. So, indeed, first thing, the CDM, I will come back to the acronym later, is work in progress. There is a historical depth to it, because it started at least around 2018, which is in fact the delivery date, with the Interrail project about specifying a way to aggregate different models, probably using RailML as a basis. Then the idea was taken over by the Links for Rail project that went one step further. There was a very early agreement to say, well, the future model is going to be an aggregation of model, a set of models, because there are lots of things to model, and the experts are not so many, and good work has been done by others before, that we do not need to copy and paste, but simply quote. And that project led to half usable conclusions, because basically we set up a family of typically UML-based models, not all of them, and then extracted ontologies from them, so up the abstraction, and also derived code from them. It was all a bit complex and difficult, because in fact UML models are made to be autonomous and closed and not to talk to each other. And of course you can do some tooling to make UML models talk to each other, but the tooling is not quite standard. It doesn't come delivered in Enterprise Architect, for instance, so it's half and half, I would say. And then that led us, in the framework of the current Motional project, to say, well, let's switch maybe to RDF-all, because at least here we are in an open world. As mentioned this morning by Matthias van den Ovele, it's nice because if you have two different databases, you paste them together, you still get consistent information. And so that is an appealing way of doing things. And the other important thing I forgot to mention is that in that context we're aiming at an open license, because of course our business, all of us, is to run railways in a successful way, and models, data models, whatever, are tools. But the user should be placed in the middle, of course, and although the ERGU is a research undertaking, we should do practical things, the proof of the pudding, etc., etc. So one of the practical things is the so-called standardized European checkpoints in the context of flagship project 5, Transformer, which is not only about that, but also about that. That is, it's a follow-up of the intelligent video gates, I think, that are already running experimentally, different countries, for instance, in Germany. And the purpose is to monitor the trains, terminals, and borders, to identify wagons and containers using cameras and RFID, and to check the rolling stock condition, like hot axle boxes, etc., and the load displacement, load composition. So it's a tall order, because it's not just one use case, it's a family of use cases. In fact, it's a big data requirement. And from that, talking with the experts, because domain experts are, of course, the first source of useful knowledge, we decided that we could consider independently from each other, very different aspects for rolling stock. There is an asset management aspect, of course. We are talking vehicles, their components, their state of repair. We are talking topology aspects, and not in the sense of infrastructure this time. And by the way, I'm talking rolling stock on purpose, because infrastructure has been often mentioned this morning. So RDF all, etc., is not only about talking about infrastructure. So topology aspect is about the placement of vehicles. What is in front, what is in the back of the train, and the orientation of vehicles. Then we need a geometry aspects, because these portals need to identify if we have something wrong on the bogie level, or in the middle, or on the top. In the middle it might be the displaced load, on the top it might be a pantograph that is defect, etc. And you need to identify things from pictures, basically. So you need additional information. And then there are also, not quite useful in the context of transformer, but the functional characteristics, because rolling stock has braking and traction characteristics, and sooner or later you will have also use cases dealing with that. By the way, RLML is one of the models that had that on board for a long time already. So this is one dimension, 4 different aspects, and of course I limited the discourse. Now you have different levels of abstractions, because you can talk about rolling stock from an operation point of view. An IC train is composed of 1 locomotive and 3 first-class coaches and 1 bar and 7 second-class coaches. Okay, there are no longer IC trains in that format in DB, but it's just for example's sake. Then you have the catalog view to respond to the operational requirements. Manufacturers will provide you class 66, Shinkansen series, Bauer 103, etc. Typically entries in the ARTV register. And then you have the physical view, that is the stuff you have in your fleet, the actual vehicles you have in your fleet with a serial number, with a chassis number, or EVN if it's in Europe. And by the way, the whole markings. And these 3 levels of abstraction have a relevance at some point, of course, usually not together. The interesting thing is, we saw with that with the transformer working party, is that they do not need all combinations, but you can get lots of meaningful combinations of the 4 aspects on the top and the 3 abstraction levels in the left-hand column. And these different notions are usually defined at catalog level, typically, because manufacturer in the end will stay what his vehicle looks like, but will be referenced by other levels. In this approach, sorry, this is of course quite obvious, sorry to state the obvious, but in this approach with 4 aspects, 3 abstraction levels, you get 4 times 3, that is 12 possible combinations covering different use cases, which I only suggested here. On the other hand, you have only 7 models, 4 plus 3. And this is the key to making models smaller, compact, understandable, elegant. Well, elegant means readable and understandable and maintainable. So when I say elegant, it's not about a beauty contest. It is about an industrial problem we have to solve. The result is that translating those requirements in terms of ontologies looks like more or less this. That is, we start, of course, with the domain level, because we talk for and in the tongue of domain experts. We talk about rolling stock vehicles, coaches, locomotives, rail cars. These have concrete characteristics, like, for instance, a residual value, a set management view, or a laden mass, which is the physical description, or a seating capacity, which is about a function. And it happens that all these characteristics usually come bundled together in property sets, because when you say an asset from an economic point of view, it means it has a purchase cost, it has a residual value, it has a lifetime, etc. And usually those properties do not come alone, but in property sets that in fact characterize something more abstract. An asset is not something that you can immediately translate into an instance. A fish tank can be an asset if you decide to have fish tanks in your stations, but usually it's not the case. It could happen. And then, of course, you must also pay tribute to people who have defined data descriptors totally independently from your use case, like uncertainties, tolerances, provenance of data, units, of course, and this you do not need to do again. And of course, then project level, and this is yet another thing. Of course, we have constraints about data. For instance, a Belize group has 2 to 7 Belize's, no more, no less. These constraints are not semantically useful. They just tell you something about the restrictions you expect on the data in your particular project. For this part, we have another formalization, which is called Shackle, mentioned this morning by Veronica, which is one instrumental tool set, making sure not to mix up semantic aspects with project-specific constraints that you should formalize, but not mix up. Especially of concern for the agency, because the agency is about defining things, but not telling to the projects what they should do. And so the CDM, conceptual data model, is not only about concepts we saw before, it's also constraints. It's not only about data, because here I illustrated a practical case, and I will have to come to a quick conclusion, sorry. A coach mass is 40.1 tons, is something you can measure with a real coach on the left-hand side, and you can specify in a catalog on the right-hand side in order to make sure that those two assertions are compatible or not. It comes to checking lots of things, and not just the raw figures, and not even figures plus units, but much more. And somehow, sometimes, the surrounding data will tell you the comparison is not valid at all, because here you fail to calibrate your scale. That's a pity. So this is a key point. I will jump over that one. The CDM conceptual data model being developed in FP1 is for operations and also especially for maintenance, including predictive maintenance, because we seek general support of specifications, measurements, and predictions as separate streams of information that somehow compete against each other, must be compared to each other. And of course, all this needs to be loaded live in memory to be able to make the necessary checks, conformity assessments before, or reconciliation of contradictory data, because if you set a semantic sensor network, you are going to get contradictions, like it or not. So CDM is to a large extent about metrology, and metrology is best done using ontologies that have been designed for that purpose. QUDT has been mentioned this morning. SOSA SSN is also one of the mainstays, also mentioned this morning, etc. So we don't have to reinvent the wheel. The story goes on. If you want to hear more about these fantasies and theories, you can also consult these GitHubs, provisional GitHubs, awaiting those to be put at our disposal by the ERGU when they are ready. So thanks for your attention. So now is the time for questions. Are there any spontaneous ones? Otherwise, I will maybe pick up a remark by Vasco Kolmorgen and raise a general question here. Yes, sir, please, go ahead. Does not work. Oh, or come here, maybe, if you like. Yeah, because, sorry, the audibility is not very good here. Come forward.
So my name is Mitchell van Baalen. I work for ERA. I have a question to Vasco Kopmorgen. You were telling about the projects where you were trying to collect information from small IMs. Well, similarly with RINF, we also have problems with collecting information from smaller IMs. I was wondering if you could share a bit like your experience, how you motivated those IMs to cooperate. I know it was like a funded project, but what helped you in this process? And can you also give some tips on how for RINF in the future we can ensure that also smaller IMs, service facilities, terminals add information in RINF?
Yeah, what I can say, these small railways are very aim-oriented. So the typical way is if I want to get a result or something at EU level or so on, it takes me, I think, 500 talks in 5 years. If I go to a small IM, I will very quick get a meeting with the managing director, and then he say, tell me in 3 minutes what is my benefit. If I can tell it to him then, yeah, then he will say, yes, I like it, let's do it then. Yeah, it's a hands-on mentality what you have there. For them, they are happy for everything which will not give any administrative burden. Currently, they are seeing RINF as additional administrative burden, yeah, where they say another statistics, what we have to deliver, but they do not see the benefit then. When I showed these Trassenfinder, they have a very clear benefit because we say, now you are visible on the market, everybody will order slots on your network. And this is why they say, ordering slots on my network, this is income. Yes, I like it. Yeah? And this is something what we should bring, a clear visibility, a roadmap, and the use case behind then. Yeah? So if I could say this wish, then give a clear roadmap from RINF and give also a clear use case, what is the benefit? So don't think from the database, think from the usage of it then, yeah? So that you can say everybody who will have a root compatibility check then in Europe then can also do this via the RINF database. So it's essential that you are there then. And then I think you will also have them. For us it was very easy because we say we are doing everything and we are gathering the data and we are doing the interface then. But at the end of the day, we will now probably have a second phase of the project, but after this, the ministry will say, hey, we founded you twice, now you have to live on the free market. So everything what you are updating of the data, of the database, of the tools, you have to earn some money from them. And then it's very hard for us to say, this is why we are bringing your data into RINF then. Yeah? And this is something which should follow there, and all these decisions should follow then.
Very clear. Thanks.
Thank you. I would suggest, because in principle 6 minutes left, to open up a question to both the panel members, to the agency representatives, and to the rest of the audience. You said at some point, Vasco, that you would wish to see a roadmap for the RINF. So then my natural question would be, well, what do you consider, of course, apart from the intrinsic value of having a roadmap, of course, what would you particularly see in that roadmap for the RINF or for TAF TSI or similar things? And this is also a question to the agency because in 2020, the agency released a white paper about, if I'm not wrong, about embracing the semantic technologies for all sorts of purposes. And personally, since I go back to the agency website every now and then, I would like to see an update. So what could you bring from your points of view, agency point of view? What would be the elements that would contribute to such a roadmap? Are there any emergencies, things more important than others? What is your opinion? Of course, I'm addressing also the data users in the room, and I saw from the raised hands, they are maybe a minority, but still numerous. Chris, I hope this one works. Yeah.
I think it seems to. So I think I feel obliged to try and answer that question on behalf of the agency. So for sure, you're right, Eri. We tried to set out at the beginning a kind of data digitalization roadmap to at least explain the direction we were moving in and why we were doing it. And we have, I think, clearly for ourselves, because as Dragos showed, we have a number of databases we're managing. We had our own internal use cases that would drive us to link that data and make it more efficient. But we are, personally, and I think the agency is very open to the feedback we've got about how do you align the business needs with the data provision so that there's a real incentive to provide the data. And therefore, we're no longer just, I think, I've heard it a few times, an administrative burden without a benefit. But I think at least that's our intention. In terms of the updating the document, I think that clearly, I take that on board. I think we should do that. And I know in the working group, there was a lot of discussion on, can we see really a plan on what you want to do by when? Some of that is driven by regulation, so that, you know, that is published, but I think it would help us. And in the last working group, we undertook to try and provide a kind of short and medium-term plan of where we think we're going with these systems. So then I think that gives a chance for the stakeholders to also engage with that process. I was really taken by Gaben's presentation on the talking bit, and I fully support that, and I like that approach. And I just think we need time to also think about how do we fit that, taking our time to talk within the framework of, but we have to bring about a change within a certain deadline. So I think that's, for the group discussion, I think we should really reflect on that. And then I think in our planning now, I think now that we've been working a bit with linked data with the Register for Infrastructure and the Type Vehicle Register, I think we have learnt quite a lot in that process. We went from a kind of successful pilot with the help of ProRail and Infrabel. It gave us a lot of confidence and excitement about linked data. We then hit the kind of reality of trying to implement linked data in the real world, and that was quite a tough, painful process. But I think having learned a bit from that, we have a much clearer idea now, for at least for our systems, what we would like to change and why we want to change those. And I think that we can open up that discussion. The other element, I think, in the roadmap we need to think about, a few people talked about it in terms of governance. I think we need a way to do, if we're going to have this merging of ontologies or models or linking of ontologies, whatever we decide in the end, taking on board the point Matthias made at the beginning, you know, please don't give me 7. So I think that's understood, but how do we form a wider group to govern that ontology, so it's a shared governance, and that we can, you know, all parties feel they have a voice and a chance to implement it, but also in a way which doesn't leave us in the current or the historic change cycle, which sometimes would take years for small change. So how do we harness this kind of superpowers of ontology, which is you can really change it quickly, you can adapt it quickly, and how do you do that adaptation quickly plus engagement plus shared ownership? So I think that for me is the element we need to discuss within the stakeholder group. How are we going to do governance? And I think that needs to be part of the roadmap, because that's the bit where it comes up at most meetings and we're still a bit silent on how we're actually going to do that. So that's, at least from our side, what we will hope to produce with the support of the stakeholders and their help.
Maybe when I'm allowed there to add something for these RINF and also for the TAF-TAP, the idea of the use cases, what Ari stressed, was not our idea at RailML. It came from our UIC working group from Alain Jamer, but he has the business view of it, and he say, write down the use case. So what I want then, and this is also where we can bring people to these databases, and all databases are only useful when they are used, because otherwise it's a graveyard of data. And make these use cases, write these use cases for slot search, for these vehicle interoperability tests and so on, and publish these use cases. And with this you can bring the industry. Maybe there will be someone who will make a business from searching the best path on the European rail network. We have it for tickets then. The train line, they are using the data to selling the best ticket. They are searching in Switzerland, in Germany, and in France and giving you the cheapest ticket. Why not having this as a vision in 5 to 10 years that people will do this, and they will need the data. And from the day when they get the data, they will push everyone to data and to connecting the databases then.
Yes? Sir, please. I think our time is over. Do we still have a couple of 1 or 2 minutes? Thank you.
Another question for Vasco. If I understand correctly, RailML generates an XML schema from UML. Is there also plans for a canonical ontological definition? And what I envision here is that the OGC is one of the best communities for this kind of conversion. They have a tool called Shape Change, we're now working with the OGC to produce a semantic rendition of CityGML. So I think something like that for RailML would be very useful.
Yeah, we are doing this. We have an ontology working group then established since more than 1 year. And we are very short then, I think end of the week, we will publish our first ontology. We are not so quick like the others then, because we are doing this in such a working group together with Infrabel, with Sprava Železnic from Czech Republic then, with Siemens and so on. And we are happy to bringing the IAMs and the industry together. This is the aim of RailML. But we are shortly before, and we also did it. And last but not least, I forgot to stress also ERA then. ERA is part of our working group. And so we want to bring it together. So please wait for 1 or 2 weeks then, and then you will find it also in a slider on our website.
And I would like to add, yes, thank you, I think it works. I'd like to add to this, also in that field, we are not having a monolithic view, at least at FP1 Work Package 30. That is, we can also adopt mixed solutions when they make sense, and we are not the only ones to do that. For instance, GeoSparkle, as a way to encode geographic data, is a mix of ontologies to speak about features, and then serialization formats to provide stuff that doesn't fit easily into ontologies, like vectors or matrices. So a mixed approach is probably also quite reasonable here, also to take advantage of the ability of off-the-shelf components to process existing formats that are well-known, like well-known text, well, for geography. And you could imagine a couple of others. So here, let's not be too restricted in our views.
We are eagerly awaiting the emergence of 3D geometries in GeoSparkle 1.3. So they hope that by September they'll be able to have a draft. Currently, they're starting to gather requirements. And I think a similar extension for linear referencing will be very, very important for Rail. Because I think that if you try and break down a detailed geometry into triples, that's a road to perdition, too many triples. It's best to keep them in an opaque literal.
And final point, instead of inventing something new, I recommend that you go and visit the public GitHubs of GeoSparkle, where lots of ideas have been raised, like explicitly referencing systems, explicitly referencing units according to some other ontology, etc. Because, of course, there are shortcomings in GeoSparkle right now, but I don't want to have to replace what they are doing, because they are doing it probably more efficiently than I would do in my small railway world. This is not my business. Geography is for others. And I will happy to reuse what you are doing and credit it, by the way. We have 1 minute, 25 seconds left. So shall we have a longer coffee break? Yeah. Finally, I get an applause. Okay. Thanks. Thanks, everybody, for participation.
Thank you.
Yes. Yes, hello, thank you very much. We are coming to the last session of today, meaning I hope you're not too tired, and we have quite interesting matters for you. We have a quite good panel, and we are coming now a bit from, we had already quite lively discussion about, let's say, data, semantic, and so on, and now we are coming to the data producers and the data providers, so the ones they're really dealing with the data. And I'm quite happy that we had already a lot of items dealing with users, dealing with data. I'm really positive about that. And we have a quite good panel. The first one is Julian, who is researcher. He is dealing a lot with whale data, so he will be in the sector of the data consumers. Ingo, working for DB with passenger systems, classical data consumer, what we said as well, but in both areas. You see already, we had an issue, who is a data consumer and a data provider? And finally, we figured out all of us are data consumers and providers in one or the other way. We're having Roland, working a lot in the railway business. We are cooperating in an UAR project where we're connecting terminals and so on in a long time, thanks also being in the area of data consumers. From that, we would like then to go to the data providers. And there we have Matthias, you have seen him today already. Really interesting presentation. We don't have to introduce you again. It was very well done. The same goes to Michelle. Michelle, I think what I've seen, 20 years knowledge in railway business, being an expert in data transformation and so on, being very interested in that. Yeah, and finally, Jules, we have seen you today as well.
Yep.
And to wake us all up and give them a motivation, please give them a hand. I was asked, I think 2 months ago, by Joseph and by Chris, Harold, can you moderate one session? First, if you are asked by these guys, you cannot say no. So it's for sure. It's a pleasure for me. And I didn't have too much expectation by the beginning of that. So I said, okay, we're learning a lot of semantic. We know it already. I changed my mind in the first 3 sessions. Really well done. Thank you, Joseph, for organizing it. Thank you for all the team you're having. It was a good job until now. And that's a challenge for us, that they performed so good. So why was I asked to, let's say, moderate this session? You have heard a lot of time. My name is Harald Reisinger. I have the big pleasure to be responsible for IT in RailNet Europe. RailNet Europe is the company you've heard a couple of times, one of the, let's say, companies providing a lot of data, so collecting them from different sources. So we are dealing with that on a daily business. And for that, it comes quite logic, knowing, okay, it makes sense, let's say, being in this session in a way. So what we are facing, having said that, we are facing 2 major problems. So we are integrating information from more than 100 different entities, terminals, IAMs, IUs. RNE itself is the umbrella organization of infrastructure managers, and the aim is that we're giving a European view. So we are not saying we have a German view, an Austrian view. No, we need this European umbrella on that. That's quite important. And that's why what we are doing here, what the Commission is doing, what the agency is doing is so important for us, because we have one strategy. We are relying on regulation and TSIs. We are taking them. That's a good point. We don't have to deal with them too much. Has a bad point. If it's messed up really. Because then we have a problem. The good point is, in the telematic TSIs, we have a perfect cooperation with the agency, Chris and his team, Michael and so on. So we have developed, starting with USC leaflets, I don't know if you know them, to now telematic systems, which is used at the moment in the sector. Since I was talking, we have 500,000 of messages exchanged European-wide about train running information, partly also train composition information, let's say, path request messages and so on. So there is something working already. So we are not starting from zero, exactly with that approach. The next point is, by doing that, what's our major problem? We said it today already a bit. Is it now just the semantic, just the way we are presenting data? That's an issue, honestly. It's an issue. It's much easier for us. So if you're having the standards, I can go to any IAM, IU saying, come on, we would like to exchange the data. That's the format, that's tough TSI, and let's go on working. The big problem is that every company, IM, IU, they have specific roles. And if you come to the IM, it's then the ministry, it's the safety authority. And finally, they are safety critical. So even more than the exchange of the data and the standardization, the national way of operating rail is what's really harming us. Anybody said today train drivers in Italy, if you would like to make a common path request all over Europe, you have, I think, still 200 national parameters just to get capacity on the European network. 200 parameters, that we should work on, that we have to reduce. That's really our major problem, what we are facing. By having said that, we got a bit the relation between sector, rail, and data. This, we are in Verona, we heard Julia and Romy already, so if you go then to the city center, you see maybe this in the arena. There is no way out of exchanging data. There is no way out of cooperation. I think that's what we have learned all in the sector. Nevertheless, we have to take the partners with us. We cannot just make a line in a regulation, I have this saying sometimes, and believe the sector is implementing and it's done. The sector has legacy systems. The sector needs time to go from where we are at the moment to where we would like to be. And also where we would like to be is quite important. If you're defining now where we would like to be in 1, 2, 3, 4 years, this comes with a responsibility. Meaning, if you're now investing in issues, all of us, and we know where we are being in 3 years, and then is anybody changing that target because he has a better idea? We had a good idea. Telematic DSI XSD. We have a better idea now. And the problem of the better idea is it's killing the good idea. That's something we have to have in mind. If you're working now on areas like asset management with a life cycle of 25, 35 years, then going in the wrong direction is a disaster. In IT, we are talking about 3 to 5 years. It's also not helping a lot, honestly. It's also not helping a lot. But it's much easier in IT. But nevertheless, we should really be it's a demand that if anything is implemented now in the semantic and technology, and that's why we are cooperating with the agency quite heavily and with the Commission, it has to be possible to go from where we are at the moment to the next step. And these two systems have to be able to communicate with each other the whole time. It cannot be that existing systems, information, data exchange is broken because of something new. I think this is something also, I'm quite happy that my feeling is this understanding we have at Commission side, at the agency side, but there's a willingness, if something is a better way to be done with a timeline, then let's go there. If we see the possibilities of semantic approach, let's go there. But make the proof of concept. Not say we are going without thinking, checking it out, and I'm quite, let's say, positive that this is the way we can go forward in that area. I just have added one more slide, what you see now in the background. We always have the FAIR principle. I said, okay, there are a lot of them, and it's independent how we are calling them. If it's the FAIR principle or if it's the START principle, I don't care. It's always the same point. The data have to be maintained, they have to be up to date, they have to be accessible via the same platforms, via the same interfaces, and they have to be shareable and reusable. The major point what we're seeing is that the same data are stored in different databases with different values in different areas. What we have to do is we have to define the single source of the origin, the root. Where is the root? And if we have defined the root, for example, RINF, the root for topology data, perfectly fine, then everybody can access the data from there. If you're defining the RINF partly and the next one and the next one and the next one, then we are coming to a situation that we don't know where to get the data from anymore. With that, I would like to hand over to the data consumers, and the first one is Julian, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Harold. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Julian Rojas. Probably for most of you, I'm an unfamiliar face for this community. And that's because I am not really a part of, or I don't really come from the railway domain. My background is more from the academic domain. I'm a researcher on data interoperability. I come from, or my association or my affiliations are the University of Ghent in Belgium, and also I'm part of a research institute called IMEC in Belgium. So why am I here really? So perhaps for those of you who don't know, the first prototype or the initial prototypes, the initial versions of the ERA vocabulary and also about the rule compatibility check prototype, I had the fortune to lead the technical development back then at the beginning of 2020. I was just the right place, the right time to meet Marina, to meet Paulina, which is not here, to meet Dragos, and to meet all the team at ERA. And they came to us with this question like, okay, you guys are supposed to be experts on linked data and semantic technologies, so can you do something to solve this problem of the interoperability that we have at the agency? So I was there, and I had the fortune again to lead these development efforts. And by now, I'm proud to say that we're happy, very happy to the results that we have achieved. Although, so for those of you who are not yet fully convinced about these strategies, so you can blame me for that. But I cannot claim all the credits for this. Of course, it has been a full process of evolving these technologies, these initial prototypes, and I have to in particular thank all the colleagues that were involved in this process. In particular, I think he's not here yet, but the team of Oscar Corcho of University Politécnica Universidad of Madrid. They have been they have done a lot of efforts into taking these products or these assets, these technology assets to the state they are right nowadays. What do I do as well right now? I mean, the involvement with ERA is one partnership, it's one collaboration we hope that we have been maintaining throughout these last 4 years, and we hope to continue developing into new use cases like rootbook and so on. But our core research and my involvement in also other initiatives, it's focused mainly on automating data exchange and to truly achieve automated interoperability and data exchange on any domain, really, not only on railway data. And for that, I'm involved as well. Something that you saw mentioned this morning was the Interoperable Europe initiative, which, by the way, next week has let me reiterate the invitation for next week conference and in Brussels. It's called the CEMIC conference, where we will be also presented there our solutions to really achieve automated data exchange. I would dare to make a bold claim here on this panel or on this scenario, where I would like to tell you, please do not be afraid or do not fear the costs, at least, of embracing these technologies. By now, I would dare to say that the raising your data or bringing your data for whatever format from whatever backend system that you may have in your organizations towards a target ontology, namely in this case the ERA ontology, it's really a problem or a technical issue that is totally feasible and totally possible to be solved within or with little effort. By the time I started the development or the pilots of the ERA ontology, I was just initial PhD student. So let me tell you that if an experienced PhD student can achieve or can come up with this kind of solutions, I'm pretty sure right now your developed or your experienced technical teams can also accomplish these tasks. So right now, because of my involvement of developing the root compatibility check application, so I'm going to take this role or from this perspective as a data consumer for the panel. And I was asked by Harald also, or we were asked by Harald to try to come up with a wish of what we would like to ask you all, if we could ask for such a thing, of course. And that is, from my perspective as a data consumer, please let's embrace linked data technologies and semantic technologies. I'm convinced that although semantic technologies on their own are not really a solution for interoperability, they don't solve on themselves the problem itself, they put us on a level playing field where there is already there are well-known frameworks, well-known standards that could lead us to actually solve that move the discussion from the technical aspects towards the business aspects, towards the business goals, towards aligning our objectives, and of course, achieving something for the benefit of all of us, in this case, for the railway network, or for a vision of unified railway network in Europe. Okay, thank you. So I pass.
Yeah, but please stay. So
yes,
you have told us, and that's the meant to blame if you have any issues with the root compatibility check. What I have learned now. So you said it's so easy that, let's say, a student, let's say, can work with this kind of technology, and it's not quite easy for you. So what would be your major need as data consumer? Is there anything you say, from the commission, or let's say from the sector, what was one of the major needs of the data quality you would see?
So from that perspective, I would ask for standards, for technical specifications, so that we can really consume data, and then I would like to point back to Gilles, sorry, to Gilles. In his presentation, he asked for usable data. And usable data means having well-specified and well-agreed upon standards that me as a consumer don't have to really navigate or write thousands of lines of code to actually get a piece of data. Data integration, data interoperability should be trivial. And for that, we need standards. And one of these approaches is the diagram you see over there. Please come to me if you want for me to support my bold claims that this is actually a solvable problem. I can back up my claims. And also, I invite you again to the SEMI conference next week if you want to see a couple more examples on that.
Thank you very much for that. I think it's the right place to ask for standards here, if you have the agency. So thank you very much for that presentation. I think we can give a hand. What does this mean to, and I'm in railway business since 25 years, so I'm not the youngest one. So what does this mean to all of us? There's a new technology, there's a new challenge. I think we have to take it. And one of the next one who is on the way taking this challenge is also a data consumer, is Ingo, as said already, for the passenger, for the traffic system at DB System responsible. The floor is yours.
Thank you. So, does this microphone work? Perfect. Hello, I'm Ingo, and I try to get. Okay, that works. Hey, Ingo Ritter, I'm from Deutsche Bahn. I'm at Deutsche Bahn Group at the Traveler Information Department. So I'm here as a data consumer, but also as a data provider. But mainly I'm here because I'm a translator. I try to translate in, well, with different perspectives. One of my jobs is data strategy, data regulation, all the stuff, and something that's called legal requirement management. So I try to make sense of regulation for the business people, for the, well, legal people, and for the technicians. That's quite interesting because my other topic is also translating. We take data from infrastructure. There are 100 tons of steel that passing the sensor. And we try to make sense and translate it for our passengers. Okay, this train will be there in about 3 minutes. That's our work. It's a real-time work. And it's quite complicated because we do it not only for Germany, we do it for all the neighboring countries. So we have about 800,000 trips in public transport in our real-time system that we transform. We have about 200 million to 800 million events every day. So we have some information and we have all those stipulations. And maybe someone is shocked, but the first thing that we do is we take data and we try to get rid of XML. We don't use XML. Okay, someone looks a little bit shocked. Why do we do this? Well, we have to scale. We have this 800 million events every day. And we try to make sense of this data and bring it to about 20,000 displays at stations, some million people that use the apps, the employees at Deutsche Bahn and other companies, and also to, well, enable multimodal travel. And if you have some interest in architecture and everything, we can talk tomorrow in a workshop about this. We have this microservice architecture, and that means if we change from our JSON format to XML, back to XML, we have about 30 to 80% more traffic, and that's costly. It's completely cloud-based, but that's costly. So, well, we use JSON to communicate between these microservices, but that's enough of this technical stuff. Don't worry. Because I'm here as this translator person, and I have this hobby. I'm a professor at Frankfurt University of Applied Sciences, and one of my research topics is legal requirement management. And I thought, what are my expectations? What are my wishes? What should I address to this audience? What would my life make better? First thing, one of our focus is to deepen our cooperation with the aviation industry. So we have a very well-defined world with operational data. And that works perfectly, and it's sufficient, in my opinion, and it's getting better and better. That's my true opinion, and I think that's fine. We, at the Travel Information Department, are not on the operational side. We are on the retail side. Okay, we don't sell tickets. Fair enough. But we inform these people that have tickets during, before, and sometimes after their trip. So, what is my first point? My first point is, how can we make the rail sector more attractive for these people that, well, use other modes of transport, like those that want to go by plane? How can we do this? I'm not a big friend of these short-haul flights. So flights lower than 200 kilometers, I don't think they make sense. And when you talk to the airport guys, we don't do flights either because air is limited. So we have these ideas and we have this challenge. How can we bring them together by data exchange? And they get not operational data from the trains, they get the traveler information from us. And this, we make this possible not by we just have the standard and we only use the standard, and if you don't play with us with our standards, we stop playing with you. We say, what are your needs? And when they say, well, okay, I want to make an ETA, ETD board at an airport. When you're at Frankfurt Airport, look at this displays. There are trains on it. Not only flights, trains. And that is something that we do with data. And we can only do this because we get data in this very good structured information from infrastructure managers. So one thing is, we need this freedom. We need the freedom to use the formats and the technology to get this aviation cooperation and any other mode of transport cooperation closer together. What is another pain point that we have? We take data not only from one infrastructure manager, not only from 1, 2, 3 railway undertakings, hundreds of railway undertakings, and 1 dozen of infrastructure managers. And, well, that is quite painful. The formats are perfect. It's okay, we understand this. But we have the scaling issue. We have to make sense of this with this 200 to 800 million events every day. How can we use something like this data space, this railway data space, European mobility data space? There are some names out there to improve our life, to make it easier. We talk about data spaces, and I think that's one idea. But in my opinion, and I was a product owner of one of the first ideas of this mobility data space in Germany. So I have some ideas how this data spaces work with this architecture that we seen some hours before. In my opinion, we would need European mobility service spaces. I want a service. I want the possibility to get the information from my display at an airport, at a train station, in a car, in a taxi, as a navigator in this navigation software. I want this information directly from this data space. So this integration thing that we do, that some of you do, we do all the same. We integrate the same data again and again and again, there. Why don't we think this European data space thing further? Make them a service space that integrate the data for us, and there's something red, so I think I have to finish, but maybe we can discuss this furthermore tomorrow.
Yeah. Thank you very much for that. Before you're giving the hand, I have one question. Even if everything is blinking red, we have to say there was a special challenge for Ingo. We have not won the clock here. So it was at 7 minutes for 2 minutes, and then he started with 4 minutes again. So it was really challenging for him. So one point I have, it's a bit different to the question what we have prepared, honestly. What is the major information you're requiring and missing? You say you're now in this, let's say, informing the customers. You would like to go in competition with, let's say, with aviation. You need data from your neighboring countries, most likely. What's the most challenging data you are missing?
What is the most challenging thing? I see it as a land card. You have these white spaces. And what do we do when we have these white spaces? We make estimations. So estimation when this train arrives there and there. I think maybe we need more sensors, or maybe we should look in other sectors how they do it, because the big thing that the car industry has, they have a sensor every 5 meters. We have a sensor every 100 meters or something. So I think that is the thing where we can get better, to get more sensor data, or to combine sensor data from the train and the infrastructure. Because today, I think infrastructure always beats information from the railway undertaking when it's about traveler information, because it's more reliable, and maybe we have to rethink this.
Thank you very much. Please, a hand. I think that was quite interesting. And meaning we had already today GPS data. It was already said, not just, let's say, point-wise data, GPS data. Maybe this could be something, let's say, it's even a tough TSI message already, honestly. Maybe this is the next step. On the data consumer side, we have also Roland giving us a bit more insight about, let's say, bringing terminals together, bringing the sector together. You said, Harold, you know me, I'm data provider and I'm data consumer. So I'm getting your data as a consumer and providing to my customers. So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Harald. Okay, let's see if that works. Yes. So I've got 2 hats on, so bear with me 2 minutes to explain that. On the one hand, I'm CEO of Consilis, and the company, we founded it on the assumption that we have several challenges and we have some insights, specifically in developing and innovating electronic services from a practical as well as from an academic background. And that was the basis to found Consilis. And then we said, okay, where's the biggest challenge? Well, bring IT and logistics together on a process and also on an IT level. And that gave us a lot of work the last 25 years. And we also had projects, and it was then more or less targeting towards multimodal projects, which is multimodal, true multimodal everything. So we had sea, air, global projects, road, obviously, and also rail, and also some short sea. And therefore, we really worked hard on this. And one of our long-lasting customers is UAR. For those of you who don't know UAR, it's the Association for Combined Road and Rail Transport in Europe, situated in Belgium. And we had together quite a few R&D projects, also with some involvement of R&D there. One of them was Releta, so it was about how to get an ETA to combine transport with the help of artificial intelligence. Then Planet, we worked on how to digitalize documents on a global, more pan-European level also. And Edict, I will spend a few words later on. that was about interoperability, or is still. And as I already mentioned, UAR a bit, what they do is obviously transposing the needs of the combined transport into the regulation, helping there. Standardization services, they also offer some, and then obviously R&D projects, which we happen to be sometimes part of it. So edict, what is the challenge and why I want to show it a little bit, because it's in the heart of this conference, although I'm a little bit an outlier because we are having more to focus on not only rail and IMs, but also combined transport terminals, and then also LSPs, and in the end, shippers and consignees. So it's many stakeholders. We have quite a few gaps in the data exchange and hurdles, which are not fully aligned, because we're even outside the rail area, and we have also some issues with the quality and punctuality of trains, etc. So that led to edict, to increase the interoperability and also the data quality. And what do we focus on? We want to make sure that with the set of 7 partners, we use real data to really demonstrate where we are at the moment in order to manage the punctuality of trains. We devised some reason codes, overarching of the companies, try to standardize this in order to make also a process for reason code reconciliation between RUs and CTOs more easily. And that in the end leads to hopefully more accurate data, and we want to prove it, and how far we get it we will see at the end of the project in 2 or 3 months' time. And also to make it shareable and usable for other partners who need that. Having said that, what are our requirements and learnings from an UIR perspective? Well, one is the building blocks for multimodality is we still need to harmonize data, and not only the data, but also the semantics, the IT platforms beneath that. It is not that there's nothing there, but it's still not where it could be. Then we have the multilateral data exchange topic, which also needs to be understood crossing the silos. So if you think completely different in the rail sector compared to the road sector and others, we have still a lot of communications and also data standard problems, which can be avoided, and therefore data for data principle, federated data governance, and also the European mobility data space for freight are elements which can be very helpful. And to make it sure we get there, we need to have the complete information exchange, not only on the goods, but also on the footprint, CO2 footprint, safety information, and it all needs to be secure, obviously. How to bridge that? Well, one is, although we heard different things from a combined transport sector and also from the test from edict, the international train number is not there yet. We tried to use what is there, but it's not as operable as it could be. We can go tomorrow into the details in the workshop. Then we need to focus on that the customers get the value of valuable data, not just bombarded with data. We have some terminals that get a lot of information, or let's say data from the terminals, but it's not what they need to act on it, so it's not actionable data. And we can work on that via interfaces and more integration. And we need to increase the planability for shippers and also the flexibility to make them, enable them to get the correct data and also respond then if something goes wrong, because this is a critical, also commercially critical aspect. And if we all get that done, hopefully in not so long time in the future, we can then focus on prevention and exception management in order to get even better service quality back to freight customers.
Yes, thank you for that. Roland, you're one of the integrators, so to say, and you're dealing with the terminals, with us as infrastructure managers. You're dealing with the shippers, also with operators. do you see are the major challenges? First mile is what we always saying, that's what we have to get. We're getting the infrastructure, but first and last mile is our major pain point sometimes. What is your major pain point in this area? How can we get the terminals more in this UB-Invite data exchange? Is it just a train idea or is there more?
It's a bit more, unfortunately. Well, we need to make sure that they can really process what they can achieve, and we also need to make them capable of processing the information, because terminals are quite a heterogeneous group of companies, sometimes very small, sometimes bigger, and we need to make sure that they can process what they have, but also we also need to make sure that the information reaches out and gets to the shipper, because if the shipper doesn't see it, we have examples from the shipper side. They tried rail, they failed, and they now stopped it. So it's very difficult to get them back on track again, because they had no service. They have lost their goods, and then they said, okay, the risk is too high for me. Even if I want it because it's greener, at the moment I cannot sell my business partners that we can rely on rail. And this is where we need to get to, because otherwise the shift to rail is something which might not be happening. And that's, I think, not what is the purpose of this conference. We should be pushing it and enable it.
Great, thank you very much, and thank you also very much for that one. So, and we should not underestimate the first and the last mile and the connection to the shippers and the intermodal operators. Otherwise, if the goods are not on the rail, then they will never come to the rail, and that's really the entry point for that. We should have provided now our pooling version. Thank you. Great. We have provided 3 pooling versions. The first one is a quite easy one. I think you all have it already, so you don't have to reconnect. Now also you can take your phones and being a part of that. And the first is just getting to know which audience we are having. I was very satisfied that the IMs are front runners in that area, but if you just have IMs here, it's just half so good as I thought. So please just say it where you are in the beginning. Just knowing a bit the audience we are in here.
Okay, it's not working.
So it looks like a quite big mixed one. So yeah, the most are not in that's a classical railway area, sorry for that. So we see we have a lot of people, they are not, let's say they are supporting the rail, but they are not in one of the entities to be in here. This is also for me always quite important, getting the other questions, what do we need? Are we talking about the one using the data, providing the data, or a bit more in general? And UB embodies IMs, IU seems to be, you see the server, the terminals, maybe one person here. it's you for that. So thanks for that. It helps a bit knowing, let's say, where you are. Maybe now something, not like just who from you would consider himself as data consumer? Just raise the hand of the rail data. Who is a data consumer in the way? Yes, some are in. That's good. That's good. That's good. Because exactly that's the way we would like to challenge out. Yeah, based on that, maybe we can go to the next question, which is then a bit more related to content. So what are the main factors from your point of view about the quality of the data? So we have here, let's say, what is the highest value? Is it the quality of the data? Is it that the data are centrally available? Is it that they're automated generated? What is your... Yeah, there we see a tendency which is a bit in what we are seeing as well. I don't care how you generate the data, honestly. I just need them. They have to be in a high quality, and they have to be machine readable, and they have to be available up to date. If they're automated or not is the next step, so to say. We know we need automated data, I think, to provide them in a high quality, but that's coming in the next phase. Is there anybody who would like to comment on that? Yeah?
Eri.
Yeah, just 100% data quality is difficult to understand because it depends on the usage. So instead of that criteria, I would have put explicit data quality so that users may know if they can use the data or if it's not fit for their purpose.
So that's quite good. For the next conference, if I still have the pleasure to be here, we will try to adapt it in that way. Thank you very much for that. And now we're making a bit of shift from the ones they're using the data to the ones they're providing the data. And in the data provider, we are starting with Matthias already. Let's say we don't have to introduce you. You had a quite great speech about what's done in Infobel in a way. And we are knowing the way to use this ontology, and you're one of the front runner there, and I think he is in a lot of the meetings telling us the advantage that it can work, trying to convince the sector going in that way. And we know that also Infobel is not completely migrated to do this open link data, but on a way. Please, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so I actually prepared this slide again. And I was expecting to go over these points with you and indicate the way how all these points can solve data quality issues. But I'm a bit mad at the previous speakers, and especially Gerben. I'm not looking. I am looking at you. Okay. Now I know where you are. Because they also already said everything. And I'm not a guy that likes to repeat himself or others, so I actually prepared something else. And I was thinking, let's, from a data provider point of view, go over a couple of data quality issues that we had, a bit of anecdotes. And so you get an idea of what kind of situation we are in and how we try to solve those. So at first, I have a small confession to make. There is an error in our RINF publication. Surprise. Only one. I know of one, so let's keep it at that. And well, it's some of our railway yards, so places where you station a train or try to change its configuration, they are operational points, and all of them are of type station. And a station is a place where you can put passengers on the train and has platforms, but those yards don't have platforms. So we discovered this a couple of weeks ago, and the cause of the issue is that the data system from which we generate data doesn't know the concept of a yard, or at least not in the list that we use to classify the operational point type. So we need to combine a couple of more data sources in order to get this data corrected, and that's an issue. It will take some time to go over it. I have a cheat sheet over here, so who knows what the null island is? Yeah, a couple of you do. Okay. So the null island, it's a place in one of the oceans where you have latitude and longitude of null. Well, it's a valid position, but if it appears in your inventory as you have a single over there, probably the location is not correct. So, but it is still a valid position. Well, they call it a null island, N-U-L-L, but it should be the zero island because it's positioned at coordinate 0. And 0 is an actual coordinate, but null is not a coordinate. Thirdly, at an instance where we had to deal with identification numbers, some people need to enter the number of hours that they worked for a project, and they made a mistake in one of the characters. It was also an identifier for a very real project, but it was something completely different. And then we call them and you say, okay, can you maybe change it? And, but it's only one character, what's the importance of it? Well, they expect if you give your phone number, and there is one number that is wrong, that you will still reach a similar person as you are. So you need to explain to them that every character is important. And I want to make a small comment on what we've already said about Jekyll and constraints, and in terms of data quality, adding constraints can be an issue. And we see that in a lot of our applications where we manage an inventory, we say, okay, you need to place your asset on a certain position, you need to encode this information and that information, but when the encoder doesn't have the information, yeah, he will invent it. He will write something there. And I'm convinced that wrong information is even worse than no information at all, because you can't detect wrong information just like that. A couple of weeks ago, all of our crocodiles disappeared. I don't know if everybody knows what a crocodile is, but it's one of those signaling assets which are placed in the track, and you have a brush under the train, and it makes contact with the metal, and the metal is shaped like a crocodile. That's why they call it a crocodile, but it's a signaling equipment. So a couple of weeks ago, I get somebody in a meeting, and he says, yeah, the search function isn't working anymore. I can't find the crocodiles. Okay, the search function is not working. Yes, let's see, is the data there? And then it appears that the data is missing. Turns out that 2 weeks before that, we discovered an error in the data communication between two systems. And in the graphical user interface of the source system, there was the presence of a crocodile, which was wrong compared to the underlying data. So it said, okay, yeah, there is a crocodile present, but it wasn't. Turned out that in the interface, another value was illegal, and it messed up the interface so that the presence of the crocodile was present while it was not. So it was a GUI problem, a graphical user interface. So we say to the developer, okay, can you please fix this? Because it's a problem. Well, he deleted all the crocodiles and the problem was fixed. Does anybody know what the difference is between a GPS time and the Coordinated Universal Time, UTC? Exact number of seconds? That's a couple of years ago. It's 18. Yeah. The difference between the GPS time and UTC is 18 seconds, the leap seconds. After the GPS system was introduced at 1970 or something, and then the time was set in accordance with the Coordinated Universal Time. And after a while, well, the sun and the earth and whatever, like we have leap days, we also have leap seconds. But of course, if you have a measurement train that gets its location from a GPS, and you add measurement systems to it, and your measurement systems take an image, for example, that stores the location, not the location, but the time, and in a post-processing step, you're going to match the location with the image. If you don't take into account 18 seconds at 120 kilometers per hour, then your image is not placed at the right position. Yeah. I see it red over here.
Perfectly fine. I was not honest to you. I know this. How do you call this island?
Null Island.
Null Island. And thanks for reminding me. We have introduced the primary location codes in our TIS system. And in former times, we had them from the IMs, and then we just have taken them. And what we have seen is that the sum of them have simply not latitude in. So the trains, anywhere in Europe, disappeared. They have met your items at the null island, and then they were coming back. So we see bad data are even worse than no data. So it would have been better the other way around. Having said that, it was quite lively. Which challenges do you face it? This was now, I think, a quite visible one. So wrong data is please not put anything in because then better having no data. What challenges are you facing in this year? What was beside this null island and the other one, not the kangaroo, the crocodile? What was?
Yeah, but these are all like minor or derivative issues, of course. If we're talking about the big changes, the big challenges that we have as Infrabel, then I think Vasco said it right. We have the tendency to buy a measurement train, equipped it with measurement systems to go out and measure all our assets again and again to be sure that our inventories are in order. While we should be capturing the changes from the source, from the infrastructure projects, and getting the people from the projects on board for an operational problem. Yeah.
I think for that also the cooperation between RailML and the agency is super important, and please really also we are very much relying on that now, that RailML and what you're doing in the ontology is in line with each other, otherwise we have sometimes to start from exactly that. We have to build a new silo. We don't want to put a semantic silo. We would like that this is covering the rest, I think so. Yeah. Great, thank you very much. I think this was fantastic. I have also learned with something in the hand, I cannot clap it together, so this is a bit tricky. The next speaker, you know anyhow, I think you are one of the, in the board of the agency as an advisor, or even in the board itself. So you were the one who had, with some others, Hinek, what you mentioned and so on, asked the agency to build a data strategy, a data concept, I think 2020 or 2021.
Started 2019.
So you are the one why we're having partly now this conference as well. So the floor is yours, Jill.
Thank you, Harald. It will be rather short this time. I will try at least. Perhaps to set the scene, I'm not talking on the behalf of the management board or Ine and myself. Now, UIP. UIP is an association founded in 1950, so quite old if you look at other associations in Brussels. And out of 14 national associations, Shaba, which responded to the 17 seconds, which are 18 seconds, is our representative in Hungary, and Jürgen, our representative in Switzerland. And we represent 250,000 freight wagons. What made us data provider? Liberalization. Because in fact, if you look back, all the freight wagons were registered by incumbents, railway undertakings. They had all the data. Easy. You see the train, you have the data. Now you have a new player. He is authorizing the vehicles at the NSA, today at the agency. He's registering at the national level. And at some point of time, in 2006, there was a regulation called 62, 2006. It's the first FTSI. And when it came out, 6 big wagon keepers decided to become data provider. And I was surprised this morning about the question from the Italian representatives. Are all the stakeholders the same when it comes to data providing and data consuming? And even the point from Vasco this afternoon about, yes, write down the use cases. I can tell you in 2007, when we started the project, that was not the discussion. That was not the discussion. There was a legal obligation, of course, which was the starting point. But beyond that, there were 2 aspects. The first, everybody was fed up with sending Excels, emails 20 times a day. And especially thinking about, oh, when I have a change, how do I do it? I resend all the Excels. So we had an internal process issue. And the second topic was customers, partners, everyone wanted the data. And the third aspect was, can we compete on data? When you think in a freight train there might be 2 or 3 wagon keepers, you realize, no. So we collaborated and we built up a solution called RSRD Square, which you know well. And some ask me, what is the square about? It's about the data for data. Because the one we are really interested in RSRD Square, in technical wagon data, it's 150 fields, technical and administrative data, are the railway undertakings, of course, when they build the train composition message, and so on. And we say, we get the mileage of the wagons, you get the technical data for free. Who is paying for this? The data provider themselves. Some might think, does it make sense? So you provide the data for free and you pay for it, yes. Because that's what it's all about. In fact, if you care about your customers, care about your partners, if you really understand what's your job, and at the IM, I'm not sure, an IM sell pass. That's the job. It's not about building and maintaining infrastructure. That's the consequence of selling pass. We rent wagons. The consequence, we have to maintain them, yes. So when you think about it, there is no need for a use case. Because if we need a use case for ourselves, the customer will say, do you master your process? Why would you need a use case? And if on top you understand what I was saying this morning, then you would start yesterday, not tomorrow, to provide the data. And what you see now, we have 237,000 wagons registered, 94 keepers, some are not in, 140 wagon data elements, and about 15 million wagon queries per month. It took 12 years. What do we do? That's the functionality. And the last one which we have, I don't know if it's on it here. No, I think it's not. The next one which is coming now, functionality, is a ticketing system. But we are not selling train tickets. A ticketing system. Why? Because you spoke about data quality, having the data or the wrong data. And you know that on freight wagons we had a lot of markings. So what happens if the markings and the data in the database do not match? And how do you contact the wagon keeper to ask him to change the one or the other? So that's why we have put in place a ticketing system, which is the last development which we will have in this database. So this database is in fact a data space, which we offer open data. It's also for free, but we still have a system, you see it on here, data access free of charge, but there are roles which you can have for the different players. I need this, I need that, which is managed by the wagon keeper, in fact. He gives you the access because he rents you the wagons, because you use his wagons. Whatever the use case is, we can replicate it in the database. And that's how we, as wagon keepers, from 2006 till 2012, we became, in fact, data provider. Simple story.
Yes. Thank you for that. I have one. But you're very well trained.
Only clap when he says it.
There was one, I think we met a couple of years ago, and one of the first items, you said, yes, you're looking younger than me. Maybe, no, that's good. And you said, Harold, I have one demand. We have now all the wagons in the database, and do you know that most of the wagons are going to maintenance much too early? Because we don't have reliable mileage information. I think you have it on the wagon then, but before the wagon is coming to the maintenance, you don't know how much kilometer the wagon was running. Has this improved already? It was not a prepared question, but...
No, it's a good question. In fact, you know, we also had discussion on GPS. I remember in the board of UIP with the CEO, and people were saying, Gilles, GPS? A wagon doesn't move alone. Why would we put GPS when it cannot turn right or left? It's fixed. So we always know where the wagons are. And then someone saw other use cases for himself out of the GPS. You can use vibration, you can use it for different purposes, and began to put GPS on his wagons. You know what was the consequence? Everybody was putting GPS on their wagons, and today, if I look at the fleet of our members, 95% are equipped with GPS, and sensoric will come for sure. So now we are more discussing about should we stop this exchange of mileage because we don't need it, because it's incomplete, because we cannot reconstruct it, and we only keep those GPS data in a format. We can exchange it, we can define a way to exchange it. Today you have providers of platforms which are taking the customers who have 3 or 5 or 10,000 wagons from different sources, the same format for the GPS data of the freight wagon keeper. So yes, we have come forward, but we have developed our own solution.
Okay, quite interesting. Do you see any other, you say you're consumer and provider, and I think I like your smart concept. You're more or less a bit in the same way. You're saying the benefit for your members, your partners, is that the data is available for their customers and their partners. What is your major need for that? Is this data quality as a data provider?
Yes.
Is this
No, the data quality is the center.
Yeah.
I mean, the point, for example, you said, Matthias, before, yes, now we need to make sure that we get the data from the project. For us, the topic now, right now, since 2 or 3 years, is making sure that we have proper data exchange with the workshops, which is the one who maintain the wagons, because we need the data. Did you change the marking? Did you do that? What did you do here? So that we can then update and have here the latest information. So it's always about, as a data provider, you look at what are the processes behind to make sure you can provide and you can ensure that the data are correct. So that's our topic today.
Michael? Nice. Yeah, very interesting, very interesting. We have one more, let's say, a data provider. Michel, as I said before, 20 years of railway business, let's say integrator.
Yeah.
After 20 years, everything done, or still a long way to go?
Yeah, there's a lot of work to do.
There's still a lot to go, please.
So, good evening, everyone. Thank you to the agency for inviting me to this Reality Forum. I'm aware this is the last session and the last speaker. So I will ask you a favor, just pay attention in just the next few minutes. Just to share a couple of ideas I would like to discuss with you. So first of all, as Harold said, my name is Miguel Figueres. I'm the head of the area of digital transformation at Renfe. And I have a mixed profile. I have, as I say, 20 years of experience in safety, but also I worked in big data programs. I did my first ontology in 2014, if I remember. And in addition, I'm PhD in psychology. So I am expert in human factors as well. I'm actually an investigator. So yeah, I have some kind of translator, like Ingo said, between safety guys and IT guys. And I'm working on Renfe, and Renfe, as you know, is the main operator in Spain. And it's providing passenger and goods services for more than 80 years. And I'm highlighting the 80 years because you can imagine how many legacy systems, legacy applications we can develop in 80 years, an operator. If you can imagine it, it is worse. Okay? I will back to this point. So one of the strategic pillars in Renfe is the digital transformation. And within this program, we are developing a safety enterprise architecture. So why we need that? Because we need to improve our safety models. And it's more important, we need to support the data governance, data related to safety. So for example, if we were identifying people who has some kind of safety functions, why we don't have to identify data related to safety? I think that's an important point as well. To do that, we want to, there is a safety term that is called dynamic risk management. We need to move our models, risk assessment models, to dynamic risk management models. That really means, just to simplify, just use all the data that you have to prevent accidents and incidents. That's the point. And I'm to combine a quote that I really like from the agency. And there is, I think, a training course about that. They say, stop investigating events and start investigating your safety management system. And that's the point. That's what the dynamic risk management wants to do. So stop looking at just the event and try to identify some kind of activities of your safety management system and get some kind of indicators just to avoid some kind of incidents or accidents. And that's what we really want, the data. And that's the purpose of the knowledge graph I'm going to talk now. So during all the day, we are talking about knowledge graph. What I'm going to say now, in this last session is we need knowledge graph just for that purpose, just to avoid accidents. Okay? So as you know, a knowledge graph is like some kind of representational domain. You identify entities. In this case, what we really want is identify entities from the safety management system, from our procedures, and from the relational data models that we have in the management applications. So we're combining both. But we're prioritizing the terminology of the safety management system. Okay? So you can see the picture. This is an excerpt of the knowledge graph, more or less. Of course, knowledge graph is in Spanish. I did it in English, more or less. This is a translation. In fact, that's an important point, because we are developing knowledge graph in English, but we have different countries, and now we have knowledge graph in Spanish, so we don't have direct translation. So this is a problem we need to solve. But anyway, so in this is a very small part, step of the knowledge graph. You can see, for example, in green, parts of the infrastructure. So we have operational point, section line, level 9. But as you can see, it comes from the ontology of the data. It's the knowledge graph that is developing the agency. So in some way, we're integrating in the Renfe knowledge graph the ERA knowledge graph at the same time. Okay? But in addition, the section of line, you have some kind of limitations of speed. And that's very important, because now, I think nobody mentioned this term, we want to manage the versioning of the knowledge graph. So what we really want is we need to save all the different topologies over time. So we're thinking in how we can keep all the versions on the knowledge graph at the same time. Because one event, one safety event, occurs just in a specific topology in one day. So maybe the next month, you have a different configuration, you have another different limitations, speed limitations. So you need to consider all these kinds of things in your safety analysis. Okay? In addition, we are adding the train driver. And the train driver is related with the certificates that you have. And you know the train drivers have certificates about the lines, and you have certificates about the vehicles. Okay? That's very important, because it fits with the business rules that we have in our procedures. Okay? For example, a question, an open question. How many certificates of vehicles, of lines, we should allow to a train driver? 6, 5, 4? Maybe something we need to think about that. So now, linking this kind of entities to the train driver, we can start to query later about that. But in addition, the train driver is just running in different vehicles, type of vehicles. And the vehicles, from the ERTB, ERB, they have some kind of vehicle type, and they have a certificate as well. So now we are mixing different data sources from different ontologies that the data is developing into the knowledge graph of Renfe. And the important thing for me, I left that at the end, the safety events. And for me, that's important because I think it's the last part that has been developed at the moment during the last years. So we have a lot about infrastructure, we have a lot of vehicles. We are not representing the safety knowledge. We are not saying what a safety event is. Now, with the new CSM that is coming, the CSM SLP, maybe we can provide a new step and we can start to define exactly this part of ontology. Maybe that's the moment to start to define what a safety event is. And this safety event is related to the hazard log, for example, the barrier. What is a barrier? For example, UIC is developing just a report about, from the ontology point of view, what a barrier is. And the most important thing is the barrier, how it's connected to the processes to the safety management system, to get indicators I was saying at the beginning. So as you can see, the knowledge graph is very important just to make the right queries or the right questions you wanted, to take some kind of knowledge that we really don't know, to detect new patterns that we really don't know. And to finish, because I'm not first time, I know how it is over. This is quite recent. It came from Friday. This is just a draft, okay? This is not validated. But this is another mushroom for your slide, Marina. This is the dynamic space of Renfe with the new vocabulary that we are developing about safety. Okay? And in the definitions of our vocabulary, we're including, for example, for operational point, the definitions of the knowledge graph from data. And sorry, I don't have more time to do anything else. maybe later we can discuss more about this. Thank you.
Yeah, please stay. I have the one or the other question to you. When I was coming into the railway world, I think it was around 30, I was coming in the board of the Austrian infrastructure manager, ÖBB. And I learned after 1 or 2 weeks, I was, let's say, quite young, I was from the IT sector, and after 2 weeks I learned something. There were 2 people in. One was responsible for operation, and the other one for safety and security, more or less. Every idea, everything, as soon as these 2 people said anything, this could be a problem, the discussion was stopped. So I was saying, okay, more or less safety, that's the major driver of everything what we are doing. You said now you have something like a concept to make it easier. In the tough TSI, we are discussing now safety-related messages. Do you have any, let's say, advice for us? How can we deal with this situation that safety is important, but it's not stopping us from innovation?
Yeah, that's a good point. So I can see that today when everyone talks about data railways, data in railways, we talk about infrastructure vehicles, that it's just about communications. But from safety, the concept is broader than that, technical systems. That's the problem. And we are not considering that part. So from my point of view, of my advice will be, okay, we need to go to the other part of the safety that we are not considering. Okay. And as I said, I think we have a great opportunity with the new regulation that the Commission is developing with the new CSM.
Okay, thank you very much for that, and thank you for joining. We still have one question to you, but we asked you before, who is data consumer? Now I would like to ask you, is anybody of you data provider? So who is not here? Who is providing data in the railway sector to anybody else? Was not too much, but we have some providers in as well. That's not too bad. That's not too bad. We had, coming to that, we are coming to the Slido question. And now we would like to ask you, which barriers do you consider the most important on the sector is facing today, for sure, in the area of data exchange, data interoperability, and in a second you see it on, yeah. Yeah, we see a bit, depending on the audience, how the questions are. But nevertheless, we see there's the big wish for a regulatory framework. I think this is what we're all sharing until now, that there's a clear structure how we can exchange data, under which condition and so on. We see that the financing risk, honestly, I'm also responsible for the financing in R&E and partly in some areas for IMs. Don't underestimate that. If you cannot finance it, it will not help. Yeah, but I think that's also a quite clear statement. I think what we need is, if you would like to do it, we need standardization. I think that's what is said the whole time, and that's what we're doing here also in this conference for that. So thank you very much for participating to that one.
Harald, can I say something on this?
Yeah, please.
Because I couldn't respond.
Sorry.
Because I don't see what I would have said to this question. And indeed, we are back to railways. So regulatory, governance, so write down what I have to do and I will do it. Are we just crazy? I think first, if we would, for once, apart from putting the customer at the center, what Gerben was saying, which I think is, and people, customer and people, okay. If we could put once in our life economic and business reflection before politics, strategic and national, we overcome a big, big barrier. Secondly, if we could put the adoption of existing tools and not the reinvention of the perfect wheels at the second priority, we would be much faster. So just by creating more regulation, because the first one, as I said, is 2006, I'm not sure that we would be faster in implementation. That would be my vote for this question.
No, be quite good. I believe regulate what is essentially necessary to be regulated, but let's give the sector innovation that they can do. We have the saying, the Americans are innovating, the Chinese are duplicating, and the Europeans are regulating. I think that's also a bit,
we have
a certain regulation seems making sense for certain issues.
We have Data Act, TAF-TSI, register. We have so much regulation. MMTS, I had to Google what was MMTS. I was not aware of it from Norway. So there is regulation. The problem is implementation. And then perhaps also if our boss, that's a discussion we have with the CEOs, could recognize that even if the customers is consuming a physical product, a train, a wagon, is in fact that in his heart is a digital consumer. You know, the customer is a digital one, even if he is using wagons. He wants data. In our business, they just want data. It's about data. That could be also something for the next forum.
So regulation, but also not over-regulation.
Yes.
In a way. Coming to that, I would like to have, if you have any question, please, for that area to the data consumers or data providers. Otherwise, I would make a final round with the question what you're seeing on the screen. And I would go in the same way again, starting with you. Which enablers could facilitate you as a data provider and consumer you in a way?
From my perspective, I would argue, yes, I'm listening, okay. I would argue that we need building blocks. And that's something that we see, or that I personally see, that is coming up from the recent data space initiatives. They have a big discussion there about building blocks that are ready to use, that are domain agnostic, because there is a big dependency and interlinking on some data solutions that are very too tied to a certain use case or to a certain domain. But the data spaces, common building blocks, I think, are what we are needing at the moment.
Building blocks is quite close to the ontology, if it's a regulated one or a market one, so that we're defining, so that we can use all on the same, let's say, Lego system, let's say it like that.
Yes.
Yeah?
Okay.
Sounds proper. Ingo, what's your point of view? What enabler is helping you?
Well, I think well, I think we may need in some topics more centralization or something. So we don't need this member state thinking. I think that's what you said before. I think that would help.
So going a bit away from silo, national, manual, annual to European, flexible, digital.
We have an interlinked system.
Roland, your point of view.
I would even go further, because we also need to integrate what I mentioned, the shippers' needs and the LSP's needs, because if we have a perfect system within rail, it's still not enough. Because we need to address that from a business ecosystem and end-to-end system viewpoint, and that is doable, but it requires also to rethink maybe some traditions or thoughts that we had in the past, and that needs to be done fast, but not breaking things. It sounds contradictory, but it's possible, because losing time is also a very detrimental thing that should not happen. And once we achieve that, then we can also make sure that we get the minds and the processes and the data aligned and the business cases for that, because it's distributed. Sometimes somebody has benefit from this data, but he also requires some other. And we need to have the complete view, because otherwise we're not moving people fast enough.
One point to that, Roland. We are now in the new tough telematic TSI. We are now facing more or less an IAMs or use potentially terminals and so on. Do you believe you can get the, let's say, shippers, forwarders, exactly the stakeholders in now with that one? Is this a benefit for you? Is it just an additional burden, as you also a bit mentioned?
We need to link it properly, and I think that there's some work to be done, because at the moment it's not everything is crystal clear what they can get from it, how they get it. So the communication on the data level, but also on the business level, is still something that I think can be strongly improved. It's not so far away, but at the moment we are still a bit too siloed, from my point of view.
Matthias, after 15 years of experience in this field, what enabler do you need?
I agree with Julian.
Building blocks.
Building
blocks. That's, hey.
There's actually, we all have the same problems as data provider, and even the consumers. The problems are very similar. So if we can work together on building blocks, well, you multiply the workforce that can implement them, that can build them.
I think there we have to find also a way that we're having not just regulated building blocks, but also building blocks we can, let's say, as a sector, a bit play before we're trying to regulate them, or even leave it on the sector level in a way, yeah?
Yeah.
Michel, you're even 20 years of that, so.
Yeah, for me, it's the same that I said before, more or less. Is from the safety side, we need to exchange data just to learn from each other. That's a weakness of the railway sector. And other industries, they share data, they have big databases just to do the same kind of risk assessments. We don't have that in railways. We always keep our data, so we need to improve. We need to create a common language just to exchange the data. So we are talking about the derailment, and we are counting the derailments. We need to be really sure that we are talking about the same concept. We are counting exactly the same thing. So for me, the main element is we need to build a new semantic framework about around safety without ambiguity. Okay.
Thank you very much. Gilles, what you said already, not ask always for regulation, do it.
And I brought some other ideas this morning, but I think to also build up on what has been said through the day, I mean, we have a fear of data, to be honest, and we have a lack of trust. And one way to overcome this and to have these enablers, because it's both sides, we need to think both sides, not only the one, but both, it's the upskilling of the workforce. I mean, a triple. An example of a triple in the working group of the agency on TSIOP, I'm quite sure I have zero answer. What is a triple in simple terms? But we use it a couple of times today. I think nobody knows subject, predicate, object. Gilles has age 47, okay. That's what we're talking about. And then you remove fear. And the second is pragmatism. In the adoption of tools and in the adaptation of processes, because you have always the discussion, what comes first, new process or new tool? And here we need to be pragmatic, otherwise we discuss for the next 20 years, and the next Rail Data Forum in 20 years we will bring up the same slides.
Thank you very much. Before shortly a bit wrap up the session. Thank you very much. I think from my point of view, you were great. Thanks for that. For me, I have a bit 4 findings and still 5 minutes before I hand over to Joseph. It seems to be good. Maybe I'm even quicker. The first point, it seems we are in silos. We are in national silos. We are in IAM silos, EU silos. We are in data provider, data consumer silos. We are in commission silos and so on. We have to break the silos. So we have to go away from this national silo thinking to cooperation, cooperation, cooperation. And there one, Children, you said it, therefore we need trust, trust, trust. And trust is something to be built up. As we started with the TIS system, we had 20 users and 200 trains. And there was not really a use for it. By building it up and bringing it to IAMs, to IUs, to terminals, now nearly every IU is using the TIS system. So if you don't know where your train is, it's your fault, honestly. Nobody else anymore. So that's something, cooperation, cooperation with trust. The second one is enablers. And their big, let's say, call also to the agency, enablers mean also standardization. So enablers have to be fixed, have to be the same, independent where we are in Europe. we would like to have the same rules even in Norway, if they're not in Europe, in Switzerland, and in the European network. So that's really a big point. And there are TSIs, telematic, WINF as well. There are two main points. The third one was not too much mentioned today, but I would like to mention again, national behavior. I always say it, forget the data if you're not changing the national, and I am. We have the most tricky national behaviors on IM side. So that's something, please, if you can influence it. We have to get rid of these national issues. The train should be the same on the other side. We had Schengen. The cars were passing the border. The train was stopping, changing the locomotion, the train driver. The customers could keep in the passengers, fine. But we are still having the same, which is really not as it should be. And one point, we said it today as well, a new idea is a good one. But if the new idea is killing the old one, and I think, I don't know, Chills, you said, anybody else, the future should not kill the past. So what we're having at the moment, we are running the trains, they are safe, they are good. We should not really, let's say, we have to make anything new. We have to consider what's there, and we have to find a plan that this is not hindering the evolution for the future. So exactly, also what we're doing now should not be the dead for what we would like to achieve. That's my 4 major, let's say, areas. And now, Josef, giving the floor to you, and thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Harald, for an outstanding panel. Another round of applause to Harald. It's my pleasure now to summarize day 1 of the first Rail Data Forum. We heard this morning that Verona is renowned for being the city of romantic love. Love has always to do a lot with passion, and during this day I heard a lot of passionate discussion, and actually that makes me quite happy. So let me thank all the speakers, all the moderators, and all of you for a very lively and active conference. And from my perspective, the intention behind this first Rail Data Forum has been fully met, if not overachieved. So I'm sure we will continue along these lines, and before long we will have the same number of participants than with our IRTMS conference. Now, we were talking a lot, and talking together was the intention behind calling it Rail Data Forum. And I believe we have really contributed to achieving a shared understanding. And I heard several times today semantic approach, ontology, we referred to the FAIR principle, to open or public data. In the end, we have to arrive at what we call a European mobility data space. And we are faced with a situation, if we just look at the evolution of the modal share of rail, both for passengers and for freight, instead of going up, because I remember very well that in 2011 there was a white paper on transport promising a modal share of freight in 2030 by that time of 30%. Then when the Commission in 2020 did the strategy for sustainable and smart mobility, they were a bit more prudent. They didn't promise any modal share. They just wanted to increase rail transport volume in freight by 30% and by 50%, and then in 2050 the doubling. Now, Harald referred to the national spirit, the national mindset. And one of the struggles we have in the agencies, of course, we are always fighting with the spirit. Everyone wants to reinvent the wheel. because some of you, Matthias in particular, you've referred to some anecdotes. So I have also some interesting anecdotes. Last year, we had a visit in Valenciennes by a delegation of the Chinese National Rail Authority. 12 very serious people. They made presentations, we made presentations, and in the end, we had question and answer. This was always with interpreters because the senior Chinese managers didn't speak English, and of course, our understanding of Chinese is limited. The first question the CEO of the Chinese Railway Authority asked was, how do you punish member states if they don't implement your regulation? And we said, unfortunately, we don't have any means to punish the member states. Personally, I'm also not a fan of punishing. I'm preferring motivation. Last week, we had the rail directors meeting in Brussels, and I showed to the rail directors the statistics, member state by member state, of the size of the railway sector in the respective country. You know there is a publication by DG Move based on Eurostat data, which measures the train kilometers as per member states. And train kilometers is a very good measure because it measures both the size of the infrastructure and also the utilization. If you look at these data, and most of the participants were totally surprised. They have never looked into this. You see that one member state alone has 31% of the rail transport volume in Europe. And it's not difficult to guess which one. This is Germany. Number 2, France, has only 1/3 of Germany. So the difference between number 1 and number 2 is very significant. Then the top 4, because after Germany we have Italy and Poland, together have 60% of the transport volume. And then you have a number of middle class countries. You have the Netherlands, you have Austria, you have the Czech Republic and so on. Switzerland, by the way, would be 5th in this statistic. And of course, those medium-sized countries are the ones who innovate because they have both the money, because usually these are quite rich countries, and they also have less risk because for a Deutsche Bahn, every invest has huge consequences if it does not work. And also those countries like Germany or France have suffered from a severe underinvestment. But then we have those rather small countries. Portugal, 1%. Countries like Luxembourg or Estonia or Latvia, 0.2% of the volume. How can any of these countries ever think of developing their own system? You would never be able to amortize. So my message was, let us work together. By working together, we can have much better economy, because one of the sentences that I noted from the day was also, nothing comes from nothing. So if we want to move forward to the digital transformation, we need to invest. Investment needs to be done in the most economic perspective, which means not throwing away the past, because the more we can reuse from the past, the less we have to invest into the new technology, but not reinventing the wheel 25 times, and then we spend at least double or triple the effort to reintegrating the many different developments. We have learned it the very hard way with IATMS. IATMS, unfortunately, was not conceived at the beginning as an interoperable system. It was conceived as a toolbox with which everybody could design their own specific system. We have some countries who have 3 or 4 different dialects of IRTMS. In Europe, we have around 50 different dialects. Now, we have struggled, and with the role of the agency in IRTMS trackside approval in vehicle authorization, we are bringing this variability down. But coming back to the subject of data, please work together. We need to break down the silos. And one of the frequent messages today was, we need to think in terms of an end-to-end system. User-centric was the keyword. In my view, we need to be both data-centric and user-centric. So our data-centric approach needs to be built with a user-centric mindset. I also see a lot of opportunities from digitalization. Miguel mentioned safety. There is a number of important benefits from having data. We can first analyze the data, finding patterns. This is the plan with now the CSM ASLP and the information sharing system that is associated with this CSM. In my view, it's a very unfortunate situation that so far we have not managed to secure the finance for this tool, which would really help Europe to prevent serious accidents. We also have, with the availability of data, with the availability of sensors, the possibility to predict unsafe situation, to predict unstable situation. Of course, we run immediately into conflict with our friends in some national safety authorities who think only in SIL levels and say, can you demonstrate a SIL level 4 for this system? No, we cannot, but we don't need to. What we know is that such systems will, and I'm using Miguel's term, will drastically reduce the risk. It will not be, and it can never be, 100% risk reduction, but 90% is already a long way. Now, we have the 2 key pillars in the digital railway words that we heard today. And I'm not referring to the talking together, which is the basis for everything. The 2 key pillars are standardization. It's absolutely mandatory to standardize data formats in order to be able to talk to each other. I mean, now, in the digital sense, talking together, and also to be able to reuse the data and to share the data. And fundamental to everything is the data quality, because without data quality, we will live in an arbitrary world, making arbitrary decisions, leading to arbitrary results. So, just before I conclude, we heard today, and I'm fully subscribing to this statement, without users, data is useless. So let us work together, let us push the digital transformation of rail to better integrate rail into the multimodal transport chain in the interest of all the socio-economic benefit that we can have from rail. We know that transport is essential for the economy, it's also essential for the society, but transport needs to be as green, as eco-friendly as possible, and the eco-friendly transport does only work with rail. So thank you very much for being with us. Thanks all the support team of the agency and here in the room, and an applause to all the contributors. Now, we have one final exercise. We need to do one Slido. And the Slido question is a simple one. It's about how did you learn about this forum? Where did you get the information from that this event here in Verona does exist? So who is that famous other? No. Now, communication as well, still a remarkable success for the ERA communication. And of course, I believe other includes by word of mouth, so which is also a good and positive sign that the community is working together. Now, I have some practical information. Tomorrow, we will have the workshops, and you are all asked to directly move to the room of your workshop. On your badge, you have the workshops which you are registered to, so please, tomorrow morning, go to the workshop. Before another busy half day tomorrow, we will have a nice dinner this evening. A bus will leave at the reception. Please be at the reception at 18:20. If you are too late for the bus will leave, and unfortunately you will not be able to benefit from the dinner. So 18:20 at the reception. And my final message is, before we leave tonight, we invite all of you on stage for a group picture. So thank you very much again, and now let's all smile for a nice group picture.